What's up, guys? How we doing? I'm just glad we got everyone on the same page that we see in a circle now. Because when me and Brandon did that shit about a year ago, it was all out outrage. We don't see in a circle, fucking all kinds of shit. You wouldn't see curvature. The horizon wouldn't, like, just all kinds of crazy shit when me and Brandon did that thing, and now everyone's on. I'm glad that we're all on the same page now. You raise up off the surface, of course, the fucking horizon is going to appear to drop. You're getting higher off the surface. Yo, is Sean Hawkins banned from here or something? He's always messaging me about shit going on in the chat. Talking about he can't talk in here because he's muted. I told him, I was like, yo, come in, I'll unmute you. I don't know if you like did something crazy or what. Would everyone fall asleep?
Well, I can tell Jeremy's there. Howdy.
What's up? What's up? How we doing?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Oh, what's your name? I don't think I've ever heard you before.
I'm Jesse.
Jesse, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah. What brings you around this way?
Oh, I've just been checking out some different Discords recently. Mainly this one and 24/7 and one other. I can't remember the name of it.
What are you getting interested in flat Earth?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. What you think it's possible, or are you against it, or what do you think? What are your thoughts so far?
I'm kind of researching,
You're
basically.
just researching, no doubt, no doubt. It seems impossible when you first start looking into it. I mean, when I first started looking into it, I was like, "This is fucking stupid." I thought there was no way, and it was impossible, and the more you look into it, the more you see some possibilities with it.
Yeah, yeah.
For me, it was how could a sunset possibly work on a flat Earth?
Uh huh.
That was a big one for me. Like I flip flop with it for months. I was like, I don't know, it can't be, can't be flat. There's no way a sunset would work. Then I saw Rob Skiba's sunset video. Actually, did it for me.
Oh yeah, with that Fresnel lens thing he used.
Yeah, yeah. Magnifying lens. Yeah, everyone's quiet tonight. It's usually very busy.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Estrella?
Tired. How about yourself?
Just chilling. About to finish it up at work.
I'm glad I'm not at work.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't.
What do you
Working
do?
late nights. I'm a janitor.
I was a janitor once when I was 16. I worked through a school program for a summer, and they didn't like us because we were kids at the time, and so they gave us dumb tasks. At one point, they gave us screwdrivers and told us to go out to the softball field and dig up weeds with them. And we were out there the entire day, so 8 hours in 90-degree weather, no shade, digging up weeds with a screwdriver. And then after that, the actual maintenance man came out with the little tractor with a rake on the back and did it the proper way. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, they just didn't want us around because we were kids. But I
yeah,
understand, but like, come on, that was like child abuse, bro.
yeah. They had me out there doing that one summer. If we cleaned the whole school quick enough during summer, they'll put out there
Yep,
and doing it.
that's what it was. Ow! 1 second. Ow, what the fuck? Okay, I guess it was nothing. Hmm. So where do you clean at?
At a high school.
Ah, nice, nice. What's like the worst thing you've ever had clean?
Just like, I don't know, some kid makes a mess in the toilet. They'll throw like milk cartons and food and shit in the toilets and urinals.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? People are fucking gross. The worst thing I've ever had to clean up. Let me think.
What'd you say?
Trying to think of the worst thing I've ever had to clean. I know it's in my head, but I mean, there's a lot of things I've had to clean that are really gross. Let me think, okay? Hmm. I mean, like, there's a lot. I just gotta think, though. So just, like, I'm sorry, like, I promise I'm thinking, okay? Hmm. Well, there's a lot, but I think one of them that kind of sticks out to me was, so I work at Dunkin', and we have these drains, on the counters that lead down. And the drains, you dump coffee in them, whatever, and so they get really gross. Especially if people don't like rinse out the drain after they're done draining something else. And so what I would do is once a week, nobody really does it but me. It's I guess I kind of do it because if I don't do it, nobody else will. Once a week, I usually do it on Sundays, but I don't work Sundays anymore. But I just do it whenever I get to it. I use this Comet. It's a cleaner that has bleach in it. I spray it and let it soak, and then I go in there with a magic eraser. And there's like grooves in the sink because we have these grates that go over top of it. Under those grooves has buildup of actual scum. Like I would take the magic eraser and scrape it, and this dark brown, black, like really like hairy fucking like sludge would come out. I think that's like some of the worst shit I've ever had to clean. Like that was on a different level. Like I mean, it was absolutely disgusting. You still there?
Hello.
Hi.
What up?
I'm tired. What about yourself?
Yeah, I hear that. I'm fucking beat.
I don't want to work tomorrow.
You get tips? Because I know there's some Dunkins that don't get tips.
We get offered it, but it's against our policy to take them.
Oh, that's fucking terrible.
My manager fucking sucks.
Can I ask what you do?
I work at Dunkin', but I also just got a second job as a bartender / waitress.
Nice. And you can get tips there, right?
Yeah. Especially when they see the cake. Just fucking with you. But yes. I haven't started yet because I'm just apprenticing, but they seem to really like me so far.
Work those tips.
Mm-hmm.
At Dunkin', don't they have a tip jar by the register?
Yeah, so what happens if somebody tries to give me money? What I do is I say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't take tips," and either they'll take it back or they go, "Well, I say you can," and then they drive away. So what I do is if I put it in my pocket, right? People might think if my manager was to look at the cameras, he would see that as me just taking money that was supposed to go in the drawer. How are they supposed to know that was my tip? So what I do instead, because it's also not fair, because other girls would want to be in drive and then they missed out on it. So what I do is I put it to the side, and then the next car that comes, I just say, "Oh, your order was paid for by the person in front of you," and I just pay for their fucking shit. That's what I do. Because if I put it in the tip jar, we only ever use a tip jar for people who can't afford the rest of their meal, or maybe they are lacking a few cents, or maybe we need some change for the register. That's basically what that's for, really. But I just pay for the next person's order because, help somebody else out, because I don't need, it's not that I don't need it. Trust me, every bit counts, but it's not worth it. It's not worth, being accused of stealing money by my manager. So just,
What if somebody hands you $10 cash?
it's funny that you say that because somebody did hand me a $10 bill and I ended up putting it in the register because I can't take it. It's, if I added up how much money people have given me and tried to give me, it'd probably be about $25. But then again, that's only after the course of about 2 years. But people, I just can't take them. It's I understand, but I also don't.
I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
Yeah, what kind?
I like how they mix it for you, like sugars and creams. They take your order and they mix it whatever you want. That's
Yep.
nice.
And yeah, do you get hot coffee or iced coffee?
I get hot coffee, for a medium. I'll do a 3-3,
Yep, $3, right?
and it's always good, and it's never bad, and it's always tastes fresh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody's prices are different. Is it $3 for you when you buy it?
I guess so, but I'm not sure exactly. I don't look at the price. I don't remember.
Oh,
Um,
because
between,
my Dunkin'
between
is owned by a certain kind of company, like a branch of Dunkin', and we have $3, whereas some Dunkins around here aren't owned by the same mother father company. I guess you could say it like food service company, and so theirs are a little cheaper or a little bit more expensive. People
maybe
get
some
mad
are
at
like franchises and some aren't.
Yeah, yeah. I don't understand most of it, but all I know is that some prices differ. I remember some of our prices off the top of my head. like sorry, small hot coffee 265, medium 3, large is 328, small iced coffee 340 323, medium 355, large 377. Um Medium cold brew with cold foam is 420 because it's funny. Large frozen coffee is 593. Medium frozen coffee is 501. Um, Roasted tomato toast is 550. Large cold brew is 501. There's just some things that you just memorize because you've done it so many times. So that comes in handy when I'm making somebody else's drink and it's busy, and then somebody comes to the speaker. I'll take the order and they order just one iced coffee, and I'll be like, okay, it's 377. Pull around. It's just easier, and then I type it in when I'm done. Um, it saves a lot of time.
If if you were to buy a business, would you buy a business like that or a different kind of business?
Neither. I don't want to buy a business because it's too tricky, and I'm not educated enough on how to handle it, and I'd rather not spend time learning. Mm. But if you're more or less asking would I rather do fast food relations or something else? I'm great with customers. I have a very friendly customer service voice. I have a flirty yet, positive, upbeat, bubbly attitude. But like it's not that I can't stand it, because like obviously if I couldn't stand it, I wouldn't get a second job in the field of customer service. But it's not something that I would want to do for the rest of my life. For me right now, it's fine, but it's not my permanent job, you know?
What would you do if you didn't have to work? Like, let's say you had $1 billion, right? And you woke up, what would you do?
I'd paint more. I would do a lot more karaoke. I would go on trips and go around the world and see places that I wouldn't be able to normally, and I would help donate to people. I'd go to like, third world countries and go through like the Red Cross or whatever and be out there giving water bottles to people, be in the midst of all that, as long as it's safe, of course. Um, Basically just enjoy my hobbies and paint, but also still help other people out too. That's what I would do if I didn't have to work.
Do you have your artwork posted somewhere?
I don't.
Do you have anything you could post for us?
Yeah, I do actually.
What do it?
Um,
Do you like watercolor, or are you oil based, or what do you like?
I like to paint with acrylic.
Acrylic, yeah.
I try to do oil. Oil is a lot better when it comes to like. Okay, so when I draw, I can draw with pencil realistically. Colored pencil. I like abstract art, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm best at realistic portraits, which is really funny because usually it's like people are really not good at that and are better at like cartoons or like whatever. But no, like I could look at something and draw it realistically if you give me enough time. Like it's just I don't know how or why. I've just studied still life stuff, and it could be boring though. I like abstract because like you can interpret it any way you want. It's much more fun and vivid. But um you guys abstract, you could be right or wrong. You could make a mistake and it could be just part of the portrait. Whereas real life, you have to. It's basically a photograph, but at that point, why bother? Because you could just take a photograph of it. Um,
Well, see, you just went into all this detail about painting and art and,
mhm,
and you said, business, like you don't really care about. So art is what you should focus on. That's what's going to make you happy.
This is a drawing of I did this when I was maybe 17 of Neymar. He's a soccer player. That's probably about 2 foot, 2.5 foot by maybe 1.5 foot. I'm taking on my wall.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, these are a little older though, but there was actually a
That's
program.
really good.
Thank you. There was
Realistic.
a program at my school that when I used to go to school years ago, what we would do is it was called the Memory Project, and so my art class we would receive painting or photos of people of these kids from different countries. Usually they were third world countries, so like we would get them from maybe Cuba or like Jordan or Afghanistan. And what we would do is we would draw them realistically and then send them back. So all we got was the picture, their first name, and their favorite color. And then our school would like send them to the owner of the foundation out in like Wisconsin or whatever. And then he would confidentially and like securely send them to those like refugee camps or orphanages, and then the kids get to keep them because a lot of them don't have anything. So I did that for a few years. Actually, after I graduated, I reached out to the project, but they haven't gotten back to me ever. Then again, maybe I should actually email them, not use their Instagram. But it's crazy to think right now my art can be out there in Afghanistan or Jordan. I did it 3 years. I'm trying to find them. Um because it's like imagine you're in their shoes and you receive like this picture of yourself because you don't own anything. You're
Right?
dead, You've seen people get shot in front of you. You've been through a lot.
They can hardly afford mirrors, right?
Yeah, you don't even. All you got is a color. A photo of you was never taken once in your life, and here you are with this.
They've only seen the reflection in the water of the river.
Yeah, and some white kid from the United States of America drew this. Like,
Right? Took
imagine.
enough time to look at your face for that long. Yeah.
So,
It's
yep,
awesome.
this is. I think I did this. This was the second one I did. So not the first. This was the second one I did. She was a girl. Let's see. We had Afghanistan, Jordan, and Iraq. I believe. I believe she was from Iraq. Her name. I can't remember. She was 8. I remember that. And her
That's
favorite
really good.
color was red. So I drew her
She's
with.
so pretty.
She's a beautiful little girl. I mean, my heart melted when I got, because we would just randomly choose photos. Like, our teacher would put them upside down and have us choose one, and I got her, and I just immediately like fell in love with drawing with her. Like, oh my god, just you get to know these people as you draw them. You're studying their faces for
Right.
hours upon hours. You're staring at their smile, their nose, their eyes. And by the time you're done, you remember every little bit about them. You will never forget their faces. Um, I absolutely, I cried too, because I'm like, I wish I could know this little girl. I wish I could give her a hug, and it's like I'm studying her face and drawing her, and I know that somewhere out there she's got my picture. Hopefully, it's insane. It's insane. I mean, I love this project. I have another one for you. I gotta find it again. Um, I really want to do it on my free time, because obviously I'm not in high school anymore, but I want to still do it because I want to help out as many of those kids as I can. I want to email him, but I have to figure out how to do it. Let me try to find it. Yeah, so my first year, let's see. Pretty sure it was Jordan. That was the country they were from. And her name was Fatima, but I don't have that picture because I didn't take a picture of it. But year 2 was Iraq, which I just showed you. And then this one was year 3. This was my third one. I'm looking for it. I know it's in here. And this one was from Afghanistan. It's hard to remember all sorts of different countries. So this one was the last one I did. And so let's see. Her name was Tayaba Bibi.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like perfect. Really, the eye. You did really good on the eyes there. Man,
Thank you.
it's hard to get the eyes straight. Huh?
Mm-hmm. There's actually a little trick when you're drawing faces or anything real. Um, and so what we did is we printed off pictures of their picture. So we would photocopy it basically. And then every inch we would make a tick mark on each side and then connect the lines. So you would have a grid. And then you ended up basically going grid by grid. So you would have their picture, right? And every inch was a square. So you had A1, A2, A3. Um, and
Yeah,
then you would
I've done that
draw it,
technique.
but
Yeah. Mhm.
dilated two on a piece of paper. So you would
Yeah,
go
it helps.
square. That's how I did it. And that's
Yeah,
the method that, is to get the most
makes
accurate.
sense. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
The proportions are hard to do otherwise.
Right. That's how I did it. And that's how you get the most, accuracy there.
Hmm.
And then
Do you
I'm
know they
pretty.
used to? You know, some of those Renaissance paintings, they used to actually like use this mirror trick where they would shine the light and get like a reflection of it, and then they would just paint by numbers basically, because like the
Mhm.
detail in that, they were just like painting over the reflected image and saying it was freehand. But go ahead. What were you
No,
saying about
yeah.
your?
Like, I could probably do it freehand, but like it would look a lot less proportionate and not as accurate.
Yeah, yeah.
It would look like somebody else. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure year 2 I had more time to work on it than year 3. But I think year 3, her favorite color was orange, so I did a sunset. Year 1's favorite color was blue. I remember I did like a gradient of like a turquoise to like a light blue, I think. But looking at these gives me back memories of sitting up until 3 in the morning working on it. I never forget. I miss those days. And it sucks because I can't even reach out to my art teacher and ask her. You know what? I could. I'm actually going to do that. I'm gonna try to contact her and ask how I can do it because she doesn't work at the school anymore. I'm sorry, she doesn't work at the school anymore, so I'm not sure she'd have any way to do it. But like, maybe she could guide me because like I really want to do it.
Yeah, do it.
But
Don't ever stop following what you know, your jouissance, what you're meant to do, whatever makes you happy, for sure.
Yeah, and keep in mind that people are always looking for honest expressions of creativity. So there's something in everybody that could be expressed, you know, no matter what you do. If it's like, you know, art or music, you know, there's something deep in everybody that everyone else wants to see. And it's up to you to, you know, just dig down and find it and show it.
Right, exactly. Oh, so here's a painting. This is a painting of a lake. That I did. That's oil. One of my first few ones I did, but not nothing crazy. Just art supplies that I just don't use.
Oops, I was muted. I was saying it's great. Awesome.
Right. Yeah, I
Really
just
good. Really
really
detailed.
upsets me. I don't have time
So good.
to paint anymore or to draw.
Why would you? Is your bartending?
Sorry,
Because you're bartending too much?
you know, I just don't have time to do anything anymore because I'm always working or sleeping or reading because I like to read.
Right. But make some more time. Those are really good.
Yeah, I really should. It's just like it's hard to get back into something once you've stopped it for so long.
Yeah,
Photography
you got to be
is
inspired.
something that I really like. I do photography of flowers mostly. Yeah, basic, but um let me send you a picture. This is a picture that I took. And I edited a little bit like the colors and stuff, but I actually just used my phone camera. Um and
Wow.
yeah,
Did you enhance that at all with Photoshop?
a little bit, yes. Not crazy,
Yeah.
but um
It's awesome.
I can like it's not like the
It
quality is
looks
enhanced, it's
it
just the
looks
color.
totally fake. It doesn't even
And
look real.
it takes really good, photos.
Right?
Let me go to that photo in my camera roll. I'll go to edit and then show the original one. Let me see here. Mm. Wow. Mm. I don't know how, but it's not working. But yeah, just mainly the
Right.
color enhanced.
I DM'd you some of my art if you want to check it out.
Yeah, let me see. Oh wow. What uh is it like digital?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I liked it because it's definitely it feels abstract. Like you could interpret it so many different ways.
Yeah. That's what it's supposed to be. It's like a Rorschach test.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody sees something different. So it's like the art's like truly in the eye of the beholder that way. And I don't really have any specific intention with these either. It's like a technique I came up with in Photoshop.
Oh wow. Have you thought
So
about
what do you see?
Procreate on an iPad? I have an iPad with a Apple Pencil, and my sister has Procreate. She also has the same thing, but I haven't gotten Procreate yet. But it's very fun to play with.
Oh yeah, I just use Photoshop. But yeah, that'd be cool. I have a Mac.
Me too.
Procreate. It's funny. Procreate. Wonder if there's a double entendre there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it with a walk-on tablet?
Kind of. So like, I have a MacBook, but I also have a iPad. So with my iPad, I have the Apple Pencil, but I haven't downloaded Procreate yet. My sister has Procreate on her iPad with her Apple Pencil.
So what are you doing in a flat Earth server?
I was invited by friends and just interested in listening to people discuss what.
Australia's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Australia. Yeah, we talked a while back. Over on 24.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my headphones to work here. Somebody
If I
says
remember, riding on eggshells, right? He brought you
Mm.
here, right?
I wouldn't. I would, even if that's true, I wouldn't take that association. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't seen him for a while. Actually,
He's actually going on a world trip.
That's right. He's going around the plane
Yeah, he's going in a big circle
and pretending he's on a ball the whole time, trying to convince himself. I have kind of like an undocumented list of the ballers that I think actually think it's a ball, and the ones that just probably know and they're just arguing the other side. And he's on the borderline still. I think he wants to believe it because of his dad and everything, but he's admitted so, in fact.
I think the ones who argue the least are the ones who really think it's a glob.
I love how you say glob. You never refer to it, but any other way, glob. That's perfect. What was it? Your comment though? I got caught up with you saying that, remembering all the times you have. What is it you said?
The ones who argue the least are the ones who are most confident in their position on either side, I think.
But the ones that argue it the most might be hired to argue the other side, getting their hours in. I'm suspecting Kosho now. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. All these hours and he's not making any money on it. There's money to be made there, you would think. They have a $60-some million budget for NASA every day. I mean, if Flat Earth were any type of threat whatsoever, they could use a little bit of that budget to pay a few shills, right? A few people just to argue the other side. I don't know. I'm sure I could probably find out if that's true. I don't know if it is or if anyone else knows, but you would think, right?
I think some people want to be shills.
Yeah, maybe they're just preparing.
And maybe they're
themselves look useful. I don't know.
Maybe they hope that someone from NASA or some other space agency is listening and say, "Oh, he's good."
Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah, right. Or like, well, we're gonna send. Like, maybe they'll send me a check after they see all this defensive I've done for them. I don't know. It just seems like there's certain people that wouldn't spend so much time on something unless they were either getting paid or they're just really desperate to convince themselves. I mean, Kosho, his girlfriend, he wants her to be a flat earther. She is a flat earther, according to him. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think they need to pay too many people though. They've got enough people that just defend it for them.
Right. True.
That'll do it for free.
Right.
And they'll spend all day because they're so like conflicted.
Worried.
They're in like a psychological confliction state, some of them, to where they'll spend enormous amounts of time
Right.
doing it.
And that has to be because there's either they're just, they know better and they're just like trying to convince themselves, or they're at least curious that we might be right. Otherwise, they wouldn't waste their time, right? Wouldn't make any sense. What's your analogy you always make, Gio? Like, if you spend all day flying monkeys or flying kittens, you know, that if people were thinking they were flying kittens, and then someone spent all day and they're going, no, they're flying kittens are not a real thing. Sorry, I'm going to stay all day long and make sure everybody knows it's not a real thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's some people that are part of some networks that are, you could call it paid, because yeah, it is definitely how they, you know, have their money, as it were, that in terms of playing certain roles in some of these communities to try to control the narrative and whatnot. But I don't think there's very many at the, you know, in terms of numbers, there's only a small couple.
So like,
they don't
if you
really
join
need
a
to.
network, you just have like hours that you keep, and then they like somehow you get a little bit of extra something for being a part of the whatever conversation or something.
I would say basically a CIA, MI6.
They pay them to.
In terms of flat Earth, in terms of flat Earth, it's the CIA and MI6, the two biggest ones that are involved.
They pay them through Super Chat, and they never admit it.
That makes sense. Right. Yeah, I remember IPS had that Super Chat. Did you ever see when Jake the Asshole visited IPS and all these Super Chats came in for his across the country flat Earth pussy tour? Is that not in your guys' lane? I was in a different lane than you guys, I think, at some point.
Oh, I was there through all of that. Yep, I was watching all that live, and yep, I remember that very much so.
Yeah.
All of that. I was
flashing the horn signs and shit. That was crazy. I still listen to IPS though, because it's entertaining, and sometimes he says things no one else will, and I think I agree with him, like, you know, at least 70% of the time. There's this weird like autistic dude, Jurassic Liars. He's had interviews with, talking about 6/11 that's coming up. He's got a lot of information about these dates and stuff, and it's just mind-boggling that if it was coincidence, it would have to be like, there's no way that it's all coincidence. I think he might stretch on some of it, but I don't know. It's just fascinating the time he's put into it.
You got a link to any of those channels, bro?
Yeah, sure. I was just listening to it earlier. Actually, I'll put a link in the live stream. You know who IPS is?
Infinite Plane Society.
Yeah.
I remember him.
Entertaining. Great marketer. Probably CIA agent though, but who knows? You know.
Didn't he go crazy for a while? Like he was just saying like some wild shit.
Yeah, I guess so. So different times. What are you referring to though? I think he does that on purpose sometimes.
Yeah. I think he was like what Jake the Asshole is trying to be now, but he was like the originator of that.
Right.
And of course the original asshole, Mr. Eric Dubé himself.
Right. You think Eric's show?
I mean, I don't necessarily think anybody's a shill, but who?
Yeah, sure. You never know. Yeah, and the internal conflict kind of keeps one foot on the brake for flat Earth in a way. Like if you see these leading guys in conflict with each other, it separates the little groups, you know, and makes it less threatening. Less
well, the word
impressive,
shill, I mean, in a way, like the word shill just means, like the actual definition of the word shill has to do with basically kind of just promoting something and trying to hype up a bunch of people to to get on your side, you know, and to
Mhm.
whether it's buy the product or buy whatever you're selling, as it were, or even a belief if someone's selling. So in that way, like just shilling for whatever, like is just somebody who's really like promoting something in that way. But then of course that term has also been kind of linked to the concept of like a government agent, you know, who's like purposefully, you know,
COINTELPRO or whatever.
Yeah, that actually is part of some network that knows the truth and that they're purposefully kind of trying to keep it, you know, a certain kind of mindset about it or get people on their side.
Right. It wouldn't make sense if it was all completely just naturally occurring and there wasn't anybody that had any kind of like CIA influence whatsoever in flat Earth. That would be more mind-boggling to find out than the opposite, in my opinion. I thought it would be over by now, though, so maybe my opinion's not that great. I thought it was so obvious that there wouldn't be people still arguing it at this point. That they were, and I thought at the same time that it must have rolled it out for some reason because they could have paid off certain people at a certain time or threatened them or something if they really wanted to hide it, you know, it seems, or change the algorithm because it was all like suggested to us for a long time. And I don't think YouTube just did that for ratings necessarily. I don't know.
Facts.
I don't think they did that. I think what happened is that the algorithms were basically working the way they're designed to. And they knew that there was a resurgence of flat Earth starting around 2015. But I think they likely thought it was maybe just going to be, you know, just sort of something that would just sort of stay small or, you know, just kind of be put into a category of conspiracies or whatever. And they already have all of their, you know, programming in for it, you know, to have people, you know, laugh at people and think it's ridiculous and all of the kind of programming and to have people believe it's a globe. So I think that when it first started, you know, being talked about more, they didn't really have to do anything. It just didn't matter. It was only a fairly small group of people. And then all of a sudden it just grew and grew and grew. And then, you know, additional people came on the scene, as it were. You know, some kind of interesting timings, I would say. And so at that point, they definitely started putting some of their guys in, you know, to be content creators, as it were. And then it just blew up. Yeah, I think it blew up way quicker and way more intensely than they ever thought it would. And at that point, then they realized, oh shit, this is actually getting to be larger. So at that point, then they obviously did the whole like kind of lockdown, if you will. Well, kind of the shutdown, I'll call it, in like 2017, 18, where they really just started to change all the algorithms. I mean, they basically changed all of YouTube's algorithms for things like this. And that woman in Congress talking about quote unquote medical, you know, misinfo and flat Earth. You know, those are the two things she said. So at that point, I think then they did that damage control. But I don't think there's any rollout that they purposely in any way wanted it to get out. If anything, they've just put their guys in there to kind of try to damage control it and then suppress it as much as possible.
You have considered in a conversation with me before, though, that maybe they could use it, or they, you know, if they did roll it out, that they would be used to, you know, sell us more lies in some way, and that would suck, you know. Right? Didn't you kind of agree that would suck if that's the reason that, or if that's what they end up doing with it, as far as like uniting the world under this truth, but then selling it with some kind of like outer ponder invasion, or, you know, get inside these, you know, smart cities to protect yourself from the air inside the bigger dome. I don't know. They could use it.
Oh yeah, no, there's all kinds of options in terms of ideas around that. I mean, I don't think that they purposely rolled it out, but I do think that they have a game plan for how they're going to spin it as the truth comes out more. So yeah, there is that part of it. And yeah, people have different ideas and theories around all that too. Like, to what degree did they contribute to it, or have they kind of, yeah. And even to like the idea where at some point they may try to get people into a mindset where they do admit that it is a stationary plane Earth, but then they'll try to say that it's contained. That gets into this whole container stuff that people get all, you know, that it's contained and we can't get out of it, and they created it, that they are God, basically. And then that would be like the ultimate authority to get humans to think that those entities are God and created the whole thing.
Right.
Which
It would
is
work even
then
better
plays
if
into
they,
like the atheism, like they're getting it started with
Mhm.
heliocentrism and atheism.
Even if they think that they're related to those people that they're going to say, or maybe actually who did have some kind of interaction with the earlier civilizations or whatever, like the outer ponders. I always call them outer ponders. Yeah, the outer ponders, it'd be much easier for them to use them as a threat, or as the ancient ancestors that you could either, if you're good, you could become a part of them. If you're bad, then they might strike you down, like an ultimate threat, like gods in real time, that they could threaten you with, and just use their do weapons with their UFOs to make it seem like they have all that much, all that control. And then you would just do whatever you're supposed to do, because you don't want to get, zapped like your neighbors did, or that city, or whatever they decide to, claiming that they are the gods, then would be like, maybe raise suspicion more than just saying these are unknown characters that come, and then maybe let anyone interpret it. They could say it's from, if you want to think it's from another planet, great, but just call them extraterrestrials. That double meaning there worked perfectly up till now. Then if you're a flat earther, you could think, oh, they're outer ponders. They'll probably just let people, have a different opinion and argue about it, which was what they like more than anything. But it does seem like they're leading up to it. They just had that meeting of Congress about the UFOs, talking about taking them more seriously and stuff. It's like step by step. And then I was talking about this the other night, that 2000 disclosure project thing that they did right before 9/11. The National Press Club with Stanley Greer and like 20 ex-government officials talking about UFOs seen on radar, willing to testify in front of Congress, the whole spiel. Remember that, Gio? That one guy said he identified 57 different species of aliens walking amongst us. 57, he claims. No pictures, no, details other than that they could maybe like see colors or see flavors, or hear, like, kind of like an acid trip. Like they were able to identify a color just from touching it rather than seeing it. And then he said something very in particular, which was, the only thing we don't understand is how these beings could somehow happen to form on other planets and become humanoid, looking so close to what we look like. So basically he's saying, it doesn't seem like they come from other planets. Maybe they come from here, without saying it. So this could be like long-term plan, the outer pounder rollout. Even from back then in 2000, they planned on having it be like, okay, we introduce the UFOs, then we introduce the flat Earth, then we join them and make it an outer ponder invasion. You have an immediate threat. You could say we're surrounded by outer ponders, all these different ponds. Give people vacations to one of the ponds that they say is a paradise. Send them to a pond that seems like the hell. Maybe there aren't any outer ponds. They're just making it all up. Maybe there are. Maybe there are, and they're misrepresenting them or making them up with blue screen and blue beam and fake tech, fake actors and costumes, or, there's so many possibilities. So what I'm thinking is the next generation of Illuminati, whoever it is, like the up and comers, want their own psyop. So that's why they're faking space poorly on purpose, to kill the old religion and do the reset with a new paradigm that they can then manipulate in so many more interesting ways than outer space. Planets are way too far. Aliens can't get here. It doesn't make any sense. No one can really reason that they would find us that far away and be here amongst us. And, none of that makes any sense, even to Baller, that in my mind.
I mean, everything you're saying is a possibility of a type of thing, but I mean, do you think that's what they're going to do? I mean, that's like a possible movie script right there. But I mean, that would be. I mean, I see what you're saying. Kind of throw NASA under the bus. Somehow separate themselves from NASA and say, "Oh, that was someone else," or how, I don't know how they do that, because it is the government. But if they're trying to bring in some new world order, they could try to restructure the government and do all that. I don't see that's in their plans in my sense of it, just my intuitive sense of it. But obviously, I don't have any way to prove that. But I don't kind of. I think they're going to just milk this globe thing until they lose power.
It's just like everything in the media is so filtered. They don't let anything slip through, you know, in my opinion. Everything Obama says, everything any president ever says, any commercial, every cartoon, everything is checked for information and probably, you know, designed to give a certain predictive programming or whatever, you know, more so than even censored. And there's so many flat earth references, so many drops and so many nods to it, whether they're making fun of it or not. People are paying attention to it. If the ballers weren't in here arguing with us, there wouldn't be a thing. You know, it would just be an echo chamber of this small corner of people that are relatively few and, you know, just talking.
Wait, hold on. Are you
themselves.
saying you believe that?
What's that?
What you're saying right now?
I'm saying if the ballers weren't arguing with us, it wouldn't be a scene for people to observe. You know, there wouldn't be a thing about it that is like the you know, the contest of it, you know, like the debates is what convinces most people when you see both sides of the argument. If it was just flat earthers talking amongst themselves, then it wouldn't progress as much, in my opinion, you know. So the ballers are doing us a favor by playing the role of the opposite argument, which in my opinion just holds no water whatsoever.
Okay, I was just asking if
maybe
that's
I'm
what you
just
believe.
biased.
Okay. I was just asking if that's something you think is the case. Okay.
Well, don't you? You like the ballers not arguing with us? I think the ballers arguing with us makes our side stronger, is what I'm saying. Because you can see that they're, you know, instead of assuming the other side is right, we have these guys in here just totally going on their assumptions and their beliefs and their, you know, looking on Wikipedia and going by that. I think that I haven't seen ever, to be honest, I've never seen a baller win an argument with a flat earther, but that's because they're starting with a faulty premise, in my opinion. You know, a faulty assumption. So even if the flat earther is not a very good debater, he wins by default almost. You know what I'm saying? Wait, why are you questioning whether I think this or not? It's something I thought everyone kind of thought.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just was you were just going on pretty long, and I was just trying to figure out like the thing because you said a lot of different things, and then I was just wondering if that last thing is your perspective. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think the globe earthers. I mean, I think it's fine. Like, I think the fact that the Earth is claimed to be a globe, I think it's fine that people want to debate it and whatnot and talk about it. And I think that there can be certain benefits to that in terms of both sides being brought to the table and discussed. And I think it can be very interesting and there's a lot of information. But in terms of the larger picture of like the truth, and I think they're ultimately irrelevant on that level because they're just pushing an old model that's false. I think the real, and I don't think it'd be an echo chamber at all. I've never heard of I think the globe maybe is the only echo chamber, the one that's just the Google thing that everyone's echoing the same ideas that they have no proof for. In terms of the community of people that know the Earth isn't a globe talking, I think it's the opposite of an echo chamber on every level. It never has been. I've never experienced it like that at all. When there's no globe earthers in the chats, we have the most amazing conversations, the most productive, groundbreaking, interesting, fascinating, accelerating conversations ever. And we've actually talked about splitting it up to have 2 live streams, like one where there would be no like globe kind of arguments, it wouldn't have to be only for people that think the Earth is, not a globe or think that it's a stationary plane or anything like that. But it would just be like no globe arguments, essentially, no debating in that way, so that we can just fully have like those conversations. So that's just the part that I don't agree with what you said. I don't think they're holding anything together. I don't think they're essential. They're not required. They're not. But if they want to discuss it, obviously, they're free to. But I think that when we're on our own, as it were, when I say we, just like people that say that think the Earth is planar, stationary, flat Earth, etc., I think that it's the most productive, interesting, groundbreaking conversations because you don't really need people pushing a false idea for anything beneficial at the end of the day.
I hear you. I'm 100% in agreement with you. I didn't mean to demean it at all in saying echo chamber. I just meant that the newcomers coming in that are assuming that the ball side must have an argument. If they don't hear that argument and see the faults in it, then they're just going to keep assuming that. You know what I'm saying? That's the only benefit I think that having both sides actually does. for anyone that's objective and looking at the debate part of it. But yeah, you're right. The conversations aren't echo chambers in the way that we're just like repeating the same thing back to each other and like confirming each other's beliefs in the same way that ballers are. Not at all. I agree with you.
Yeah, I got you. But I mean, yeah, exactly. And there's also a way in which there's what was I going to say? A way in which like you don't even have like there. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, like hearing both sides can be helpful for people and just to hear a discussion. But then there's the other side where all you really need to do is to share the truth. Like I'll ask you. What I was trying to say is that if you had like if we had 2 live streams, one of them that was basically just speaking truth, as it were, or discussions about what is true and coming to truth in that sense, and not necessarily doing this big kind of debate energy, and then another one where it's more of a debate energy, and this server is actually set up for that right now, but usually we're always just in live stream 1, but to kind of fill 2 rooms, which we have done at times, but if we can do that, then that's the way it's set up right now, to have like one of them be more for the debate style and then one just sharing information. And so what I'm saying is that let's say that somebody's like a globe believer and then they come into a community. I could see it going either way. Like maybe they would only go to the debate channel and hear both sides in that way and make their mind up that way or whatever it may be. And then maybe other people would just want to go into the one and just hear the actual true information and then do their own research analysis and, just basically kind of download it directly in that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to say that I thought there was a lot less of a side on their end as far as like having answers for everything to some degree. Like I thought at first when I figured this out that there must be like, a good dozen that they just have no answer for because it makes no sense, but they have some that actually keep people convinced, that understand both models very well. And that was surprising to me, to be honest. That there's people that there's answers good enough to keep people thinking that it's a globe, even if they think that they're applying their objective, you know what I'm saying? Like their objective analysis. I don't know. I thought it would be over within the first year, but it has to do with part of the censoring and all that too, I guess. Just seems so obvious once you realize it.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're faking it poorly on purpose. Like all those wire videos from the ISS and stuff. Like why are they doing? If they really wanted to protect us, they could do a lot better job. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't put Don Pettit up there going, yeah, it's good. Then you have a leak. It seems like a troll. And if it was really that crucial to keep that paradigm going, why would they play golf on the moon or any of that shit?
I think they want us to have faith in the authority. That's why. And if you can't, I guess, do that whole leap of faith or trust fall with them, to like you see something and it sounds completely and utterly fucking preposterous. No one's ever felt the earth move. No one's ever seen it curve. But you have to kind of let go and give your faith to them and trust them. And then when they release videos,
check this out. It's people. You said when you said they have explanations for everything.
Hold on, wait. Let Noah finish real quick, Brad.
Oh, I'm sorry, Noah. Fuck, dude. I thought you was done, dude.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, people, and then people when they see these videos of them play golf on the moon, you have to either basically it's like a game of doubling down. Like in Vegas, where if you lose, some people when they lose, they keep doubling down instead of like, oh wait, this is bad. I should just not play anymore for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. And yeah, making people have faith in it is part of the trick, because they want you to know that what you believe is what they taught you to believe, not just what makes common sense. So they make sure it doesn't make common sense, and then make sure that you believe it still.
But this is what yeah, he was breaking up a little bit, man. I really thought he was done. But anyway,
no worries.
Man, we should bring up. All right, you said they have an explanation for everything, but they have a lot of very good explanations. But then they have a lot of pathetic fucking answers, but there's a couple of them they have no explanation for at all, and they really don't like talking about them. I'll talk about that next.
What's your
But my
top
point
three?
is,
What's your top three?
wait, real quick before I
Go
lose this
ahead.
point, is these debates. First off, let me agree. Like I think the debates is where anybody who's fucking wanting truth what goes to. That's what I first looked for when I entered. I wanted to hear both sides and make a decision. So I agree with you on that, man. I also agree with Gio that we have some discussions by ourselves, that and ideas just get fucking piled on and fucking joined ideas. I mean, they go great places sometimes.
Yep.
But
Sure.
the thing is the NASA clips, man. Like you can't unsee that shit. We need to. I don't think we bring that up enough, man. It seems to piss them off. Like not all of them, but they get irritated. But there's some of them clips where they can try and explain that shit, but anybody with actual eyes and a brain can see that, oh God, wow, that he dropped a screw, or dude, he just glitched, or dude,
Right.
a microphone to his neck, or this dude's floating by with a harness. Like you can't unsee that shit, man. And
Right.
and and if you come into debate and you see somebody defending that, the only people who are gonna defend that or I don't think they're getting paid, dude. Maybe through super chats, some of them, but anybody paying them would never admit it. But I think they're just defending their faith. But anybody watching them defend shit that's right in front of your face, blatant deception, they're gonna instantly, no matter, they don't even have to hardly hear much of the argument. Just when you see the side, I'm not taking that side of people defending obvious bullshit. They're instantly gonna, or if you hear Brenda or Rumpus or somebody, like that's really what turned me, was hearing Brenda. Like I'm no way am I fucking being on that side, man. When I was on the fence, I'm like hearing Brenda and Rumpus, I'm like, no, there's no way, dude. And then seeing the NASA shit, and then being like, dude, they're literally defending this shit, this NASA shit. Like, dude, they don't see this moon shit, dude. These idiots fucking hopping around, fucking wires, snatching their foot up, and fucking. I mean, just I don't even know where to start. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it's just
people
makes me
literally
honest.
defend
Yeah.
that. Like I said,
It doesn't seem like they're even trying. It seems like they're trying to do it poorly on purpose, in my opinion. It just doesn't, I mean, they wouldn't let all those harness videos leak otherwise. If it was
like
really,
I said, 2001: Space Odyssey is arguably better film from space than actual space film.
Yep.
Well, one thing to keep in mind with that I've often thought is that essentially, like, they don't have the A-level Hollywood people actually doing that, because in order to do that, you'd have to be willing to be a lot, deceiving. You'd have to be part of some network that would be keeping the secret, so you're not going to be out there, so they'd have to have control over those people. The actual ones that are doing like the filming of the fake ISS and the actual CGI that NASA puts out. So, to even have someone, basically that person has to be somewhat of a psychopath to be willing to lie to this extent, and to know what's behind it, to obviously it's like pretty hugely crazy and deceptive on a level that's far beyond anything that's like anyway normal. So they have to get people willing to lie, essentially willing to be a part of that network. And so of those people, they're not going to have the actual A or A+ quality kind of Hollywood producers. They're going to have like C level, D level, kind of things. So they don't really have the best of the best. And then that plays into the connection with Stanley Kubrick. Like, did they have to actually get Stanley Kubrick involved to fake that first one just to get something that looked good enough even to convince people that it was even real? Like, that they don't even have good enough people to even get it even anywhere close. And he was filming 2001: A Space Odyssey at that time, and it was like one of the most realistic films ever. And then boom, like the moon landing thing. So anyways, but I'm just saying, part of like all of the mistakes and all the issues and all of the like errors, and I can see what you mean, but it seems like they're doing it on purpose. But if they're not doing it on purpose, it also may just be because they just have really not the best people doing it. And so they can't do any better job than they are.
I think maybe also it works for hold on, real quick, Brian. I think it works for justification too. Like if they do a poor job on purpose, and people, and then they don't feel bad, because like if you believe this, then we don't feel bad, because it's obviously giving you a little wink and a nudge. For the thinking man, you can see that it's fake, but they lower the standard for the common man, and they want most people's standards to be at that level of acceptance.
Before I forget, Gio, you mentioned earlier when they mentioned flat Earth, you said they mentioned something about medicine or pills. What part of the speech did they mention that?
Oh, you're talking about the woman from YouTube in Congress?
Yeah, because I
They
didn't hear
basically,
that.
yeah, they said medical misinformation and flat Earth. They linked them together. Yeah. Well, those were the two, because those were the two topics that she mentioned. She literally mentioned those two, that they were going to start. What do they call it? Deprioritizing the content. And specifically,
I've watched it enough where I can almost
those,
quote it now, but I ain't watched the whole thing, man. I thought she said disinformation such as flat Earth. I didn't. Maybe
Yeah.
she said something about it in another part of the of her minute or whatever, or her her time. I want to
Yeah,
say
she
that way.
did.
Minute. But, yeah, I need to go back and watch the rest of that, man, because I just was just so honed in on them talking about, because when they were talking about the money and the resources, they strictly fucking talked about flat Earth, and then he said so, and then so he said so your answer is to put a box, and she's like, I mean you've all heard it, but yeah, I didn't catch that, man. I've somehow my brain has overlooked that. But one last thing is with the NASA stuff, like they have to literally believe like that picture of space, the first picture from up there in orbit. I think it was like 1963 or whatever it was, and it's the one with the stars that are literally star shaped and a moon that looks like the moon and a Hollywood like an old Hollywood backdrop. They literally have to defend that, like it's claimed real. It's the first picture from, and it's like, dude, who could think that is real? Like, for fuck's sake, dude, there's a gajillion stars going in straight lines and making patterns and shit, and they're literally shaped like actual stars kids draw. Like, what in the hell, man? And then the capsule, shocking, it's insane. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I think there might be also like a psychological operation going on with this. Like, they make the movies look like the most realistic, but then the movies are supposed to be fake. And then they make the real shit that's like the space stuff look a little fake, and that's the thing that's supposed to be real. It's like they'll like kind of truth in the movies, lies in the all that kind of concept where they almost make the movies that we see. If you go to a movie, Gravity or whatever, a lot of these mainstream movies, there's this huge globe at the beginning, Universal Studios, and then it looks so realistic that it's like amazing. It's like a cinematic adventure, like Star Wars or whatever, where you're like, holy shit. And then you look at the actual spacewalks, and they're just like they're just 80%
like
real.
movies.
Like it could be kind of real, like enough to kind of pass if you don't really scrutinize it. But ultimately, it's like a home movie. Yeah, it just looks like shit. And like and then when you really look into it, there's all kinds of errors and stuff. And then they're selling that as true. So it's kind of like a psyop, like a reverse.
I think that thing that Gio just mentioned, with it being the movies are more realistic than the actual shit. I think that also has to do with news and shit. Like, the crisis actors on the news are fucking shit. Like, if your daughter died, would you be laughing and have no tears? If your daughter fucking died, would you laugh? I don't think you would. I wouldn't. I personally want to slap a motherfucker if he laughed after his fucking daughter's death. But clearly there ain't no daughter, because no one would be laughing. But then you watch these movies where like, bro, you watch these movies where it's all violent. So I think what they do is, in the entertainment, the images go into your mind, and they associate these images with a certain topic. And then when they bring up the topic on the news, your mind associates it with the entertainment you watched before. And then they don't even have to do that good of a job with what they're presenting to you on the news.
And I would argue that it's done poorly in that case on purpose to a certain degree, because then again, because the claim of it being kids that have been killed is something that you can then point to someone that's not believing it and say, you have no heart, you're not sensitive, and it causes that conflict, and it lowers people's standards of what they'll accept, and it also gives the wink and the nudge to, like, hey, this is so fake, we don't feel so bad for claiming this now that we've done it so poorly. If you can't see that it's fake, that's on you, and all those things that go along with it. And even mentioning, by the way, I was going to mention about before, them mentioning about censoring flat earth or deprioritizing it, they didn't need to show us that. They didn't need to, like, make the TV thing like make us all aware that was it, because that makes people more interested in flat Earth and think that it has more legitimacy rather than less legitimacy. So it seems like they're even showing that to us on purpose for whatever reason.
Like with guns and shit in movies, and you watch something like John Wick, and that's what you're programmed to think guns are capable of. And so when you get these like stories about how dangerous guns are, most of the population automatically imagines John Wick, which is completely and fucking like, you know what I mean? So what I'm thinking is the entertainment. I'm pretty sure the entertainment gives you the ability to imagine these things. You know what I mean? Whereas if you just read something, never watched TV, never watched the news or whatever, but you just read the articles and it was just words, you would kind of have more of a critical mind. But in this case, they're literally just trying to pull on your heartstrings as much as possible, and then kind of like, oh, remember this? This is like that fucking thing that you saw, and then you're like, and then your mind automatically associates.
Yeah, 90-pound kid breaks through a window with like the artillery of the weight of guns he could probably hardly even hold up all at once. It has perfect sniper, headshot accuracy with like 26 people all at once. Then shoots himself. He's got like all this talent. He's like Rambo, and then he's just gonna kill himself. It's just so ridiculous. Every single one of them is just like, what? Are you kidding me? Really? And they do it on purpose that way because it causes the conflict. Because and between generations, conspiracy in general, the parents are believing the TV and the kids are looking at the internet. They do that. Like same thing with Vietnam. They always have a way of separating the parents' generation from the next generation down, like on a very basic level, so that it causes the division that they need. That's just a part of it, obviously. And the people that go along with it, they don't have to be evil. They don't have to be like, I'm lying to people and I have to be this kind of evil person to go along with it, because they're convinced that it's for the greater good somehow. Like, if we fake this shooting, then we'll prevent future shootings. So that's the reason we're doing this. It's a good thing. Even if it's lying, it's just setting a good example and making sure we nip this in the bud before it gets out of hand.
That whole greater good thing, whenever I hear that, every single time I've ever heard for the greater good, evil has followed. So
exactly, right?
No, I kind of think of one fucking time I've ever heard for the greater good, and it was evil shit. Really, nothing's coming to mind.
Well, it's the greater is lied about to begin with, right? Like, we're not even on a planet that has global warming problems and all the environmental issues they're trying to use to manipulate us, right? So all of that greater good is just completely based on a fallacy to begin with, and so yeah.
Right, and even if is that not the justification for every act of evil ever for the greater good?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, we have to murder a couple of these people because for the greater good. Like what? It's that justification is specific towards a lot of evil shit. Because if you're saying for the greater good, what you're saying is that your next action is not going to be good. You know what I mean?
Right. It's a sacrifice for wrong reasons, and the greater good. And if you're lying about what the bigger picture is, then you're not even doing it for the right reasons, even if you thought you were.
Well, there might be things that people claim are done for a greater good that actually are evil. But I mean, if you actually do something for the greater good, then you actually are doing something that is good. And
but if you have to commit an evil
propaganda-wise, yeah.
If you have to commit an evil act and your, I guess, excuse is that it's for the greater good, is it really for the greater good or is it just an excuse?
Right. No, I would agree with you on that. Yeah, it's often not, or pretty much always. Yeah. No, if you have to do, well, isn't that, well, it's like the two wrongs don't make a right, eye for an eye. I mean, there's a couple statements that kind of do the ends justify the means, all of the, yeah, exactly. No, if you have to do something that hurts others or that's out of integrity to then claim that you're helping others, I mean, that's actually a deep kind of question right there. That's like a philosophical, spiritual, karmic kind of quandary. Is it ever right to do something that's wrong, because it may benefit some people, or even that you've justified it as that.
Yeah, but
Right,
you're only
like
justifying it with good in your imagination. There's no good that actually you commit evil, and then your belief tells you that it's good. And you know what I find strange too is that there is a motto called "For the greater glory of God." I think it's "Isus Hominum Salvator," something like that. But basically, that is what the second degree of 32nd degree of Freemasonry. That's their I guess quote, and that is also the quote of that one of the quotes that you have to say when you first become I guess a Jesuit priest or brother. I mean, so like for the greater glory of God is already a thing in these secret societies. I think a lot of them in these secret societies actually do believe what they're doing is for the greater glory of God. You know what I mean? Like, well, I just
mhm,
murder a couple hundred people and then the earth will get saved. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
mhm.
ridiculous.
Right, yeah. The individual sacrifices were probably exactly attributed to that. You know, like the child
You know what I
sacrifices
noticed
or
is
whatever.
I noticed people like Chinese people in particular, like from communist China, they all have that mentality where it's like we're all stuck on a boat together and we all have to sacrifice for like that boat. Like because
Mhm.
I live closely with some Chinese fuckers, right? And they have this mentality. I think this collective. I think it's a collective mentality, basically.
Mhm. Yeah, it's so deep on so many levels, and the people and the funniest part is they convinced the majority of us that the people in charge are idiots. You know, like most people think the presidents of countries actually make decisions, and that's why we're in this fucking shape we're in. You know, it's these idiots that they put in front of us, and the perfect way of doing it, right? You just blame that one person, and then we have someone else come into office, and it's like you've just washed your hands in the whole deal.
And you know what I find funny is people are like, oh, these Republicans that won't get their job. It's like, I don't know. Wasn't that president a Republican that did the warp speed? Like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Is that really a Republican thing? Not get like, I haven't met a single Republican that doesn't want it. To be honest with you, I've only met people who are fucking realize that both sides are here to screw you.
Yeah. Neither side will admit that it's fake or even adventure to say that the whole thing's fake. They have to accept it and then just say the other side's wrong about it. Pointing fingers at each other, but never actually saying, no, the whole thing is fucking fake as fuck. And both of these sides are working at just making people take sides against each other under a totally false premise that's made up from scratch. Bravo. That's all I have to say sometimes. Sucks, but it's brilliant.
It really is. Honestly, I can't help but think we deserve it, though. Like a cumulative, basically. Like, there's no way this much retarded shit could go on if the masses weren't cowards and trying to hide from the truth.
Right, but if you're like trained from a kid to be afraid of certain things, and mind control is that deep, and you've got a globe above your solar system above your crib, and I mean, not that people are totally innocent, but most people just don't know any better. They just think that they got their cell phones, life's good.
I honestly think of the globe to be kind of an advanced topic, though. Like, there's a lot of shit that's just in my mind. I don't see many videos of space. I don't read much about space. Space doesn't really come up in the media much. You know what I mean? So when you think about it, you probably just think about what you were taught in school or like the few things you saw. But there's other shit, like Donald Trump, for example, that was on the TV every day for 4 years. And like in the beginning, I was like, what, 18 or something when I seen this guy get elected. So I was like, okay, the president's getting elected. But like after you just fucking watch it, you're just like, there's no way this is like, this is acting. There's no way any
Mhm.
of this shit is real, dude. None of this shit is like, this is obviously acting. I mean, I didn't even fucking think about the flat earth or anything until like fucking year or two into it. What really fucking drove it though was the cough. You know what I mean? That shit was just way like. Honestly, I like in my mind, if you didn't wake up to that, I almost venture to say that you're kind of lost at this point.
Well, once you're in for a penny, you have to be in for a pound on that one. And getting people to even go along with the first part, acquiescing just a little bit, it's like it's the mind control of it, because once they've done that, then they have to admit not only that they were wrong, but they went through these practices that like totally inconvenienced their lives and made them act out against other people that had different opinions. And every single step of the way, they dig deeper, like that Stanley Milgram trial in the 40s. That was what he called the agentic state. It's a state of agency that the person enters into psychologically when they're shocking the person they think is getting shocked, and the actor's acting like he's getting shocked. But the problem is, once he continues to test after he has the option to stop and he's told to continue, then he has to go all the way up to the 450 volt level, because the only way to psychologically get out of it at that point is to do everything he's told. Otherwise, it's his fault, right? He's an agent to this person telling him to do it. So once they become an agent to the state or to the whatever it is, the rules the pandemic put out or whatever, then they have to go along all the way. Otherwise, they were wrong from the very start, and they have to take responsibility for that and everything else that goes with it.
Like imagine like kind of like coming to the realization or an epiphany and then realizing that you were wearing a diaper on your face for 2 years. You fired a couple of your workers because they didn't want to take medicine. And then you even like when people came to your restaurant and they're like, yo, I want to eat here. You just said, nah, sorry, son, you can't come in. I don't know. I don't think a lot of people could do it. And that's the thing, dude, is I think of it now as like I'm walking around with like a lot of, I don't even know, is it like psychologically damaged or like demon possessed or like, you know, there's different words and different contexts for it, but it's something. I think it's people are fucking damaged but also cowardly. I think that's what it extends to, is people are cowards and damaged psychologically. And I feel bad for the younger people, like the little kids with the masks. I kind of don't for them for it, but I see like like I don't know, dude. I don't know what it is. I give even more lenience to like women too, but like for men who are like being a bitch about this type of shit, like I don't know, dude. It's like I just think like there might be a special place reserved in hell for you, bro. Like I don't know, dude. You're supposed to be here. You're supposed to be strong. You're supposed to protect the children and women. And what are you fucking doing? You're selling out. You're a fucking sellout. That's what you are.
Well, they were put in the position to protect your family. You have to keep your job, and you're not going to keep your job unless you go along with the plan. That's basically what the ultimatum was for most of these people. It was crazy, man. I couldn't believe it.
I don't think any job was. I mean, you know, I went through hell because I didn't want to, and I was living in Canada.
Sure,
you know
but do you have kids?
I have one, yeah.
Do you? Well, I mean, if you like had a job that was dependent, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of work out there for people that, you know, I mean, it was kind of like the golden handcuffs. Like their job was not letting them get along with it. I'm not
I
saying
never worked construction in my life. I walked up to a fucking construction site and said, like, I need a job. I need like whatever you want me to do. And they put me on fucking hard labor for a month. And then they put me to bricklayer after that. And any fucking guy, maybe for an older man, like I can understand if you're 40 and over, that's not an option. But for any man under that fucking age, you have no fucking excuse. You really don't.
Well, it was such a hard line in the sand too. It wasn't just to keep your job, to keep the same amount of money coming in to protect your family, but then the psychological operation being played on the rest of the family. Then you have to not only not provide them with the income that you might have had right away, or just risk that, but then go against what they're being like mind controlled to think is the truth. And it really was, I mean, pretty hard line in the sand that they made. I think it was obviously not what they were telling us, but you know, that's partly why I think that they've had a lot of these other things that seem to have been fake this whole time, since 9/11 up to Sandy Hook. I mean, all these things that they've gone along with up till this point is just the same way as, like, you know, shocking that person that now they're more entrenched in believing what this mainstream pundit on TV is telling them, and they've completely attach themselves to it, and then have to go back and like totally rethink yelling at us about 9/11 being real when we were pointing out this shit a long time ago. I've seen it with my own family. We've all seen it with our friends. Like they almost have to buy everything. It's almost like a baller who has to buy the Tesla car in space. You know, he has to go along with the Tesla car in space because he's gone this far, and he can't go back on the ball now after calling someone an idiot for the stupidest reason for years. You know, I mean, they're
Yeah,
entrenched.
but you don't really got a good woman with you if she's not willing to make sacrifices with you. If she's going to put, I guess, the state's priorities ahead of yours, that woman just isn't for you. Straight up. Because
I agree. I heard you saying this the other night. Our standards are really high now for a woman. Not only is it like hard enough to find a good woman, but now she has to also realize that the fucking government's lying to us. That's a pretty small demographic at this point, I imagine.
yes, sir.
Australia, you still here, by the way?
I'd rather
Go ahead.
fucking like, what does it say? Like, there's like a fucking quote from the Bible that it's better to live in the fucking wilderness and starve and be among fucking wild jackals than to be with a fucking disobedient wife. Like, that's what it says, dude. And I've read other other books. Like, there was this one book, some king of India, like thousands of years ago, wrote some, like, I guess, books of like wisdom or whatever. And like he goes over basically like, if you are with a woman who's not, I guess, on your side, dude, like, dude, just listen to any of these fucking shits when people had a hard life, and you'll understand that like it's not worth to have it's not worth to chase a woman that's not gonna be. She's there to help you, bro. You're not there to help her. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're there to protect her and the fucking kids. But if she can't even take a goddamn order from you, then there's no point. You know what I mean? It's just.
Ooh, I don't know about the order. I agree, but an order, do you think you should be able to order your wife?
Yes, yeah, because here's the thing. Every organization that's ever been successful of all time has a leader that when there's a leader, right? The leader makes the fucking shot calls. The blame gets put on the leader, but the leader also has the responsibility. If you have a girl who's not comfortable giving you the responsibility, that girl is just not for you. Pretty much. You can't. The house
Well,
can't.
maybe
The
not for
house,
you.
hold up, hold
It
up.
can be
A house.
balanced.
Hold
It's
up. I got
just
one more thing
balance.
to say. One more thing. A house divided against itself cannot stand. You can only have one leader per house, basically. So it's either you're gonna be the shot caller or she is gonna be. And I've thought about it deeply, and I am not. I can't do it. I can't have a woman that's the shot caller, so I have to be the shot caller. I mean, if you're different, you're different. But every organization has a leader, and no organization stands divided against itself.
Don't you usually see like different roles? Like sometimes the mom plays the more dominant role when it comes to certain issues, and opposite when it comes to other issues. Or like
Dude, there is.
certain things that you know.
I kind of agree with you, but I kind of don't because like there are instances where she'll make a suggestion and it's a good suggestion. You should heed the suggestion. But the majority of women out here are just there to argue with you, just there to be a stumbling block in your life. They're not there for you. They're not there to help you. You're basically like you can do that. You could do whatever you like. Here's the thing, dude. You could do whatever you want. I'm just gonna do what I want because I've already been through the fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like I've already seen what doesn't work, so I'm just gonna go with what has basically worked and not what doesn't.
There's definitely 2 girlfriends, maybe more, that I've broken up with just because they would agree with everything I said. Like it's not fun. Like if they're just agreeing with you, there's no challenge to it. There's no interest on my part for her. Not to say that that's what you're saying, but there's a certain extreme to that way of thinking that they could take that's just boring.
Yeah, I don't know.
I pretty much I got all my wild blood out, man. I promise God, man, because I fucking I didn't really hold down no job, man. I'd make as much money, just make a bunch of money and run off to the Keys, make a bunch of money, fucking run off to such and such. I didn't have any kids, for a long time, never married, and I promise God, you know what? I'll just don't let nothing terrible happen to me or mine, and I'll work till I die. But I want to retire now. I want to live my retirement and live my life, and that's what I did, man. So I got it all out of my system, man, and now I'm living up to my end of the bargain, man. I settled down and made a family. I got a good wife, and yeah, I get to make the ultimate decisions. But I mean, I could, but it'd be no good if I just bossed her around and she just did everything, like kind of like New Perspective saying, like if I just told her everything and bossed her around and she just complied. I don't think that wouldn't work with me or her, probably, man. But pretty much
No,
the final decision, I get the final decision, man. It's all about compromise, man.
not on everything. Not on everything, though, right? Certain
You're
decisions
right.
that you don't necessarily get the final, right?
Yeah,
Has to be
ultimate
a give and take.
decision. I get the ultimate decision. I mean, I'm the boss, and
Here's how I
she's
see
old
it.
fashioned, man. She's old fashioned, man. But I do give her the respect she deserves.
Yeah, I never said disrespect a woman. I never advocated for
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
So I
yeah. I
don't
didn't
get
mean to
that.
put that word in your
But
mouth. I didn't
but
mean to.
what I was gonna say is I look at it as you're the captain, she's the first mate, and the children are all the sailors. Now, if every time the captain says, let's go north, the first mate says, I don't want to go north. My friends and me want to go south and we want to go shopping and like, we want to party and you have to take care of the sailors while I'm going. Like, that's the thing, dude, is like, what you guys, the problem, you're like, oh, I don't know if I wanted to command her or not, but that is hardly ever. Brian, are you okay? Are you okay, Brian?
Yeah,
You're hot micing, dude. You're hot
I'd
micing.
say the kids. Sorry, I'd say the kids are the doldrums, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think like, bro, the problem of a disobedient woman is much more common than the problem of a woman who's like super like a zombie and does whatever you say. I would be honest with you. Wherever you're finding your women, that's a rare fucking occurrence in my mind, dude. I've only for me, I've only seen I guess rebellious women in my life. Like even my mom, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
good point.
My dad wants us to do like some simple thing, and then she has to challenge him on it. You know what I mean? Like here's the thing: is I like the first mate can go to the captain and say like, "Yo, actually, I think your map that you're using is incorrect, and we'll go up on the rocks." And a reasonable captain would be like, "You know what? Yeah, you're right. We should go around this." But in no fucking ship ever does the first mate just make willy nilly decisions that aren't good for the ship, and then the fucking captain's successful. You know what I mean? So I think
Right.
my problem is much more common than what you guys are describing. What you guys are
Obey
describing is
is
like,
a good word too, man. You use the word obey, and it says in the Bible, to obey your husband, wives, obey your husband. I think we're supposed to. It says for us to obey them too. But yeah, she definitely, everything I tell her to do or ask her to do or whatever, she does it. But I do the same, I think we're supposed to obey each other, man. But yeah, I got that's a good
Yeah,
word.
willy nilly is
That's a very good
different
word.
than yeah,
like
give and take. Give and take. It depends. It
like I
depends on
said,
which issue.
like I said, dude, a wise captain heeds the fucking advice of his first mate, but a wise captain also doesn't have the first mate make fucking dumbass decisions and fucking pander to the first mate. What captain panders to the first mate? None. But I see all the time dudes whipped to fucking shit, dude. I have friends who've moved to fucking different islands, different states just to be with a chick, and then what? Now they're not with them anymore? Imagine going somewhere else and spending that much time for fucking nothing. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not about men being dominant or whatever. It's just in on a boat, dude. If the captain is fucking saying something and the first mate's arguing with him, that boat ain't going nowhere.
See, the girls have the advantage, man. And when you're younger, when men are younger, because they need fucking pussy. Their hormones. I mean, I remember my hormones fucking. I'd make major decisions based on my hormones. Everything I did, just about, for years. But then the tide turns, and that shit switch almost opposite, like about 28, maybe 30 or something, man. Where you realize that shit, they're the ones fucking needing that shit. They're the ones. And now I'm in control. It's funny how that plays into it. But then you hit a certain age where neither one of us, are starting to give too much of a shit about it. So nobody's really in control, fucking in that aspect. You would agree that young women are in control over most young men. Would you agree with that? Not all young men, but most of them, man.
Pussy whipped. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of younger guys are pussy whipped. Yeah.
Dude, I've tried to be with a woman who fucking challenges you on every goddamn thing, and To be honest with you, I would rather live in the fucking wilderness with Jekylls than that, bro. It's like every time you try to do any goddamn thing, it's some sort of backtalk. It's like, shut your fucking mouth, dude. Like, listen, like, even if that was a guy, like, and the thing is, they say shit that they couldn't get away with if they're a guy. They know that they're a girl and they can say this shit and they can get away with it. It's, I honestly, like, I
Yeah, I
see
can
where you
never
guys
put
are
up with
coming
that,
from,
dude.
and like maybe
You
your
don't
opposite.
want the opposite though, do you, Noah? You don't want the opposite where they just agree with everything you say and are just like totally
I want them
obedient.
to be focused on what's best for the kids. And I know for a fact, two parents being together and the mom fucking, like, not fucking constantly arguing with the father is good for the kid. I know for a fact. I know for a goddamn fact,
Right.
dude.
But there's got to be a balance, right? You don't want it one way or the other. You
Like
don't
I
want
said,
to make it
dude, if the
right.
first mate gives a captain like a reasonable, like tells the captain something reasonable, a wise captain will
Yeah.
heed. But like, here's the thing,
Yeah.
dude. Like I said, it's not you. That's usually not the issue that I'm seeing. Usually, the issue I'm seeing is the first mate is constantly arguing with the captain and fucking not letting the captain go anywhere. That's like, you might be right. I don't say you're wrong, but I'm just saying like those cases that you're talking about is like 5%, and 95% of the time it's the reverse.
My wife flat out told me, man, when we got together, she's like, I'm never, ever, she said, I'm never going to, she said 3 things, man. I forgot the third one, but she said, I'm never going to ask you to stay home. You know, anything that you did before we got together, you know, golfing and whatever, you know, that's what I was into at the time. Golfing and or dart tournaments or whatever it is, you know, I'm never going to fucking complain about that. And she hadn't. And I mean, a couple times if she had other shit planned, but normally, I mean, on a day-to-day basis, dude, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And she said that, you know, she's never going to fucking bother me at work. And it's the way she was raised. And it stuck with her over all the years. And I was like, damn, to this day, she won't sit there and call me. She won't call me at work. She'll send a message or something like that. And I'm thankful. I met her, man. She's like a fucking Southern girl with a good head on her shoulders, and she respects me enough. Yeah, to not. I could never be with a woman who fucking questioned every damn thing you did, fighting and fucking disrespecting. Yeah, fuck that. That'd never work. Got to be mutual respect. Got to be compromise. And yeah, you got to let them live a life, man. And any jealousy in a relationship is going to ruin it. Period. That's what ruins most relationships. Early age is jealousy on one side or the other.
Yeah, there needs to be more flat earth women, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's no point in being jealous, man. I realized that early on. Like, dude, there's no point.
Well, if she's doing shit and you ask her to stop and she doesn't stop, there's no point in staying there and getting jealous. It's just she's playing games with you. Here's the thing is like, for me at least, there is some stuff that like, oh yeah, don't be jealous. Like, yeah, that's reasonable. But like there's some shit that you should be jealous, dude. If a guy's like touching the fucking lower part of her back and like fucking leaning into her and shit, like, I mean, personally, me, I would fucking shove that guy, maybe even punch him in the face. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But at the same time, if the girl you're with is doing that, also, it's kind of like, do I even really want to be with some? You know what I mean? Like, at this point, bro, my standards are so fucking ridiculous. It's like, but honestly, I don't even feel like they're that high. I just feel like the actual common standard of this society is trash, to be honest with you. I don't think that my standards are high. I just think that society standards are fucking trash.
My standards were very, very high, and I already told everybody pretty much. You know, I'm 30 years old. I'll never get married. You know, I done fucking been through my 20s. You know, and now I'm 30 years old. I'm fucking. Why would I get married? I don't need to get married. And I just happened to fucking come across a fucking woman, man. Fucking like fucking just clicked, man. Just that vibe. I almost knew it right when I met her, but I ain't gonna claim that. But just, man, she just had fucking just all the thoughts I had, you know, on a, you know, just major opinions and shit, you know. She believed in rights, people's rights and shit, man. She fucking just old fashioned, man. I mean, I couldn't believe I fucking found her, man. And I stuck around with her for for about a year to make sure it was not an act, and it wasn't. And we've been married for fucking 11 years, together for 12, and I'll die with her, dude. No way I'm
Yeah,
leaving
that's
her.
my fucking thing is I think I'm gonna try and do like the year test period. You know what I mean? Because for a month someone can do an act right very easily, but for a whole year you have to be a pretty good actor to fucking be someone else for a year straight.
I mean, she fucking she was a manager of a fucking printing company, and she was a single mom. I was a single dad. She has 3 children. I have 3 children. We both have a Mariah, you know, and mine were younger though. My two youngest were younger, which kind of put her at, a disadvantage. Like it's almost like her starting over. My youngest was 4, and so like that gave her a lot more responsibility because her youngest was 11 and already going to catch the bus and getting herself ready and all that. It's like her starting back over a little bit, man. But we kind of needed each other, man, and it was almost like luck just running into her, man. But I was a whore before that, man, and yeah, I'm over all the jealous shit, man. They're gonna do whatever the fuck they're gonna do, and if you really want to catch them, you can just take the time out and catch them. If you, but don't accuse them unless you know. Don't question them. Don't fucking all that questioning bullshit. Just catch the motherfucker. If you think they're cheating on you, take the time and fucking and follow them. But you're already on a bad path, right, when you start that. But don't accuse them and question them. Don't accuse them unless you fucking know for sure, because it'll never be the same once you start down that road. But if you find a woman that you'll know. I mean, I didn't think I'd ever get married, but I sure did, man. Finally met the woman that I fucking thought didn't exist. But so good luck, any of y'all who haven't. They're out there, man. Your match is out there somewhere.
And we'll be right back with more Loveline.
That's funny. But she's a fucking concave earther, man.
Uh,
That's
She's a
not
dinner
true, Brian.
She's a dinner
Not
plate
true.
earther, man.
It's not, dinner plate is not concave. Please stop saying that.
Like I said, tell her that.
I know she calls it concave, but let her. It's not. Don't call her a concaver. Let her call herself a concaver, because dish is what we all think it is.
She never tells anybody unless they ask or something. But it's just she looked at some of the shit early on, like the NASA shit and all that, but she just ain't really interested, man. Not important to her at all. But she understands that I was always into science. Before this, it was fucking through the wormhole and fucking all the other shit, particle and say quantum shit, and and then finding this out, and I kind of dove head first, man. I want more. I want to learn more. I want to fucking.
It really is a deal breaker, though. If she was a total glober, it'd be really hard. I think. Like, I don't know if I could be
fucking
total
downright impossible.
It would be.
It'd be downright impossible. But she's got
that's
eyes.
what I'm
She's seen
saying,
the
dude. Is
NASA
it's
shit
impossible,
and that was all. That's all it took. She didn't even
dude.
need to be told.
After having my last girlfriend, like that I talked to
Good.
and told shit to, and then I couldn't have a fucking chick who was basically like basically a glober, and then I can't tell her my thoughts. You know what I mean? I can't be with someone I can't be fucking upfront with and shit. I can't already when I'm with my family, I can't fucking say shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's already like, dude, like I don't know, it pisses me off, dude, that I can't even speak my own mind in my own family. And if that's gonna be my fucking wife, that's not gonna fly. You know what I mean?
It's almost like our mission may not be to get everybody to realize that we're not on the spinning ball, but just at least enough so the demographic of available women is higher. Like there's the chances of having someone, beautiful
like
woman that gets it.
As a girl, I want to say something really quick that I became a flat earther in 2012, the day my mom passed away, and I saw something in the sky. I'm not going to get into the full story of it in my history, but my husband, his stepdad basically worked for Lockheed, helped build the Hubble telescope, you know, crazy into like space, Star Trek, all this kind of stuff, and I started coming around to flat Earth, and I actually helped my husband come around to it. And I actually was able to talk to he was on top security clearance, and he ended up having ALS and whatever, but when I would talk to my father-in-law about it, like he would nod and smile and like couldn't say shit, but like the fact that he did that even helped my husband. He was like, what the heck, like, you know what I mean, like he's given the nod, like what's going on here? And so the more we started researching whatever, so sometimes it's even the girls that can help the guys. It's just a matter of like being honest, like as long as we're honest with other people, and not like a ranty way, but like, oh my gosh, did you know about this? Well, you know, intrinsic thinking and just like getting people like inspired, and whatever vibration like meets them can help them. And I definitely think that you guys are definitely going to meet girls that are willing to do that. I think that people are starting to wake up so much these days that I have high hopes that you guys get married and have lots of like really not woke quote unquote babies, but really awakened children, and that this is going to spread. I think you guys can do it.
Nice,
All my
thanks.
kids,
Hope you're right.
I don't even teach them. I tell them, you know, that ultimately I hold a stance of fucking of open, of nobody knows. But my kids are all woke, dude. Every fucking one of them, step kids and kids alike. But I don't really. That's the first time I've called them step kids in probably 3 or 4 years. I don't do that. But they never had a dad. But anyway, with the I was gonna say all my wife had to see. She seen a picture where I forgot what video it was, but she seen a picture of I think it was the salt flats and the reflection, and then and then she seen another body of water. It was it was obviously a video about the physics of water, and she seen the reflections, and then she seen, you know, I showed her all the NASA shit because that's what tripped me out to begin with, and you know, she's got eyes, so she's seen all the NASA garbage shit, and you know, once you look at that shit, you can't unsee it, and that's when she's like fucking. She took her stance just that quick, dude. That she didn't need any convincing or nothing, man. She fucking realized how water behaves, and seen it, and seen fucking the NASA bullshit, and that was it for her.
Hey, speaking of which, Shines, where's your friend? Where's your friend? Where's your hot friend?
My hot friend Rose,
Yeah.
she's actually on vacation right now, so she'll be back soon.
All right.
Yeah, she'll be back, don't worry.
I'll send you a
And
video to show her.
she's waking up too, so she's not a flat earther either. She's, you know, open to everything. She's questioning everything. It's taken me a long time with her. I live in California, so my friends are like leftist. She was like a hardcore leftist, like Black Lives Matter and this and that, and like totally militant feminist. And she's like slowly but surely, like she's hung out with me, and now it's like creeping into her. So it's amazing. But yeah, we need to work on her more when she comes back around. Please, I need you guys to help with that.
Show her more and more NASA bullshit.
That's what we did the last time she was on here. I was showing her what was it, taboo conspiracies about the moon landing. She'd never even seen that one. I was like, let's start back with that one again. You know, let's go back to the basics. Let's get this worked out, girl. And we're still working on with her on politics and like all this different stuff. Like she's coming around, but and you have to take it slowly, right? You have to plant seeds with people. And sometimes the seeds you plant will never sprout. They have to hear it from maybe a couple of other people, and then they, even when they come back to you, they're like, you'll never guess what I found out. And it's like, I told you about that years ago. But they think it's their own new idea, right? So you just have to keep planting those seeds, and people who are supposed to wake up will wake up. Kind of like that Bible verse, you know, you throw the seeds, some hit the rock, some hit the soil, some of them will grow and some of them never will. Got to plant the seeds.
Yeah, this last thing that we just went through changes a lot, because if they went along with that, then it's almost like they have to feel like they go along with other things. It was so extreme. But if they didn't, then it makes it a lot more options for people too. It's totally opened up a lot of people to the possibility of a grand conspiracy.
I mean, everything that's going on right now, everything we just went through, the whole entire hearing that happened today with January, like gas prices, inflation, we're basically in a depression, and they're like, "Oh, everything's fine." It's literally that meme of everything burning down around you, but everything's fine. It's like, and everybody sees it. Like I think the new ratings came out today for Biden, and he's at like 22%. Like, really? Come on. It's a fucking joke, and people can start to see it, which also kind of makes me think, like, is that also a setup? Like, what's happening here? I've never witnessed anything like this in my entire lifetime, and even the elders in my life who are like 90 years old, 100 years old, 80 years old are like, we've never witnessed anything like we're witnessing right now in our entire lifetime. Like, this is insanity. When is it going to stop? What are we going to do? What's the next
Right.
step, guys?
They kind of have our revolution plan in the plan, which is crazy. Like even our reaction and trying to make things right is part of their plan, I think, which is crazy, but I think that's true.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there will be a new season and it won't be a rerun, and it'll be something that's like an entire new movie, because this one sucks. I'm tired of this episode. I hope it changes quickly. Like, I don't think 2024 can come quick enough, and I don't think it'll change no matter who the next person is. But
Well, yeah, 2030, Agenda 2030 is on the way, right?
you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I don't know. Did you guys ever hear about Ray Kurzweil and like the singularity, and how he said the singularity would hit 2020? We would be at the singularity where technology would advance and it would be the destruction of humankind, and we would start having robotics and all this stuff. And now Tesla's saying that they're coming out with this new robot and everything is destructing around us and blah blah blah. Did you guys ever watch that? The Singularity is Near by Ray Kurzweil.
No, I haven't.
I'll post it in the chat. You guys should check it out when you get a chance.
Cool. I'm DMing you right now. Oh shit, Kenny's alive. I should jump on there. Fuck. I may have to go because I just realized that the show I'm usually on Thursday nights, TNT on Flat Earth Dude's channel, I'm usually his like sidekick on that.
Wait, what are you doing?
Show. Flat Earth Dude, you know Kenny, Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah.
He does like a Thursday night therapy. It's called TNT, and
What kind of
he
therapy
does
is it?
plays music. We just have a laugh and play
cool.
music.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
like Flat Earth songs or just whatever kind of music.
I love
I
it.
usually make up the playlist for him, but I forgot it's Thursday. Funny, actually, there was a synchronicity between he and I. Actually, the video I just sent you is when I first met him, when I punked them. I acted like a baller and then let him convince me that the earth might be flat. And then after that, because I was moving all my stuff back out to California, I'll tell the story real quick. An interesting synchronicity. So I break down the second time I come out, right? So that was the first time I sent you the video of. Second time I come out with my van of shit, I break down in the middle of Arizona. And you know, like 3 o'clock in the morning almost. Oh, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever. But it was late enough that everyone's on the hangout. But okay, so I am in Kingsman, Arizona, and I get on the hangout once I'm to the place I'm going to get my car fixed the next morning, and I'm just like spending the night in the parking lot waiting for the car to get fixed. I have no battery or anything, so I'm like at the little shop there that I chose between 3 different places, and that's only significant because the name of the place comes in later for the story. But I get on the hangout, and Kenny's like, "You're in Kingsman, Arizona? Shit, I got a friend there that'll help you out, man. Just let me know, and I'll call him up. And he'll probably let you sleep in his house and whatever else, you know, like totally like looking to help me out." And then I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." And then I told him about when I got into the guy that was towing my car. I started flat smacking him right away because he was saying, like, "Can I help with this Bluetooth?" And he was trying to get some channel in, and I'm like, "Oh, I don't really listen to." He's like, "What radio station do you listen to?" And I'm like, "I'm usually just on YouTube." And then that kind of led into talking about flat Earth. He was experienced with like, you know, different conspiracies, but flat Earth he hadn't really considered much. And now he's stuck in the car with me for 45 minutes. So by the end of it, he's like smoking a joint with me and helping me try to get like a portable battery so my phone could work, and we're like getting along and everything. And then I'm like talking to Kenny on the Hangout, and he's like, yeah, my friend, it was Sam, was his name, Sammy. He said, my friend Sammy will help you out. I'm like, really? Okay, well, shit, that's weird. My tow truck driver's name was Sammy. Really? I'm like, no way. Like, yeah, I got his number so I could text him some links and stuff. And he's like, give me the first 3 numbers of the number. And it was the guy that he was planning on helping me, calling to help me, has already towed my car. Just happened to be the same exact guy. I'm like, no way. Your friend is the guy that towed me.
That's crazy.
And then we're like, and then I'm like, how do you know him? And he's like, we used to play music together. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, that's crazy. What was your band called? He's like, well, it's TNT, just like my show I do on Thursday nights. I'm like, dude, I am at TNT Automotive. And there's this big, huge sign that I'm sitting in front of, TNT Automotive. Like, weird connection, right? The fact that I chose between 3 different auto shops to go to, and it happened to be TNT that I chose. And then the guy that he's going to have help me, I already have his number. I've already flat smacked him. And it's the same dude that he was going to offer to help me. It's already helped me. That he used to be in a band with called TNT. And I'm at TNT Automotive. It was just a weird synchronicity.
That's amazing.
He's like my best friend now. So
you should talk to Fundy about that. He'll get a kick out of that.
Right? I've heard his synchronicity story.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy with the albums and stuff. Did you hear that one? The Bread Rising?
No, I haven't heard that one. I haven't been around for the past week, so I haven't heard anything new.
He was with
man, what's that fucking Don server called, man? Is it like the Asylum or some shit?
Yeah, Asylum. Do you need an invite?
I do.
Send me one too, because I lost the old one.
Guys, right now. Give me a second.
I'm going to post Flat Earth Dude's TNT link if anyone wants to watch. It looks like he's playing music from the NAMM show that he just went to. It's called NAMM, but it's for musical artists.
I'll check it out. I'll come
people that are into like people that repair instruments. He's a luthier. I'm actually working with him right now too. But yeah, that's an event that goes on with 20,000 people down here in Southern California. He just went to this last weekend. So good thing I didn't need
Who went to it? Who went to it?
Kenny. Flat
really? You met him?
No, that's the guy I was just talking about. Kenny, the guy that I had the same.
Yeah, I thought you were saying like you went because he came down and you should have went. It's right in your backyard, man. You're fired.
Right, I can't. Well, you can't. No, it's not that. The event just happened this last weekend. It's only for people that are in the industry. Like they have to be a card carrying member of some sort. So I wasn't able to go anyway, but I work with him on a regular basis, helping him fix instruments. So yeah, but the synchronicity happened a couple of years ago. And the video, I guess I'll post the video where I first punked them too. The one I sent to Shines, if anyone hasn't seen it. Kind of funny. I act like a baller. Everyone knew me as New Perspective pretty well by that point. Just in the chat. So no one knew what I looked like or what I sounded like. So I found, I was on the panel in the live stream and I found out where they were in Hollywood and then went and punked them.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that. That's
the end. Just go to the end. No, not the Infinite Plane. That was the wrong link.
Hollywood. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's the wrong link I accidentally put in.
Okay. No, that's cool though. I'll watch that too. But yeah, I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, show it to your friend Rose. Tell her.
I will.
Tell her to say what's up. Tell her to come talk to me.
I will. Yeah.
She needs a good flat smack on her ass, doesn't she?
No, she doesn't.
No, I was kidding.
No, she doesn't. She's an amazing woman and should be treated.
every girl likes a little flat smack on the ass once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
I was
by their
kidding.
boyfriend or husband, but yeah, no.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're like, yeah, I'm trying to get in there.
Yeah, that's right. After you're
I hear
comfortable,
you.
right?
Yeah, this is funny.
That's fucking hilarious.
I haven't even met her. I haven't even seen what she looks like. I'm just playing, just being a dog.
Nah, she's amazing. I mean, she really is an open person, and I'm very
Send me a
proud of
picture
her
of her.
for coming. No, she can do that if she wants to. But
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
proud
yeah.
of her for
Okay.
coming around as much as she has.
She's on her way, huh?
She's on her way. Yeah. So
Get her
if
in here. Get her in here.
we keep her on it, and we keep bringing her in here. It's like AA, keep coming back. Why? It works. Like we need to get out of this leftist mentality. Not like we're in the Bay Area of California. Like it doesn't get any worse than here. You know what I mean? So the fact that I'm awake is astounding. The fact that she's coming out of it is even more miraculous. It just shows that people can be saved from this insanity.
Yeah, but don't you think, Shines, that like, I mean, for me at least, at this point, it's getting pretty fucking ridiculous and obvious. Like,
it's really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Like, you go outside,
like,
you see
can see it
fuckers.
now.
It's obvious, but the thing is that we don't really have much of a like an alternative to offer them. Kind of like flat Earth versus globe. Like we don't have like the answer to what it is because we're not going to claim that we know what it is exactly.
No, but that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Right.
The people need to sit down and understand that there is so much more beauty in the wonder of not knowing. And this whole idea that you're so egotistical that you have to claim that you know something when we know that we don't know it. Like, how stupid is that? Like, just be okay with the fact that you don't know what it is and you're on this adventure of learning what could it be. And maybe I won't ever know what that actually truly is. You know, but then they get stuck in this realm. They get so far lost in the weeds of it that I had to sit her down for hours. And we had this one argument one night, and I ended up getting drunk with her. I was like, I can't even handle this conversation. We argued for like, I have a little balcony on my condo, right? We have this huge umbrella because it gets really hot, and we had a pole in between our chairs. And I was like, she's like, yeah, but you don't know what if anything is real. Like, nothing is actually real. I was like, we're sitting on a balcony right now. There is an umbrella right here. This is a pole. Is this not here? She's like, well, is it actually here? I'm like, I'm hitting the fucking pole. This pole is right here in our reality. Like, you are so far gone in this leftist insanity that you can't even admit that there's this pole where we're sitting in this reality, whatever it is, that yes, this is what is in front of us.
That's the go-to. That's the go-to defense.
Like, what the fuck?
It could be virtual reality. We could be a branding of that.
Like,
right?
Oh my god! Like, you're killing me right now.
Yeah.
So you'll go to that, but oh no, the Earth can't not be a globe, right? So okay, it could be a simulation, but it definitely is still a globe. Like, just stop it. So I think it's delicate. Like sometimes you need to scream.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're close to them.
It's like I always say, it's like offering someone a permanent hit of acid.
Dude, it's seriously, it's like, waking somebody up is a delicate procedure. And that's why when you go and do ayahuasca, you have, a buddy there, right? Like you make sure that you or DMT or whatever, you just don't go it solo. You need somebody there to bring you back around, make sure that you're okay, take care of you. And that's what we need to be doing for people is even as sane as they are. And like what Noah was just saying, it's like, it's so fucking obvious. Like, how can people be so fucking dumb? Is because they're like either in Munchausen syndrome or a Stockholm syndrome or all of these different syndromes that they have been subjected to through the years of indoctrination, television, like all these different things. It's a delicate process to bring people out of that matrix, right? And we need to treat it as such. And sometimes people do need to be yelled at. Sometimes they need their hand held. Sometimes they need a hug. Sometimes they need a poke in the eye, third eye as well.
Well, full circle on the conversation. That's why they go along with it, because I think that's another reason they make it fake and obvious on purpose. Because if they make it fake and obvious and harmless at first, and you go along with it, then you're already in, and you have to go along with the rest of what they're saying. Otherwise, you have to doubt what you went along with to begin with, but it actually means something. It actually means you're lining up for something to stick in your arm. Then it's like, well, shit. And then I would have to like second guess everything else. And with flat Earth, it's like you almost have to second guess every critical decision you ever made in your life, because you might have made a different decision had you known your total philosophy on the existence of life has changed, you know? So people that are kind of dug into their lives have a lot harder time. If they have kids or some critical way of thinking that got them to where they are, they don't want to question that, because then they have to doubt so many core things about who they are.
Who doesn't want to question what?
If you go along with the program for a certain long, if you have like certain, like you are a perfect example of your career, and you directly relates to the idea that we're on a spinning ball. I think it'd be a lot harder for someone like you, regardless, not to make a personal judgment at all, but somebody that has like a direct connection to this philosophy and sees the actual, evidence that seems to make it like proof solid. It's a lot harder for that person to question whether it could be, a big lie or not.
But that's what I do while I'm doing my work. I'm questioning whether or not,
right,
reality is what we think it is.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a problem someone like me faces every day. There's always this worry that we might discover something new that forces us to throw away everything we have now.
Wait, what?
But you still see it as we are going to discover, like, if the earth is flat, they'll tell us when they find that out, like they don't already know.
They do already
It's
know.
more if it's more of a thing of if the earth is flat, we'll discover that sooner or later. It's not someone's
But I
going to
just
come and
said,
tell
We
us.
already know it.
but
We
the
already
thing
know
is
that the
if
earth
it's
is level
flat,
and
that means,
horizontal.
well, we know it maybe, but I'm saying for the people that have planned this, it's definitely a reverse engineered masterpiece. Like it's not because they haven't discovered it yet. It's because they knew it was flat and they decided to make the idea that it's a ball. There's no other way around it.
No,
They
I think
didn't
that
just
there's two
mistakenly
separate.
think it was a ball.
No. I think that there are two separate groups. I think that there are people that know, and I think that there are people that believe the lie and believe the lie so much that they are still looking at the world as if it is that, think that it is that. They go up high, they see the circle of light, and they're like, oh, yeah, we see in the circle, so therefore it still is a ball because the circle somehow equates to sphere. And, they just continuously, these science people are just so indoctrinated that they don't realize, right? So there are some people that are completely inept, even coming out of that matrix that they're in, to realize. And then there are the people that are some people at the top that I think do know. And I know that my father-in-law, that he knew what was going on, and he couldn't say anything. Top security clearance, right? Like, you're gonna lose all your money, your family's gonna lose all their money when you pass away. Like, you can't say shit. Like, you will go down if you say anything. But every time we had a
How
conversation about it, he did the nod to it, gave the nod and the wink, like, you're onto something, keep on trudging in that direction, you know. So I think that there are two groups: people that know and people that just believe the lie so much that they think that it's true and they don't realize anything outside of it, like we see with Globers in here
okay?
all the time.
Two questions, one for each of you. So, Shines, did he say your father-in-law, your stepfather? I'm not sure which one it
Father-in-law.
is, but okay, did he tell you
My
directly?
husband's stepfather. No. He's not allowed to. He has top security clearance. He helped build the Hubble telescope. He's not allowed to ever say anything about
So how
anything
do you
about
know he
anything
knew?
because I
How
know
do you
him.
know?
I know him,
Uh-huh.
and I know when I say something and he doesn't say
Mhm.
anything, but he gives me a neat, like, the nod and the wink, that he's like, yeah, you're on something. He's not allowed to say anything. I'm not allowed to say that he said anything. There's nothing documented that he
But
ever
you
did
know.
any of this stuff, but we know him. And that's what helped my husband to come around, was that he saw him doing the nod and the wink, because my husband was, Star Trek fan. His stepdad helped build the Hubble telescope. They went to astronomy
Mhm.
stuff all the time. And when I started coming out with all this stuff in 2012, and bringing this questions to him constantly, like, okay, well, what about this? What about this? What about that? He was like, you have a very good, like, you need to listen to her. He would just tell him, you needed to listen to her. And he would
Wow.
give me a nod and a wink. You know what I mean? Like, he knew what the fuck was up.
That's what I'm saying.
But he
That's
kept
what I was
hating
saying. Like, people
So
that are at that level, or the people that devise this, didn't just mistakenly think it's a ball, and then now will somehow figure out it's flat and tell us the truth about that. I mean, it's obviously
I
devised
think he
to
figured it
create
out
this
along the way.
deception.
And he was one of the people who figured it out along the way. But once you're trapped into that, once you're in the Army, he was in the Air Force, then he went into Lockheed, then he had top security clearance, help with the Hubble telescope. Once you sign those kinds of documents, you're not allowed to say shit. You're stuck in what you're doing, and you know that you're building something. You know, like once you start realizing the stuff and you're really, really smart and you're able to break out of the matrix that, not a lot of people are capable of doing. Most of them just put their nose to the grindstone, do the jobs that they need to do. Some of them do think outside of the box and are like, wait a minute, well, that doesn't kind of make sense. This doesn't kind of make sense, right? But you don't have anybody that you can talk to about it because you already signed these documents and they will come after you. Like, we're talking about the government here. Like, you don't fuck around, So yeah, I definitely think that there's tiers of people that, some people know they were already in on the game. Some people figure it out, and some people might never realize. They're just so far
or
gone that
won't let
you can't tell
themselves
them
realize.
nothing. Yeah, exactly. You can't tell them anything.
And you guys believe this to be true? Or I mean, because
that's what it seems like.
No.
That's my best bet. That's what it seems like. It's not I believe anything. It's like if I had to bet, that's pretty accurate.
Okay, that's your best bet, Dave, and Shy knows because
I know due
of
to personal experience, based off of what I have
her
seen.
father-in-law. Okay. And you've brought your husband believes what you believe now, right?
No,
That the
not
Earth is
fully.
flat.
No, he is still I would say like probably 85%. He does, but he's not really into it. He doesn't, he's busy doing his own thing, and I'm not going to get into that. He's busy doing his own stuff in his own personal career and whatnot, and
Okay, so he doesn't have the time to get into it.
he's not into it the way that I am. Like, I'm very passionate about this. He's
Yeah.
just kind of like, oh, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. It could be this, it could be that. Yeah, level is horizontal and it is a straight line. So that doesn't make sense. So what is it? What are the edges? We don't know. And I'm passionate about figuring it out. Like, what exactly is everything? Like, this is this grand adventure that we can go on. And I love having these conversations in here all the time where he's like, I work my ass off. I want to come home and chill and do, watch a game, watch a show, do whatever, read a book. He's not as passionate as I am about it. If that's the best way I can say it.
Okay, but you guys both believe that there are people that work in the sciences that know the Earth is flat and they're in on the secret. And then what about these other scientists now? How, what's preventing them from?
We know that people that are in science are dissuaded in so many multiple ways. It's all about the money. It's all about the funding. There are so many people that are leaving universities, all kinds of sciences, because you basically go into a process of trying to discover something, already knowing what you're going to discover, because you have to discover that because of the funding that you're getting and the backing that you're getting to even do the experiments that you're trying to do. It's a total setup. And
Or they avoid having success so they can keep the funding coming. Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, the truthful and honest people are, waking up more and more every single day to how corrupt everything has been within the sciences, within universities, within government, within all of these aspects of the world. And the rest of them are just going to continue to keep their nose to the grindstone and pretend like nothing's happening.
Okay, Tessie, come on. Cutie.
Interesting. And I mean, I hear you guys. I just find it hard to believe that there would be scientists that know, and then there's scientists that don't know, and somehow the scientists that don't know are being blocked from finding this out. Because it's not to say that every single scientist works for the government or every single scientist goes along with what the government says. They all
No, it's about
scientists
your
and
career.
physicists that
It's
work
about your career and
for.
about your tenure and about your money and about
Okay,
like
but
if I
Shine,
get what I'm saying.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
I'm just making a point. Like, it's not just about that.
I hear you. You did make that point very clear, but I'm just trying to address it. So yeah, I hear you saying it's about your career and whatnot, but the career of a scientist's career is made when they discover something new. And if the Earth was flat, that would be something all scientists would be trying their
No, but
best
it's
to prove correct.
That's not true.
Because if they can prove the Earth is flat, that's like career defining, right?
Well,
You
think
know,
about
that
think about
that would
this
be
though. Wait,
something
better maybe a good
that
parallel.
will
Sorry to
put
cut
them
you
in
off,
the
either of
history
you off.
books forever.
Like, what about like cancer? Like, just take cancer for instance, right? Let's just say there is a natural cure for cancer, right? And you're
Hmm.
in the cancer industry, and that's where your money comes from, and
Hmm.
you realize that there's these natural cures that you can look up online, and that their success ratings, are high and everything, and you realize that the pharmaceuticals are a way that they're pushing on people that are making the money, so they're really downplaying some of these more natural things that might actually help or get rid of the cancer. But the industry is so huge by now, it's to their benefit not to come up with that answer, because there's radiological equipment, there's like a whole industry built on this. And then there's a whole idea that we already have a population problem if you believe we live on a globe. And if you cured cancer, there'd be too many people, and all these justifications that go through people's minds, maybe in some of the same ways that the globe type thing happens. And also, there's no way that they just mistakenly, I think even a lot of ballers would agree, they didn't just mistakenly think it's a ball and then they would discover it's flat. If it's not a ball, then it's definitely reverse engineered, because there's too many things that they're discovering, quote unquote, that and the way that all the system works with the predictions that are actually postdictions and all that. There's no way that it could be just like, oh, we actually think it's a ball, and that's what we think up until now. We've realized it's not. It's just too many things that have been baked into this whole thing. It's
All
too
right, but
detailed.
Dave, how would the scenario apply to the independent scientist that doesn't work within the industry, that has his own private funding? So either he's funding himself or he has a close friend, a benefactor that funds his research, and he's under no pressure to conform to what the mainstream or the industry says. And there are a lot of scientists and physicists and biologists like that. So these
Right.
guys that actually do want to find a cure for cancer or do want to prove the earth is flat, but they have no pressure from the outside world to keep whatever
Well,
findings they have a secret.
you
Why don't
you
they
didn't. That's
come out
kind of
with
why I
it?
brought that
They
up.
do have pressure.
There's countless doctors that have lost their license for presenting what could or couldn't be a cure. Right? They've
Like
lost their
like
license for
who?
medical malpractice, and then they get
Like who
debunked.
though?
Or
Well, okay,
Zabrinsky
no,
is
no,
one of
but
them
but
that
but
comes
but,
to my
but, but,
mind.
but hang on. Malpractice is something very different from having a cure for cancer.
Well, they
Malpractice is
claim
when you
malpractice because they're
is when you
saying
claim you have something and then
right,
you give it to a client, to a patient, and something bad happens to the patient. That's a
right,
bit
and
different from saying I
that's the thing,
have a cure for
right? If
cancer.
that's the thing, if the people are in control are able to deem that person as malpractice, even if they do have a cure, they can say what the standard is they have to follow and claim that they're giving out some kind of hoax therapy. In fact, the guy
But if the
Zabrinsky
patients are dying,
the guy Zabrinsky that had a very high success rate is now the formula, or the reason that the way he was curing, quote unquote, people of cancer is now totally open information to the public, and there's 17 patents on what he was using. Right, so they control the urea or whatever it was that they have patents on that was actually helping cure people. But he lost his
what was his
license in
Urea
the
is
first name?
meantime.
urine. That's hilarious.
Urea is
What was
urine,
his
yeah.
first name? What
Zabrinsky.
was his first name?
Zabrinsky was his name.
Isn't that his last name? What was his
Yeah,
first name?
I don't know. Just look up Dr. Zabrinsky cancer cure patents.
Dr.
ZIBRENSK. There's lots of other people too. The other thing is they use it's so deep, dude. I can't say that I know details about scientists that are looking independently into the globe and all that, but some of these stories are obvious to take apart. Like I even think they have stars like Steve Jobs supposedly die from pancreatic cancer, and it confirms to anybody that would question it. Well, he has enough money to buy the cancer cure. If there is one, there you go. Couldn't be, right? When he's just used as an example of someone trying alternative methods and losing the battle to cancer because of his, stubbornness about trying to go along with what science has discovered. And he was totally used that way. And a lot of other stars, I think, too, they don't die from cancer. We're just told that they are, so that we all think there's no cure. That's my opinion.
But even coming back around to like flat Earth and like whatever, you have to realize this is a money-making machine. Science, universities,
Mm-hmm.
all of these things, they are funded and paid for by, the meat industry will be like, okay, let's take it back to eggs. Eggs were horrible. Remember, they were so good for you. Eggs are so good for you. That was backed by science because the egg companies helped fund science to say that eggs were good. Then, these other people came out and were like, no, 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 eggs are bad because then the eggs didn't
Mm-hmm.
have funding. And these other people were like, no, no, say that eggs are bad because we want this to go through. And then
Right.
now all again, eggs are good for you again, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's who's backing, what is happening. You can watch this on so many different things, all these different books that come out when it has to do with meat, veganism, this, that, and the other. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
veganism is totally good for you, but actually it ruins the planet. But there's so many
Right.
opinions about so many different things, and it's not actual science. It's all about the funding and the money and who can get the backing for this research. So it's no longer about this truth coming out. Matt Walsh just did this documentary about what is a woman. And there was a woman on there that was like, I left university completely. And there are many of my fellows leaving as well because the universities are no longer actually about science. It's about who, you have to be backed by these corporations. You have to be backed by these people. Otherwise, they'll throw lawsuits after you that you're not being inclusive or you're saying these things that are bad or blah, 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 whatever. And otherwise, you need to pay these people, say what's good, and do these things this way. And then you'll be okay. Like, that's not science.
Yeah. Yep.
That's not right. It's
Propaganda.
propaganda.
Yeah.
Exactly. Jinx,
There
you
we
owe me a
go.
Coke.
Edward
Jinx, you owe
Bernays,
me a
right? It's got
Coke.
Bernays. I always say it's got
Exactly.
Bernays sauce all over it, right?
Yep.
That's got Bernays sauce. That was Freud's nephew. And I think that Bernays' nephew now owns Netflix, by the way.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying Bernays? Hold on. My husband teaches psychology. So Bernays is
Freud's nephew.
And
Yes.
Bernays' nephew now owns Netflix?
Yeah, something like that. It's
Oh
either his
my
nephew or his son.
goodness. I
Well,
don't know
well,
how
didn't
Kevin knows that.
Edward
That's crazy.
Bernays just marry one of Freud's kids? But yeah, one of his descendants. I don't know if it's his direct nephew, but a descendant of his is a founder of
Executive.
Netflix.
Yeah, founder of Netflix. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
wild, dude.
Isn't that crazy? And
Yeah,
Netflix
Well,
is total
I do have to
propaganda.
say Netflix has taken a good turn. They have stopped,
Yeah.
they stopped that racist baby book and all these other little things that are, go woke, you go broke. It's
Racist
very
baby
true.
book.
Yeah, there was one, I
What?
can't remember what his name is. One of the black activists that came out with a book that all like the racist baby. And so they made like a cartoon about it and they canceled that. They canceled a bunch of things because everybody was like, fuck Netflix, like all this shit about like it's just such propaganda. Like we want it when people come home from work after a long day, like we want to escape and like it's shoved in our face in every single thing that we watch and every single thing that we do. So Netflix kind of got the hint a little bit. And so they took some of the things out. So I have to say at least hats off to them a little bit.
Well, because they were losing revenue, maybe, right?
Is exactly why.
Maybe.
Yeah, the funds were.
But
So hats off to them for keeping
Yeah.
their image
I
somewhat
would just say
somewhat
though,
clean.
all of this other stuff you guys are saying about that these things have to be reverse engineered and it has to be this, that, and the third. I mean, as far as
I'm
I
saying
know,
if it's
yeah,
flat,
you guys don't
it would have to be.
yeah, if it's flat, you guys don't have actual evidence for this, so it does sound like it's a lot of assumptions and hunches and just like beliefs you guys.
Well,
This is
it's
what's
just
so
it's
crazy
just
to
basic
me.
reasoning.
This is coming back to the exact thing that which is so funny over on 24/7. Whenever I do ladies'
Mhm.
night over there, the first thing that Globers ask is, why would they lie? People lie? Why would they do that? Like, are you so naive?
Why wouldn't they lie?
I don't think that you're that naive to think that these kinds of things don't happen. You're a grown man. I can tell by your voice. You cannot be that naive to not know
I'm
that
11
people
years
lie.
old.
They lie for money. They lie for power. They lie for control. They lie for comfort. They lie for security. They lie for a multitude of freaking reasons. And some people don't even know that they're lying. They believe the lie and feel empowered by that lie and think, oh, I'm doing a justice in the world, which is actually a lie. And they just can't even see the lie because they're so indoctrinated into the lie. Right?
Nate knows they lie.
I mean,
Though.
I totally agree with you. People lie. The problem is though, these people that you're accusing of lying, they it's not like they just made claims about things and then didn't provide us information that we could use to debunk their claims. The information's there. If they make a claim about something being this far away from us, You can go to an observatory close to you and
what
go
has
and
been
see
debunked?
and
Okay,
make
so
these
what's been debunked by
observations.
that? So if you're going to use
Oh
that
my
as an
God.
example, so if you're using that as an example, which isn't
Yeah.
anything scientific, because nobody in the science industry is ever going to touch flat Earth. They think that it's like pariahs and that we're
What?
completely lunatics.
No, what I'm saying is you can debunk it for yourself, Shine. You ain't got to go to them
I
to
understand
ask
that.
them to
So what has
debunk
been
their own thing.
What has
So
been
if they
debunked?
make any random claim about the nature of reality
And
that
we have
you don't
already
agree
we
with,
have so we have
okay, Shine,
debunked
you
them.
gotta let me finish. You gotta
No,
let me
no,
finish
you're
because you
missing my
did
point.
cut me
No,
off.
you're missing my
No,
point.
no, but you're missing my point. Or you didn't even
No, not.
let me finish making
Hold
my
on.
point. All right,
Let
Go
her
ahead.
let her
but
finish
you
talking,
gotta
please.
Go ahead.
let her finish. I was talking
No,
and
I
she
said
cut
I
me
him.
off.
said
I
let
said
you
him.
finish. Calm down.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. So the point I'm trying to make is I even forgot now. Hang on.
No,
So
if
if
we're saying
these
they're lying,
yes,
Don't worry
yes,
about it.
they're
if
finding out
yeah,
real things. So why would it be that they're lying? How could we think they're lying if they're finding out real things with real
no,
evidence that
no,
we can go check
no.
ourselves?
That wasn't that yeah,
No, what
well,
he was
kind of.
saying was
That
about
that was that was kind of my point. This is my
we were
point.
talking about
If they're
debunking.
making claims about the nature of reality, every time they make a claim, they give us evidence that
You're
they
gonna
basing the
see
claim on,
like at an
and because that
observatory, we can go
evidence.
see for
Oh
ourselves.
my
That's what
God,
she was gonna say, bro.
that's what you
All
Sorry,
right,
I'm trying
Brian,
to
don't
remind you
talk
what you was
over
gonna
him.
say,
Let
bro.
him finish.
Someone's hot
Let him
micing
finish,
up.
Okay,
Brian,
Trying.
please.
since you guys know what my point is,
No,
you
no,
guys
go
can
ahead, dude. Go ahead,
No,
bro.
no, no.
go
I was
ahead.
just reminding you, bro, what you was gonna say. You was saying that you could go to an observatory and see for ourselves or something. Remember?
Oh yes, yes, yes. Thank you. That is the example I was giving. Yeah. So if they make a claim about the nature of reality, they always provide evidence for it, and you can always use this evidence to try and debunk them. It's not like they just make a claim and they don't provide something to back up that claim. So the evidence is always there, or they kind of put a noose around their neck to hang themselves. As long as you guys take this evidence they have and use it to prove they're lying.
And that was my
Well,
point, is that we have proved that they're lying. We have proved
Like
all of these
so.
things. We have debunked them, and who has debunked us? Nobody's debunked us. We've debunked them, and nobody's debunked us when it comes to
How do you debunk them?
multiple things. How far, like you were talking about, you can go and see how far you see. Yeah, we see way too freaking far. Way too
How do
far.
we see too far? I don't understand.
How do we see too far? You're joking, right?
I'm not. Like, please tell me.
How do you not know how we were supposed to see over this curve of Earth, the 1.22 times the observer's height in feet at the shoreline, like how far you were able to see, and we see way past what is happening there. Way
Like,
past
how
it
do we?
every single time. I
So
live
we see
I
like.
live on the coast of California, and I see
Mhm.
way too far every single time I'm at the coast. I was just in Monterey today. Clear day. Saw way too
Mhm.
far. Way too far. Was able to see
That
all the way
was way-
across to the other side of the bay to the islands that were out there that were like 50 miles away? 60
And
miles
you
away?
could see the bottom of those islands, or like the top of the mountains on those
Yeah,
islands.
not even with binoculars. I'm not even talking with binoculars or
You could see
telescopes
the
or whatever.
floor of
I
those
could see
islands,
them. Yeah.
like the floor. Okay, I mean, since those, I'm assuming it's like you live right there. Like tomorrow or over the weekend, if you have time, could you take a photo of the floor of those other islands?
We're actually gonna be going back to the beach sometime in this next week, yeah, to take Damien to the
Okay.
beach. Yeah, so I will definitely take photos and I will show you.
Yeah,
I
whenever.
won't even use anything special. I'll just use our regular iPhone to show you from
That's
this
fine.
location to that location. We should not be able to see this, and we do.
Yeah,
And this happens
but
everywhere. There
remember.
are multitudes of videos online about people seeing too far from New York, from Florida, from even people on
Mhm.
land, like whatever. I mean, this is an old subject. The fact that oh, I'm ignoring refraction because, of course, refraction. People don't even
Refraction.
understand
Yeah,
what
but
refraction is.
remember,
It's
Sean,
amazing.
Yeah,
in this
Nate,
photo you take,
are you
you
trolling
gotta
us
be able
again,
to
dude?
see.
I feel like I'm being trolled. I feel
But
like
I
I'm
but
being
know.
no,
trolled
Shine,
right now.
he doesn't
That's
want to look
exactly what
into
I
it.
feel like.
He's already said he doesn't want to look. He doesn't look at
Thank
flat
you,
Earth
Gio. I was
information
kind of
because
like, wait
he'd
a minute.
rather not. He'd rather not know. Or
mm,
something.
Shine, you just make sure when you take these photos that we can see the bottom, like the floor of these islands in the distance, not like the top of mountains or hills on the islands. Please,
You got it.
just. All right, thank you so much.
You
Sorry,
got
Gio,
it.
you were saying?
Yeah, you're trolling. That's what he was saying.
I'm
We,
trolling,
Well,
huh?
we've heard these arguments before.
yeah, I was.
Huh?
Yeah, dude. Well, because like it seems like lately you'll do this thing where you'll act like it's like your first day talking about this.
Right.
But I mean, you guys don't do the same thing. Like when you guys ask us, well, what's the evidence for gravity when you've heard it so many times before? You guys act like it's the
Fair
first time
enough.
you've heard about it.
Fair enough. But it's not because we don't know. It's because, are you going to give us the same evidence you've been giving us about gravity? Is there anything new? Is there, we've heard it all before?
How? Yeah, I'm one individual man, Dave. How am I supposed to bring something brand new?
Well, hold on,
I'm not
Nate.
saying you should. We're not expecting that.
Nate, what is your current stance on the seeing too far, observing far beyond what the geometric horizon of a globe Earth should allow? Is that something that are you honestly just on the fence about it, or do you know?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe this whole "we see too far" story.
Oh, okay. So you're honestly don't know that we see too far.
I don't. Yeah, I've never seen a situation where we see too far.
All right, you do know that the globe proponents admit that we see too far. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I've never heard of globe
refraction.
Okay, then this is why it seems like you're either trolling or something's going on, because it's that's why I remember I made that joke the other day, like you, me, and Jeremy or Banso we were talking, and then I said something like, "Hey guys, this is Nate. It's his first day on the server. Let's welcome him to the server." I mean, are you serious? You don't know that we see too far, because like I said, globe Earth proponents admit that. They know that. All these guys,
they say
you would have to bring me someone that admits that. I've never heard someone on the globe side admit that.
They don't admit that we see too far, but what we see is being loomed up from down below.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, they claim refraction. They claim a bendy, warpy thing that makes with the 7/6R, they plug a radius in, but they don't deny that we're seeing far beyond the geometric horizon. That's the part I'm shocked that you don't know that.
Bro,
I think
standard refraction.
Things in the distance have been loomed or pushed up above the horizon due to refraction.
Yeah, but they don't say
too far.
Yeah, Geo kind of made it sound like they're actually agreeing with us that we see too far rather than excusing it by refraction.
The way Dave said it, that's what they think. They don't say we see.
We see too far can be summed up in terms of, well, there might be different ways people use that, but in general, it's that we're seeing beyond what the geometric horizon should allow for, meaning the actual physical curvature of a globe, there would be a limit. So if you have a basketball and you're looking over it, there's a limit as to what you can see. If you have a sheet of paper on the other side of the basketball and you're looking at it from one side, you're not going to be able to see that. I'm talking about like a little tiny piece of paper, like a little 1-inch square piece of paper. You're not going to be able to see it until you get up above the curvature enough to where you can actually see it. So we see too far in that sense is that we're seeing much, much, much further than what should be allowed for on the geometric horizon of a globe Earth.
No, hold on, Geo. I think you're absolutely wrong.
Real quick.
It's refraction, Geo.
Yeah, exactly. Standard refraction, 7/6R on it. They always apply that because the horizon is always fucking too far. So 7/6R is 20%. Is a 20% lengthening to their horizon because it never fucking matches, and that's usually not enough. Heat of the day, it's usually pretty close though. But any other time, it's sorry, Greg.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. No, they do use the refraction. They use all that. However, we still are seeing too far for what the geometric horizon would allow for. So, I mean, isn't it still we see too far, but the explanation for it, and then they lay that part out. But Nate was kind of saying that we don't even see too far. Like it seemed like he was indicating like, oh yeah, we just see exactly what the geometric horizon should allow for. It sounds like that's what he was saying.
No, I wasn't saying that at all. I was just saying that I've never heard a globus say we see too far. But I agree 100% with the way Dave explained it. No global would just sit down and say, yeah, we see too far, Because that's what you were making it sound like.
I don't know if they say that necessarily. Like I'm not saying they use that as some kind of...
Geo, you're right, though. They don't deny.
They don't deny it. They admit that we see further than what the geometric horizon should
allow.
They
admit the horizon is not where it should be.
Right. And that it's being...
Yeah, definitely. What Brian just said now, the horizon isn't where it should be. Due to, atmospheric refraction and whatnot. But we don't say we see too far. That's not a claim you'd ever hear a globus say. They wouldn't word it that way. If you want to
I'm not
interpret
suggesting
it,
that somebody. I'm not suggesting that somebody uses those words as some kind of a
Okay.
proof or something. What I'm saying is that the guys that are, deep in this conversation that are aware of it, none of them are denying that we see too far. So they will admit, like, yep, you're right. We're seeing way further than what the geometric horizon should allow
And
for.
they
So
claim refraction. Yeah.
yeah,
They at least do that. They at least know that we're seeing too far. Yeah. They're not claiming that we don't, like some people are, but they claim refraction, which I just told Doofus is lazy. Like refraction, Snell's law, I'll just read my comment, is the boundary between two media. A mixture of media, density layers, temperature flux, etc. are not refraction based off of Snell's. Stop being lazy. Like these are different things that are happening. And they claim like looming mirroring, that's refraction. There's a density layer, it's getting thicker, that's refraction. Miraging, where the water and the air temperature, things are evaporating, that's refraction. It's like, no, it's the boundary between two media. It's not all these mixtures, not all these things. Like, how about we start being more precise and labeling things exactly what they are, and not just claiming blanket statements of an easy get out, this is my life jacket for a glober, refraction. Like, I'm tired of that life jacket. It's super lazy.
Well, we are already very aware that air can bend the path of light, correct?
no, I would not say
No.
that.
Did somebody in this room honestly say no?
Absolutely, yes, that was me. I said no.
Oh,
Would
my
you show us this?
All right, here we go then. We'll go through the whole thing. Oh, Jesus.
that's what they want. They want us to show them evidence for refraction all over.
I'm not requesting anything from you at all. You just made a statement. You said, "Can we all agree?" And you declared something, and I just simply said no. That I would not agree with that, with the ways you worded that.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
Can we
it's
all,
the same.
can we
Like,
all agree that it
here.
is possible to? Can we all agree that it is possible?
I agree
to
with you,
observe
man.
That light can bend through air.
Ben might not be the perfect word, but I know what you're saying, and yeah, I have to agree that it.
That's like,
it does
can I
happen.
jump up in the air? Okay, that means that I could stay up in the air for, maybe a minute, right? Just because I could jump in the air doesn't mean I can stay in the air for a minute without wings.
Thanks for the false analogy. So we can observe light does bend through.
Sounds
So we can
pretty much
observe
like
light
that.
does. So light definitely does have the ability to bend in air. All we need to do to that air is change its density with respect to some variable, which the atmosphere already has a stable gradient, especially true at 20 feet above ground level or higher, where the highest density is always below.
Not
Is this
really
an open forum right now?
evaporation off of water. I don't think that's true.
I specified 20 feet above ground level or higher.
New
Anyway.
perspective. Is this an open conversation or is it just you right now?
No, open. Go for
well,
it.
Just gotta point out that when
as
I
long
see
as you
things bent in
behave
the
and
air,
talk nice to people, Exo, please, man.
when things are bent in the air, you still have to require a line of sight to the target. So when I see things bending in air, it doesn't make it look flat. So to say that because air bends, then the Earth looks flat would be pretty crazy if somebody.
Kind of like me
It
saying
would
I
be
could jump
crazy
in the
because
air and
that's
stay
not
in the
how I
air
said it.
for a minute. It's that ludicrous. It's actually not a false analogy.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would be crazy for you to state it the way that you stated it because I didn't state it the way that you stated it. I didn't say that the air is bending. I said that the light is taking a bent path in air.
Oh, right. The light bends, therefore it looks flat. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yep, it can be possible.
Well,
However, in stable conditions at 20 feet above ground level or higher, what we instead observe is that the Earth still gets in the way of things in the distance. So it doesn't follow the curvature exactly to cause it to look perfectly flat. It just looks slightly flatter.
oh no, it looks completely flat at all distances. That's what all photography. We have these things called zooming lenses that always see too far. There's no such thing as a white swan anymore. No one's ever gone out and say, "Oh, I can't see farther with the zooming lens." That's never happened. It still requires line of sight. Refraction is dependent on a surface that's flat. Yes, you have to continue to see flat out and straight for any refraction to be visible in the first place. There's no such thing as something bending something, therefore it looks flat and straight because it's bending. That would
Good
be,
point.
that's a really sad religion.
You give
All right,
one
so
example.
if we think about this, if we think
Can I
about
say
this very
something?
carefully, if the surface of the Earth is curved and the light is also bending downward, What does that cause?
Nothing. There's no such thing. It's just part of the imagination. It's a fairy tale.
Somebody else is trying to get in. Who was that trying to talk? Doofus, real quick. Could you
It's
take a
me,
turn?
Scrat. I'd like to say something here. Can you give one example of being able to see something on the other side of a hill due to refraction, please? Just one. Because
Yes.
that's what you're claiming
but
when
I
you
was
say, what?
yeah,
Really?
yeah. I was already addressing another topic, which was oh, hold on. I'll go get it, I guess, if you really want it.
If I have to prove the globe to you all over again.
You actually have an example of seeing something on the other side of a hill due to refraction.
Oh, an obstruction.
What?
Over
he's going to
top
show you
of an
the.
obstruction.
No, not over a hill, on the other side of a hill.
Is
Okay,
a hill
you got
not
a
an
hill,
obstruction
you have a
anymore?
hill.
He's going to give you a pipe and butane and some like a red
No,
button.
I'm talking about in nature.
No, I never use butane. Thanks for that lie, Jerry.
I'm talking about in nature. Can you ever? Is there any example of being able to see?
This is in nature, right?
I'm still talking. Being able to see like maybe a house or just anything on the other side of a hill due to refraction.
All right. The outdoors is in nature, correct?
Yes, the outdoor. I'm talking about in natural settings, not you setting up something.
Oh, so what I'm supposed to do is not experimentally verify this thing occurs. You want me to
I
just
didn't say
have
that.
it happen. But that's
No,
what I have to do. If I want to verify that this thing that I say exists, what I should do is I should set up something so that I can show you that it exists, right?
No, I'm talking about
No, don't set it
look
up.
at that. You have no idea what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about just a random. Hey, look at that. That house is on the other side of that hill, but I can see it due to the refraction. Not something you're setting up a scenario. I'm talking about in real life, just natural settings, being able to see something from the other side of a hill. Okay, like you're claiming that you can do over, when we see too far. That's exactly what you're claiming, that we're seeing something on the other side of a hill of water.
Okay, now that you're done, the example that I posted, the air that was between the observer and the distant object bent the light in such a way that the distant object, the portion of it that you could not see behind an obstruction, was revealed over the top of that obstruction due to the way that the light was curving in that air.
Okay. Was that just a natural thing?
What do
Or
you
did
mean
you have
by
to set up
natural?
oh my gosh, like I said earlier.
Shouldn't I
because you're
experiment
walking
to
along.
produce the thing you're asking for? I asked this question already, right?
No, this is not what I'm asking for. Did you not hear what I just said?
All right, so if I use air to bend light, now you want me to do it in a different place.
No.
Doofus, he didn't ask for any. You're assuming that he's requesting things because it sounds like you want to, I don't know, think that you're teaching people or something. But he didn't do any of that. He actually was talking about an actual point. You just seem stuck on the thing you want to say, but that he didn't say any of these things. He's not asking for any of the stuff you're claiming he's asking for.
Okay, well, all I need to demonstrate is that air can cause the light from a distant object to be able to be viewed over top of an obstruction that normally would be in the way, and I've done that.
Okay, again, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for an example of just, like you can see Chicago when you're not supposed to. It should be below the horizon. You can see the whole city skyline and everything. Okay, you're not supposed to be able to see that from that distance. Now you're claiming it's due to refraction. Okay, is there an example where you can actually see a house from the other side of a hill due to refraction to prove that that image can actually curve around that hill and you actually see the house? That's what I'm asking for.
Okay, what is the difference between the light coming from a house or the light coming from the printed paper in the example I provided?
Oh my gosh.
There's clearly a difference between the light coming from that paper and the light coming from a house because you're just stipulating that it has to be a house. Why?
I'm talking about because you're setting up the scenario.
We're in the
You're
weeds.
setting this up. I want it just completely in natural. That's what
Okay.
that's what I'm asking for.
Is the air that I'm using natural?
What
We're
air
in
are
the
you
weeds.
using?
Okay, it's the
Wow.
air
Okay, I guess I'll come back later.
is
Is air natural?
yeah, is the air has a temperature induced on it. It's still air, so it's still natural air. There's a gradient set up there that causes the light to change direction. What did I do that was unnatural?
Okay, did you manipulated the temperature and everything?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want what I'm asking for is just natural without you manipulating anything. Okay, how is it you don't understand this?
Right, so I should be able
just a
to,
natural. Look at that.
if I describe a phenomenon that does occur in air, I should be able to use air to reproduce that same phenomenon, right?
And I'm asking for an example of it without you manipulating anything to prove that it
Right.
can actually happen without you manipulating anything.
All right, so is it when I change the temperature of some of the air and not some of the other air that's nearby it, what did I do that doesn't occur on Earth?
Are you manipulating the air?
Yeah, I am indeed. I'm setting up the temperature to
Okay,
be the way that I want it to
higher.
be,
you're ignoring what I asked.
which in scenarios that we can see too far, we can record the temperatures from the surface and the air and recognize that those temperatures differ. That's what I'm trying to reproduce.
Okay.
So
I
what
don't
is
get
unnatural
what
about
I'm
what I did?
asking because you are doing it. Oh, how is it you
The
don't
Earth does it
understand
too.
this?
Does it become unnatural because the Earth did it too?
No, I want a natural, just look at that. I can see that house when I shouldn't be able to. That's all I'm asking for. Without you manipulating anything. Just look at that. That house is on that other side of that hill, but yet I can see that. That will prove that light can actually bend the way you're saying it is. It can. With, just completely unnatural. But nobody can ever produce that. Nobody's ever
Right.
seen a house on the other side of a hill due to refraction. Why? If light can bend, go ahead.
All right. The fun thing about that is that flat earthers provide all I really need for this. Because if we look at the black swan, for instance, these two images are taken by the same person with the same camera at the same zoom level in the same location. Now, either the shape of the earth changes from one day to the next, or refraction exists. I'm going to go with the fact that refraction exists because the other one sounds absurd.
Okay, again, you have no example of light curving around the earth. Okay?
There it is.
That's not an example of light curving around the earth.
There it
You
is.
see what's
What?
happening there? Do you understand that these are oil rigs? Do you understand that the heat coming off the oil rigs can also cause miraging to make things look bendy right next to it? Do you understand that there are ocean swells, there are tide changes that can do different things and hide things from people's view? When were these photos taken? Do you have a video of these photos where it is a steady stream that it looks exactly like that on both of them? Like, we need more than just a photo, dude.
Right, of course, because you guys did the same thing with the black swan and I'm using the same person, right? You made the same exact stipulation. You require the exact same level of verification that you are now currently requesting, right?
No, because with the Black Swan video, that, I don't necessarily agree with the modus tollens of the Black Swan, but in that Black Swan video, I was able to see a video from beginning to end exactly what took place in this video. This bottom photo, I have not seen that video. where it is from beginning
It's
to
in the
end,
same
same
channel.
exact location, the same
It's from
exact
the
spot.
same exact dude. It's the
Then show
same
it to me.
channel.
I've never seen it.
Show it to BMLSB69.
I
I
understand who
cannot
it
believe,
is.
I
Which
cannot
video is
honestly
it?
believe at this point that nobody went through his channel to look at his stuff if they all use
I'm
his
not
stuff.
concerned with the Black Swan. It's not one of my major arguments. Like, I don't even like the Modus Tollens that's arranged with it. So sorry if that disturbs you. But yeah, if you can show me the link to that exact video of the bottom photo, I would appreciate it. I'm just asking friendly. If you have that, it seems like you do since you've done all this research on it. Just asking for a link. Not a big deal.
Well, hold
All
on.
right.
So
I'll
the
go
two
get the link for you because you requested it. Now, what's
the two
interesting
photos
about
that
that is
you're
he's got
talking
the video unlisted because he doesn't want people to just randomly find it. Then that's funny.
Okay, the two photos I'm driving right now. I can't really look. Is it one that is the same thing, but you can't see as far? Is that
The
what you're?
surface of the Earth is in the way of one of the two images, yes.
Okay, so what does that prove? All it proves is that due to weather and everything, you can see further, and sometimes you can't see as far. What does that prove?
Okay. Those two images, I know you're not looking at them right now, but the surface of the Earth in each of them looks like it's a completely different shape. So either the surface changed shape or refraction exists. It's the only two possible conclusions there.
Oh, that's not true. What do you mean that it shows that the Earth is different shape? What isn't it water? Are you
Are you
looking at the I'm sorry. I don't like I said. I don't know what pictures you look. Is it the?
You're breaking up, man.
Can you hear me or?
You broke up, yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
Okay, so are the two pictures? One of them is the black swan, and the other one is the same area, but you can't see as far as the black swan photo. Is that what you're showing?
I mean, it's odd to say you can't see as far. Basically, the water's in the way. Yeah.
Okay, what does that prove? It just means that due to weather, the temperature and the weather and every stuff, you just can't see as far on that particular day. How does
Not
that?
that you
How does that
can't see
mean
as
that
far
the
because the
Earth
water
either
got in
has
the
to
way.
be? Say that again.
It's not that you just can't see as far because that would be like haze. Everything would just be cloudy and difficult to make out. No, the surface that you definitely can see got in the way of the other object that you definitely can see.
I have no idea what you're saying. The weather changes how far you can see. That's everybody knows this, and if you deny that, you're denying reality. Everybody knows that due to weather, there are days you can see further, and other days where you can't see further. And it doesn't have to be, really hazy or foggy or whatever.
All right, I'll make it very
I don't know
simple.
how.
I'll make it super simple then. If we're looking at the distant platform, the most distant platform in that example, we can clearly see it in both examples. We see as far, at least, as the distant platform. When we don't see the bottom of that platform, it's not because we can't see as far. That's the wrong term to use. It's just that the water's in the way.
Okay. What's your point?
So the surface has a different apparent shape from one day to the next.
No, it's perspective due to weather. Oh my
Perspective.
god.
All right, I
Yeah,
guess I'm done
yeah.
because you just brought up perspective, which doesn't make any sense.
No, it's
I'll go look for this video while you collect yourself and your internet.
Yeah, you're breaking up, man.
Am I clear now?
No.
All right, I'm in a really hilly area. I'm just gonna go on mute. Is this better?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
now.
go ahead.
Okay. I don't know what I was saying.
You were talking
I
about
just don't
perspective.
understand why. Well, yeah, it's weather. It's weather affects how far you can see and what you can see. I don't know why this is news to you. Just back to my original question: can you provide an an example in just an everyday thing where you're seeing something when you shouldn't be able to, just without you manipulating anything? It's like walking along. Hey, I shouldn't be able to see that, but due to refraction, I can see it from the other side of that hill. Nobody can ever provide that. If you could provide that, then that proves that refraction works the way that you say it does. Did I break up again?
No, we can hear you, man. It's just Doofus is busy
Oh,
looking for that video. So he's not going to respond to you right now.
Yeah, well, every glob proof is wrapped up in a bunch of theory and, right, Nate?
No. No, Jerry. Just no.
It's either a bunch of theory or stuff that isn't Earth.
Yeah, it's
No.
like the
It's
Earth
Friday.
presents itself
So
as an extended geometric plane, geometrically as an extended plane, and that just is what it is. The observation, the way that everything is presented right on the horizon, as far as we're able to see. But the globe explanation has to be, oh well, there's this thing that we have to theorize about that they don't even have proof for, of the refraction that somehow bends and warps that what they're claiming is actually curved, just to make it display as if it's horizontal and level.
So you don't believe in refraction, Jerry?
I don't have to believe in real refraction that exists, but you would have to believe in a fabricated pseudoscientific type of concept that claims that things are essentially bending around corners to display themselves as horizontal and level. It's like the actual observation is horizontal and level. You guys have to add a whole thing as to why that actually is a globe.
Yeah, I believe that the phenomenon we call refraction happens, just like I believe the phenomenon we call gravity happens. But there's theory that explains it that I'm not necessarily sure of. Like these lines going in,
Okay.
like these lines of light. I just,
Okay, Shines, I got your thing for you. The video where it shows a stable picture of the distant platform being obstructed by the surface of the water. Ah, she's not even here. Whatever. Okay.
So,
I think she went back to
Jerry,
the globe.
It's more you saying that you agree, like we all see the same thing. You just disagree with how we interpret what it is we seeing. So, how do you interpret refraction? Like, what is it to you?
I have no idea.
But you agree that the atmosphere makes light bend?
No, I believe that there's
No.
an effect. I don't know the cause. Like saying that the atmosphere does it would be attributing a cause. And then you'd also have to say, well, the lines of light would be straight, but they're being bent. But I've never seen those lines of light.
So what is the effect you see then?
You know, all this waviness. You know, boats being lifted over the horizon. You know, the black swan. You know, typical stuff.
All right.
Well, you guys understand that if the light works the way that you say it does in the atmosphere, nothing is where it appears to be. That's what.
Exactly.
Okay, and that is just absolute nonsense. If nothing was where it appears to be, how do snipers hit things? How do people, long range artillery and stuff? How in the world do they hit anything?
The guns that are firing long range artillery are not the ones looking at the targets anyway, so that's interesting. But if we're talking about objects that we observe on the surface of the if we're talking about objects observed on the surface of the Earth from any practical distance, the amount of the angular displacement of any particular object is typically far less than 0.1 degrees. In the case of the black swan, all it needed to be refracted by in order to appear perfectly flat is 0.07 degrees. That's it.
Okay, again, is there an example of light doing that, or like over a hill or something, to actually prove that light can actually do that?
And as I showed, through different days, the surface of the Earth can have a different apparent shape. Either the surface of the Earth is a completely different shape, or the light is following a different path on those different days.
Okay. So
it's reasonable to conclude that since we don't expect the surface of the Earth to change by that much from one day to the next, that the light is likely taking a different path.
Okay, so the weather can affect the light. I don't think anybody will deny that. What does that have to do with there having to be a curve?
Well, that's what's interesting about it, because at 20 feet above ground level or higher, you have a stable condition such that the highest density is always below. And when we demonstrate through any induced gradient in any amount of air anywhere, where the highest density is below, the light always bends downward, causing distant objects to appear higher.
Okay. So what?
Well, there's an interesting conclusion there, because if we're at 20 feet above ground level or higher, and we're looking at things in the distance, what we're seeing is the object that we see in the distance is actually slightly higher than where it actually is. But we do observe drop from horizontal with respect to distance. So that's the opposite direction. There must be another cause, and it's not refraction.
Okay, but that's things that we can see, right? No obstruction?
Yeah, I
Because
mean, if you
there's
get some
nothing
sort
in the
of
way? Okay,
yeah, if you
so
get some sort of device out there like a theodolite to actually measure the angles, it becomes very interesting.
okay, so that's things that are actually in our line of sight. There's no obstruction, right?
Yeah, that's the best way to measure where
Okay.
something is.
Okay, so what I don't understand is why you think that will happen long distance, like for example, the black swan, but it won't happen over a hill.
I don't say it wouldn't happen over a hill. It's just the stable conditions. A grass-covered hill, for instance, would be almost exactly the standard conditions, which would be a very small amount of looming.
What about a sand hill, like a dune?
It gets a little bit tricky, because if the surface is a lot warmer than the air above it, then it can cause the light to bend upward instead of downward. Causes inferior
Okay,
mirages and such.
so the only that can happen are the times that we actually,
Oh, he's cutting out again.
it only happens when it's too far, and therefore it's curving around the Earth curve. but it will never happen over a hill. That's really interesting.
That's not what I said. I said a grass-covered hill will actually have the closest to standard conditions, which is a small amount of looming. So it is happening. I didn't say it wouldn't happen.
It's happening. So
Yeah,
you're
just
saying
a
that
small amount.
you're saying you can actually see a hill. I mean, for example, a house on the other side of a grassy hill.
I mean, it's a very small amount of standard conditions. The amount of refraction, say you were looking at a house that was 1 mile away and the hill was in between you and the house. The standard conditions say that the amount of vertical displacement as measured at the location of the house is about 1.5, maybe 1.7, I don't know, somewhere in there, inches. That's it. It's not very big displacement.
But you're saying you'd be able to see it though, right?
Yeah, the additional 1.7 inches. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to know exactly where that was supposed to be because your position uncertainty is a little bit higher.
But yet, for example, the black swan, we can see everything. We can see the whole oil rigs and the horizon behind the oil rigs. Um, that doesn't make sense.
Well, what's interesting about that particular image is that on the distant platform, even in the distorted version that you see more on, you see that the distant platform, you can't see the boat deck. The water is in the way of that, which is curious. In addition, if you have those two examples, one where it's distorted but you can see more of the surface, and one where it's clear and the surface is in the way, actually, what I was going to mention, BMLSB69 states in his own video, the one that I just posted not too long ago, that it is most common, almost entirely all of the observations that you could go out there and see, is most common to see the surface of the Earth is in the way. But on these rare occasions is when you get these black swans.
Okay. What is that? What is that? Or, I mean, sorry, I'm a little distracted. What difference does that make for anything? It means that the weather changes how much you can see. That's again,
I mean,
you can't, you. There's no example of this actually happening
well,
unless
what's
it's too far away and it has to be due to the curve of the Earth. You know, it's never an example where it's just a hill or anything like that. I mean, if you could provide one example of the light doing that over a hill, then I believe that it's possible that it actually moves around the Earth. But nobody can provide. And I'm sorry to repeat myself, so I'm done.
all right?
19 out of
Well, I
20.
mean,
19 out of 20 out there, we get an inferior mirage.
out there, not according to the guy who was out there
No, not
filming the
there. I'm
black
talking
swan.
about where I observe. I bought a P1000 about 4 years ago, right when they came out, and I've been doing observations ever since. And there's usually an inferior mirage on the horizon, but some days you do see shit like that.
You're talking
Where
about the
there's shit
Gulf or the
drop.
ocean?
I'd say that's probably a little more common than no, I mean I've been to both. I've lived on both, but this is the Atlantic Ocean. But no, I would say it is more common to get the blockage, especially in the middle of the day and everything. But it's most common to get inferior mirage. So, but it's not like rare in a sense that it's always blockage and then fucking and then every now and then black swan. It's usually inferior mirage and then blockage would be in second place and then fucking then black swan. But the horizon is almost always further than it's supposed to be. I mean, I will say that. And at night, you don't get much blockage, man. Like if you're looking for lights, that you 9 out of 10 see them at night. I'll say this though, the blockage videos I've got and shit, like I've never seen videos like that, like over Chesapeake Bay or shit like that. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it seems like it's worse where there's waves and shit. It seems like it. I know the waves ain't directly in the way, but like on the horizon, they I've seen them, you know, affect distant shit. Is what it looks like, but you can't distinguish waves out in the distance. It could be fucking 8-foot waves. You don't see waves out in the distance. You see them at the shore. I don't know why. They join together or something. It's the damnedest thing, but you can't make out waves.
Yo, Jerry, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, has there ever been like a conspiracy theory you heard that you thought is too crazy to be true?
I'm sure there's been a few. There's
Like
some
what?
that
Do you remember?
I don't know. There's like I don't know that whole Mandela effect thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. It's too flimsy.
What's weird about it?
What's up?
What's weird about it?
Well, it's not weird. I mean, yeah. What I meant by weird is kind of like just stupid. But the Mandela effect, it's like plausible, but sometimes it's not. But then it's like, well, who the fuck cares? You know, like you know what it is, right?
Yeah, I know where people have these mass. I don't want to say hallucinations, but mass shared false memories.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it happens because I know that you know
So
I
you
could
do
walk.
believe it's real?
Well, I don't think that there's a conspiracy behind it. I just think it's just something that happened. Like a
Is
lot
it
of times,
Yeah, I didn't think
like
there was a conspiracy behind it either.
oh, okay, well then, yeah, it's just something
Yeah.
that's
So
yeah.
name something that does have a conspiracy behind it that you don't believe is an actual conspiracy. Is
Oh,
there
I don't
anything?
know, like aliens,
Okay.
and yeah, yeah. You're
You
gonna
don't
have
believe the alien conspiracy? How so?
to think it's stupid.
But what part of it? Do you think aliens are real and it's stupid they're being covered up? Or you think they don't exist and it's stupid that there's this fake cover up?
I think that people saying that there's aliens is stupid.
Okay, you don't believe aliens. Okay.
No, no, I'm not into that. But you're gonna have to like name stuff because like like off the top of my head,
I don't know that many conspiracies, Jerry. I'm just familiar with the popular common one,
which is
I
what.
don't go deep like Dave. Moon landings, aliens, JFK, 9/11. Those common ones. Our government, world governments, those common conspiracies. The whole J word. Those ones. Like Dave brings up conspiracies I've never heard.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think sometimes people construct a conspiracy to explain why they think they've been lied to, and then they go after that, as opposed to just
I like that.
recognizing. Yeah,
I
as
like
opposed to
that. I like that.
just recognizing that like people think that they have control, are gonna try to control shit.
Yeah, right. Like if you own a company and you have workers in that company, who are you gonna let be in control? You or the workers, there?
Yeah,
Yeah. And if you own a business and you're trying to make money, it's not like you're gonna have your heart making all of the major decisions. You're gonna think with your brain. You're gonna be a bit ruthless, right? You're gonna think profit above everything else if you're running a business. Otherwise, you might as well go run a not-for-profit organization or something.
yeah. I think the best thing someone could do is try to understand human behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Just see it for what it is. Not everything is a conspiracy. Just calm down.
I agree with you 100%, Jerry. At the end of the day, humans, will always have this self-interest at heart, and humans will do bad things. But to sit here and say there's a conspiracy, I don't know, because the powers that be tend to tell us what their plans are, right? They tend to tell us they have this conference where they're going to discuss these things. These things will be put on the table. All right. We're going to talk about global warming today. We're going to talk about this, that, and the third tomorrow. I think most ordinary people are aware that those in power don't have our best interests at heart. I think it's more of an issue of us coming together to push back. But for most ordinary people, it's a decision they got to make. Do I band together with Jerry and Gio and try fight a battle we might not lose? Or do I try my best to survive long enough that I can pass on the knowledge I have to my kids, and they can pass it on, and maybe over time, generation by generation, we fix and change the world, you know? I don't know. But I think most ordinary people, the sheep, they know that the world's a fucked up place. They know the world's bad, you know? They know we have fucked up leaders.
Yeah, and it's a pretty bleak thing to just, put up your hands and say, you know what, this is just the world we live in. But at the same time, that is the world we live in.
It is.
And
It is. I know. Yeah, it sounds very, very defeatist, right? To just say
yeah,
that. Yeah, it sounds like you just given up. Like you're not even gonna try.
but there's also some peace in that,
Mm-hmm.
because, like you said, you just do your best, man.
Do your best. Yeah. Do the best you can do with the little you have to work with.
And I believe it's all right in front of us. It's all in the stars, man. Everything comes in cycles, ups and downs, and that is the law. There is no, this is how it is, and that, as far as human doctrine, it's just that's the law of the
Cycle.
universe, right? Everything comes and goes in cycles.
Jerry's law of the universe. I like that. I like that. Yeah, man. You know. Do you have hope for the future, though? Do you think things are gonna get better?
Future of what?
Our future, you know, the future world that our kids are gonna be adults in. Do you think it's gonna be better than what we have now? Are they
I
gonna
don't
create
know.
a better future for themselves?
I don't know, because I'm sure that my parents thought, oh, Jerry's gonna be fucked up, all this shit. They didn't watch me. They didn't want me to watch, Beavis and Butthead and wrestling, and
Yeah.
but I snuck behind their back and I watched it, and I turned out
Yeah,
fine.
you did. You did. But I mean, you have kids, right?
So I do worry about him watching, so much, TV, and I don't want him addicted to a goddamn phone either. But at the same time, it's like, well, what's the big deal? Because I was
Yeah.
addicted to, video games, and I don't know, man. I
You
turned out
turned out
fine.
fine.
It's like, I don't know, man. It's tough. I think the overall message is just that's just how it is. Everything's gonna be
Yeah, just
okay
a
in
video.
the end.
I like that, Chad. I actually like that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people worry a bit too much about these things, you know, and they don't have trust in other people. There's kind of this idea that because I've discovered what's going on, everyone else is sheep. They can't take care of themselves, and they need me to preach the truth for them, you know. But I like your approach that you got to let people figure it out for themselves. You got to trust that they're going to turn out all right, you know.
Yeah, and the truth is there. It doesn't have to be taught. It's just look up.
Yeah, yeah. If
That's
they
the
want to
truth.
find it, they'll find it. Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. It's hidden in plain sight. I 100% agree with you, bro.
And there's another thing too, okay? And I know this might,
Mm-hmm.
piss off some people, but when people talk about
Uh
all the no, it's not that bad. Like, people talk about all this, satanic imagery all around us. I think that is the psyop to call, I can't really think of anything now, but like the Star of David, satanic imagery. It's not. It symbolizes as above, so below. It's got two triangles, one pointing up, one pointing down. That's as above, so below. And I don't see anything evil about that.
Yeah, it's just, I
Yeah,
mean, maybe they could say that whoever made that image, they were trying to symbolize evil. But it's all about how you interpret it, right? All we seeing, as you said, is two triangles, and you can interpret it as above, as below. Someone else can interpret it as this is Baphomet's head. Someone else could interpret it as this is the evil mother spirit vagina. You know, whatever. Yeah, people are gonna
yeah,
have their own interpretation on something, right?
yeah. You know, Apollo. You know, the Apollo missions. It's like, yeah, Apollo was the sun god, right? And the sun is a symbol of the human condition, ups and downs, ups and downs.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're just using things
Yeah,
to
all these things,
symbolize how we feel.
all these things are rooted in ancient Egyptian things where it wasn't evil back then. They just recognized it for what it was. And yeah, like you said, maybe some people do use it for evil intent, but that's what it originally meant, and it still does. It just look up; it's right there. It doesn't require interpretation.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Sure. Reality is what you make it. So, what got you into flat Earth, man? Was it something you saw, something you read, or you've
Going
always
down
had
all
this?
these, yeah, just going down all these rabbit holes.
But were you into conspiracies before you started going down the flat Earth
I
rabbit
always,
holes?
I always had an eye out. You know, I always
Okay.
kind of looked around for stuff. I wasn't deep into it, but you
Okay.
know, I was looking into the history of the Catholic Church, and I saw it's just all paganism. It's all
Oh
sun
yeah.
worship, you know, remasked,
Oh
um,
yeah.
which again is not bad, but the things that those people, you know, some of them do, you know, the priests and the
Yeah.
popes.
It's
But
bizarre.
yeah, and then eventually, you know, like everyone else here, or maybe not. I saw a flat Earth debate between Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth, and it was just funny, man. He was just the way, just their interaction.
Yeah, like they're just trolling each other, right?
Right. And Nathan made enough good points for me to be like, maybe there's something to this. So,
Yeah.
you know, I looked into it and I found out eventually that there's answers for everything that a flat earther has. Like every objection has an answer from the
I'm
globe
like,
side.
well,
And then
is
I
that a
thought,
bad thing?
okay,
Does that worry you?
no. It's just then it's like, okay, so what do I do here? And ultimately, I came to the conclusion we could only model our reality. Everything is just a model. So we model Earth as a globe, and we use it as one, but that doesn't mean that it is one. So it's tough, man. I think it's ultimately it's a philosophical uh, question.
Hmm. For you, it's all rooted in philosophy.
Every single thing, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Now that's new.
And ultimately, I do think
Mm-hmm.
that a lot of people use these forums just to get some kind of ego thing going, some kind of like gratification, something's missing in their life, and they need something to vent about on both sides. And I think that's the part of flat Earth that I feel is the psyop, is getting stuck in the debate and to not come to any ultimate truths about yourself. Because
I
at
agree
one
100%.
because at some point you gotta question, like, why am I fighting so hard? That I say is so obvious. What's the scam here? And the scam is getting caught up in these back and forth bullshit feuds with people and nonsense, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Like,
with you,
this
bro.
hasn't, if flat Earth or globe doesn't bring you peace, then there's something wrong.
Mm. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. You know, I mean, people don't really like. It gives you the sense that people, especially those that partake in these debates on a regular basis, it's more just about winning an argument for them. You know?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
I think the harder someone fights, the less confidence they have in their position.
Yeah.
Because
But have you noticed how people know the arguments so well? It's crazy.
yeah,
You think
and
that about me,
who's that?
About who?
Rakia?
No, I think you're just passionate. Like, you just got
Yeah, I'll
just
give
got
you a different. I'll
a
give you a
furious
different take.
passion.
Yeah, I'll give you a different take on it. I fight so hard because I hear the deception. I know because I went out and measured it myself and did things, observations, and I mean, when I first got into this, we used helicopters, planes, lasers. Went and did a lake measurement. You know, I went full fledged to make sure, right? And that's why when I hear someone say yes, no, or yeah, mirages obstruct bottom up, and then turn around and say there's no, what's obstructing the bottom of this building 15 miles away, that I get upset. There are some people here 100% just here to deceive. And it's something I fight adamantly about, because when I first got into this, they were basically attached to the group that were saying my kids should be taken away for my belief, right? Or, you know, I wish you would die overnight. You
Jesus.
understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I
Yeah,
can post you, chat after chat, text after chat, text of, multiple people wishing death, wishing my kids would be taken away. And then people ask why I'm so passionate. Until you've walked a mile in my shoes, don't worry about, what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very personal to me. Very, like, one of the most personal things I've ever experienced in my life, because I've been a Bible believer all my life. So that's one, that's kind of a religious part. It's where I choose to put my faith. But, you know, when I'm attacked like that, I think of it as an attack on the spirit, right? On the truth. And I fight against that vividly, like as hard as I can. I feel right now I'm called to do that, and I won't deny that. For the first time in my life, I've been seeing people that I've talked to be affected by, in a good way, like leading them back towards faith or back towards the Creator, with this topic more than I've ever done in my 50 years previous. You know, this topic is amazing. I think people are so toxic because they're fighting against truth, and I think the people are fighting for truth are so passionate because they know it means so much for so many. But that's my take on it anyway. That's why I'm here. Until I'm led away from this, I will fight tooth and nail for truth and fight against deception and to expose it every time it happens. So doesn't mean I'm right. You know, it doesn't mean I'm right. I admit, like, I could be totally wrong, but until I'm shown that, I'm gonna fight it as much as I can for the truth that I think I know.
If I'm wrong, I don't want to be right, because that would be pretty much the worst
Yeah.
situation. It would be like they would have to, at that point, I would live in a world where it's clearly flat and everyone acts like it's flat, but it's a globe anyway. It would be like the Twilight Zone. It would actually be like the Twilight Zone. Here's a model where everyone realizes it's endless. Endless space for all people, all ideas. But they don't.
Yeah.
They just don't.
I would never, like, if I was shown tomorrow a way to measure curved water and I knew it was a sphere, I would never fight, and I would apologize to the ones I've deceived, and I would, you know, admit I was wrong, and I would move on. I would never want to be a part of that group again. Like of globe, I wouldn't associate with globers. You know what I'm saying? Like that, the group that we call globers. I would just become a normal citizen again, because what I've heard and what I've seen from that group, I don't want any part of.
That's kind of the feedback they get from the rest of society too. I mean, they're very fringe individuals. It's not just flat Earth they're like this towards. They're like this almost any forum they go into.
Yeah. Well, most of them come from the battling the religious form type thing, the Christianity. You know, they were in that. You know, if you really dig deep, you know, the diehard Globers that are here were also in the Christianity places fighting against Christianity as you know, and being as ugly. But it brings out the worst in me too, right? Like, I don't want to just place blame on them, because I'm really not. This topic has brought out the worst in me too. I've had to challenge myself to, you know, try and work it out, because I never was on social media. I never had that Facebook account or Twitter or YouTube channel or I never knew that existed. When I started my YouTube to post, you know, videos and stuff about the observations I was doing and about creation, I was attacked like no other. Doxed, attacked, you know, just ugliness. I didn't even know that existed. Had no idea. I used my real name because I didn't know people were, you know, that upset about me posting a long distance observation that they would dox me over it, you know, and try and, you know, ruin my, you know, whatever, ruin my social status or business or whatever. And I was so naive to that fact. I learned very quickly within the first month. I learned how toxic this subject was. And when I first went into like Nathan's and other places, I didn't talk. I never went into VC. I just listened for like a year. And I heard both sides and I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy cow, man, this can't be true, right? But after I did my own studies and own tests and learned how it could be two different ways, and how one side was like so passionate and one side was just like fighting, you know, just being so rude, you know, like back then it was lopsided, right? Like flat earth never won an argument. You know, they never come out ahead. They never sounded, you know, like they had it together. They didn't have anything backing them up. Now it's the opposite. You know, we're the ones out there doing the tests and the observation. I have my camera with me right here today. I'm going to the beach today after work, and I want to see. The weather's a little weird, but I want to do some different things. But I'm always shooting the moon, or you know, trying to come up with a thing or talking to someone. Text after text I get all day about flat Earth from people in my community. We've started a group that meets every Tuesday. That is basically a Bible, you know, discussing the scripture about what it says about flat Earth, or what it says about debating, like you know, arguing. Should we be arguing about a topic, or should we be arguing or fighting against deception? And it clearly says not only are we to expose the deception, but we're to fight against it, because deception is the root of all, you know, like root of the world. It's evil. So that's where I come from. That's why I'll be as passionate as I can. You know, I think when I get triggered, it's because I'm against someone who knows how to trigger me. All they got to do is say I'm lying. They know that triggers me, or talk about my family, which they don't do as much anymore because the sites have, you know, have stopped that. But they used to just mention, you know, something about my family, and that was it. Just notice, you know, they'll start interrupting and then blaming me for interrupting and calling me a liar. You know, it's just projection, and they know that triggers me. But these are the trolls that come here every day that know they can get me off tilt, so I don't speak clearly, or, you know, I'm not concentrating on the topic. I'm more concentrating on them.
Well, they had to invent this, you know, new age religion in 2016 for a reason. So clearly they had it much worse than people thought, because it took literally a few months for everybody to realize that you can see way too far. Therefore, we invented a religion to just call reality an illusion. Now, there are two arguments: are reality is an illusion, or your family's bad. They can attack you, Rakia, or they can say reality is an illusion. That's the two options.
Yeah. I mean, we went a month ago or whatever it was. We got together at Bev's, and we were like, let's expose a couple of these guys, because it's getting out of hand. You know, me and Bev decided to put our real name out there and expose, you know, who was going to attack that. George Hatchinook posted a picture of my front door after I posted my name that morning, that 24 hours. He had already researched my name, which was out there anyway. Yeah, think about this now. It goes further than that. Not only posted a picture of my front door, but showed people a front, like a circle, that the concrete is like really old. When I bought it, the house is like 40 years old or whatever. And I haven't redone the concrete yet since the floods 5 years ago. We've been remodeling inside. It's just, you know, we're just waiting. And it's not that bad. It just looks bad on picture. It still functions. And he's like, look at this guy's own concrete at his house. Why would anyone use this guy as a contractor for concrete? Look at his own, like, that's an attack on my business, right? Like, these type of people are unbelievable. Who does that?
Yeah, that is fucked up.
Physically had to go research my name, which that's why we put our name out there, which my name had been out there for years, right? And every time I go to gyms or whatever, you got Anamorphic Mind, M Stone, Mark Taylor, people like that posting my real name, even though my YouTube name is Rakia Life. They do it on purpose because they want to drive people away. Like the normal person that sees that will say, "Shh, I'm getting out of here, man. I don't want my real name exposed." Or every time they hear that your family should be taken away, I'm going to call and get your kids taken away because you believe this way. The person that's hearing that is going to leave if they have kids and they don't want them to be taken away or the threat. They're not going to pay attention. They're going to, they're not going to come back. And why the server owners don't recognize that as losing customers, basically, I don't know. When Blue can come over here the other day and be in a talk with 30 people and have 4 mods in the room and call me the F word, like, you fucker, you're a liar. And not one mod stepped up. The only mod that piped up was Left Lane to say, yeah, that's right, he called you a fucker. You were there, weren't you? You heard that.
I was there.
Well,
yeah, you were there, right?
everybody. Yeah, I mean, what would you prefer? Would you prefer like an extreme level of strictness that every time somebody says "fucker," we just instantly mute them or give them a warning? Is that what you prefer? I mean, we could try to be more strict in that way, but I mean, some things kind of fly. I mean, if we did that, the thing is, we'd be muting, cutting off conversations left and right. Which, I mean, we already do that. We already mod. When people do the insults. But I'm saying, is that what you think would be ideal? Did you do that when you were a mod here?
Okay, we'll go through this situation since you're the server owner, because I'm speaking directly to you. I think you're losing customers over this. Blue called me a fucker right after his next sentence is, you're a liar. And instead of Left Lane coming in and going, Blue, look, we don't do names here. You know that. Calm down. Let's all take a deep breath like he does. He goes, yeah, that's right, Rakia. You're a fucker. He called you a fucker. And never addressed him. Never. Not once. And you think other people listening to that think that's a good thing and want to come back more and invite their friends over here? I don't.
All right. Well, I mean, if that happened, if Left Lane did that, that's definitely not the right thing to do. Ideally, like if you had a timestamp or something where I could listen to it, we could listen, review it, because I wasn't there. I don't think at that moment. Left Lane is usually pretty good about that, though. I've never heard him support any kind of insults or name calling. He always.
That's fine.
I mean, Gio, that did happen, but that isn't the whole of the story. There is a bit of
tell your side.
Well, the other thing, Rocky, if you're saying being more strict would be ideal, then I mean there'll be times where you'll probably have to be muted or given warning.
Yeah,
because
there's many times I am muted. But for someone to do that, you're hearing this guy say, yeah, it did happen. Absolutely happened where the mod came in, right? Or I don't even want to say mod, but Left Lane came in and not only didn't say anything, but kind of condoned it and took that opportunity to, say the same thing.
Yeah, but just to give context, there is a bit of a back and forth between you and Howard, Rocky. Like, you got to admit that you two don't, like each other. There are times where you tend to pick on him. If there's if there's a fight happening in VC and there's other mods, you tend to pick on Left Lane and say, Howard, Left Lane, why aren't you doing anything about it when there are other mods? So what Howard did wasn't right, but it's understood why he reacted like that specifically to you, because he only reacts like that to you, no one else.
I'll say this, too. I'll say this. Bandsaw came over to Blues right before that, and I've never heard Bandsaw fucking so angry at my life, but Sean Hawkins called him a liar. You know how Sean Hawkins does. And he fucking went off on Sean Hawkins. He said, you low-life scumbag sack of fucking shit. You fucking on Blue server, I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Blue didn't do shit. Yeah,
Benzo told us.
Blue didn't do nothing, man. He let it go, man, because he it was kind of out of character for Bandsaw and shit like that, man. He kind of let it ride. It just kind of simmered down.
No. But the reason Blue let it happen is because Sean Hawkins has been targeting Bandsaw.
Yeah, I know, man.
Blue was aware of it.
I think it was one of them cases, man. I ain't trying to go against you, Rocky, but left lane, he's usually pretty fucking in check. I mean, you guys got it out for you, man. You're pretty rough on him,
Yeah,
man.
like
But I'm
yeah,
not
you
saying
two
what they
don't
did
like
was
each other,
right.
Rocky. Come
You
on.
don't mind if I
I'm
answer
not
that,
saying what
right?
they did was right, but man, let it ride a little. I mean, fuck them, man.
Yeah, I've
If
let it
they,
ride. I've let it ride. And left lane, the only reason I call out left lane is because when he steps in, it's usually on Blue's side or the Glober side every time. That's why I'm calling him biased.
it's always on blue side. You
It was
got that right.
unbelievable how
Yeah, I
biased.
would agree with that.
Yeah, see, now
That is
everybody's
true.
agreeing with me, and I'm giving you that reason. He's biased, man. It's so
But don't
bad.
all the mods have bias?
Not as
Or you
bad as
feel
that,
the
man.
I
I
got a
mean, not as
mouth on
bad as
me though,
that.
so I gotta fucking vote for letting it ride a little bit because I got a mouth on me,
But
man. So I
anyway,
got
I'll
like I
I'll
said.
stop talking about the mods. I don't think that's what it's for here. But
Well, but originally, Rakia, the thing is, okay, so we all know what happens on certain other servers and platforms. It's just complete insults, the whole 9 yards, right? So when I was first thinking of getting this server going and everything, which was actually years ago when I first started thinking about it, I had a vision in a sense of, okay, could we create a platform that doesn't have all that, where we could actually have, real discussions and not have to always turn into a dumpster fire, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, that was in my mind for quite some time and so on. And then once, I launched this and we got it all going, at the beginning, it was just everybody used to those other servers. So just all, not nonstop insults and all the attacks and all of that. And then we were, obviously moderating and trying to deal with that. But it happens a lot, as you know. So it's like, and we've obviously, gotten to a point where it's pretty good. But yes, for sure, that stuff still happens. So let me ask you, I mean, what do you think should be done? Do you think we should just be even more strict, just absolutely the minute that somebody calls someone a fucker or the minute that somebody, does whatever, we just instantly mute them, give them a warning, a 30-minute timeout, type of thing? Or do you
yeah,
think
I'll answer that.
there's some leeway in the middle, like only kind of, give warnings and mute like the most chronic people or be less lenient, So I mean,
Yeah,
what is your
I'll answer it. Yeah, I'm here because you are the better server with the better mod. But I pointed out an extreme case. So yeah, something should have been done by a mod right then, instead of the mod coming in and and usually the mods are great. That's why, like I said, that's why I'm here. But for hang on, well let me complete my answer. Yeah, that's fine. For a mod, not only not to say anything to Blue, but to come in and kind of repeat it. And when I said it upset me, not do anything about it, not and Blue never got a word said against him in VC anyway. But anyway, I got to pull in a pump truck. But yeah, why I'm here is because the mods are so good, or so much better than other places.
All right. Well, I mean, in general, with left lane, I mean, probably offline is a better place to discuss things, especially if he's not here. But I mean, in general, he is generally pretty good about all of that. Now, I see what you're saying, though. If there was Blue in that one situation, but
All right, we are live. Welcome back to Earth Awakenings. Water will always find its equilibrium at horizontal. Go on, guys.
You guys just live for the drama, don't you?
Yeah.
No one
Hey,
has
so on a
anything to say
globe,
now.
These fighting
on
words.
a
Yeah.
globe, okay, I've got a pipe, and it's a magical pipe. It extends from each end, right? And so I start off with a 10-foot pipe, and I have 1 inch of fall going out to one side, and 1 inch of fall to the other side. In the middle is level with the spirit level. I take it. At what point on a globe does the water level out if I keep going with that 1 inch slope? It just extends, but it maintains a 1 inch each direction. At what point on a globe is it actually level? And be careful with your answer, because this is a trap.
Is there a cash prize for the right answer, Brian?
I guess it's level.
Yeah, kinda, man.
It's level right there, and then an inch over. Now it's another level, and then an inch over, it's another level. I guess they just have a million levels. They have infinite levels. As
But
many
here's the
as
thing.
many ways as they can dissect a radius, 360-degree radius, to the tiniest dimension. I guess technically they're going to call that a different level.
But here's the thing. So they have this was the trap basically, because they say a straight line is a bowl. You know, in essence, a straight line collects water in the middle, because a straight line in their world rises up on the ends as you go out distances and shit. But okay, if we've already established that the pipe is not a bowl, it has sloped down on each end. Okay, so basically they have to take a pipe that is literally sloping in each direction downward, and just by extending it, it still turns fucking concave and collects in the middle at some point. I mean, it's just so counterintuitive, man. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, I like
Because
the pipe paradox they come up with is perfect.
it's because you're pulling this line out on the Earth, right? You're not doing it in space or somewhere where
At
this
some
world doesn't
point,
have its
oh,
own
sorry.
way.
At
Yeah,
some
so
point,
when Globers give you the answer that it's sagging in the middle, it's because they're factoring in something else. And I'm sure you know what it is they're factoring in, right, Brian?
yeah, but the thing is
They're not just saying it
so
sags in the middle and then they keep quiet, right?
right. But the thing is that this thing is falling an inch. It's 10 foot long at the beginning, and it's sloping down each end 1 inch. So the water's going pretty good to each end. No water's going to stay in the pipe. It's all every bit of it's gonna race. It's gonna not race, but it's gonna go off the ends and shit. And then we make it like a quarter mile long, and we still probably got the water flowing out of the pipe because it's bent down. But at some point, the pipe that's been draining and bent down, there's going to be a point where all of a sudden this downward sloping pipe is level, or but worse than that, it starts collecting in the middle. This pipe that's literally bent down will collect in the middle. I mean, you got to admit that is a little bit counterintuitive.
I agree it's counterintuitive, but I think you do understand the explanation behind it, right?
Yeah, I just like hearing it out loud, man, because it sounds so damn fucking ridiculous.
No, but at least you understand the explanation. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it. But if you understand it, then yeah, then it's fine. I mean, if you don't agree with it, you are entitled to not agree with the explanation. You know.
I do understand it, man, but I think if it was thought through a little bit more, man, I don't think when y'all talking about the slope and when SE talks about the skateboard paradox stuff, okay, I understand the explanations and all that, but I don't think it's thought through, because like I said, when I go into like Jose's or something, I explain the Pontchartrain Bridge, and like if we're a quarter of the way across off of one shore, so we can see let's say we see about 10 miles of the bridge, and we're right in the middle of the 10 miles. So basically, we see 5 miles one way, 5 miles the other. So we're just looking at the span of the bridge, and it's got to come up out of the water. So to see 5 miles either way, we don't got to be back that far, just a few miles, and we don't got to be up that high, just a few feet, whatever. And the bridge literally has to raise up out of the water to be a straight line. Raise up out of the water.
Breaking up. Is he breaking up?
I never get tired of hearing him say that. Sorry.
Water finding its horizontal equilibrium even baffles Nate as well, doesn't it, Nate? Like you struggle with this horizontally equilibriumed water, don't you?
What do you mean?
Well,
Well,
what do I mean? Like you actually thought that in a man-made canal, right, that water, right, would find its equilibrium at horizontal. Right? I remember many months ago that you actually struggled yourself with the concept that water in a man-made canal would have any curve in it whatsoever. And then from the 8 inches per mile squared, you said, well, it might have about maybe 8 millimeters. Like you weren't fully committed to the 8 inches per mile squared. You couldn't quite wrap your head around it at first, that in a man-made structure that you've kind of thought that water would be horizontally level, equalized out all the way along it, didn't you?
yeah, I did, but
Yeah.
I hadn't thought it through. And when I thought it through, I came to the decision that there would be curvature, but I just question what that rate of curvature would be. Do you have enough water lengthwise to see 8 inches per mile squared? It might not be
But
enough water.
why did you
But
struggle
initially, yes,
with the
initially.
amount of water? Why would you struggle with the amount of water? Why does the amount of water
Because
depend on
we were
curvature?
talking about small things like teacups and fish bowls and swimming pools. Those are the examples we were discussing, Vance.
Well, no, and we even took it out to the man-made canal that's next to LIGO. As
But
well.
when
Right?
okay, so I'm the one that took it to LIGO, and by the time I had taken it to LIGO, I had already moved over to the other side and made the decision that there would be curvature, and I thought that LIGO would be the best way you and I could test this, because you have an actual straight vacuum tube next to a canal of water, and that canal of water, there should be curvature. It should deviate away from the straight vacuum tube.
Well, initially with LIGO, right, with you, it wasn't 8 inches, right? You actually said it might be a centimetre or two. Remember, I was there for the conversation. You weren't even committed to the full 8 inches with the LIGO
At
canal.
LIGO, because I didn't think it was long enough, but upon thinking about it, I mean, if it's 2 miles each way,
thereabouts, close enough to
2 miles each way, we would definitely see the curvature. That's the whole point of the LIGO test now, because I feel it would show the curvature and you feel it wouldn't. But I totally agree with you, Ben. So initially, because like Brian said, it's counterintuitive, and I hadn't really thought it through. I was busy with something, and you had just sprung it on me that in a teacup, in the swimming pool, there's all of this curvature. Yeah, and I didn't think it. I just said no. But after thinking about it, you saw me think about it. You heard me reason it to myself, and you saw how I moved over to the other side.
No. Well, a couple of days later when you took
No,
it
it
to a
was
couple of
right there
people.
immediately. It was right there immediately, Ben.
You went over to Gems and you were
Oh no,
asking over
you're right. You're right.
Gems. Yeah, I know I'm right. I
I
was
did go
there,
over.
remember?
You're right. Yeah, I went over the gems. I asked. They confirmed.
Yeah.
They confirmed what you were saying. I looked into it a bit more, and then I came back. Yeah.
I know. So you had to get your peoples onto it, but I'll tell you why it
No,
is
no. I just
counterintuitive, right?
I
Why
just
it is
wanted to confirm your
counterintuitive.
claim because you were making the claim that there were people at Gem saying this. So you were
Oh, I'm
right. You
saying,
were right.
well, no, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I said all globers, well, all
All
globers in
Globers,
the
yeah.
debate say that there's 8 inches per mile squared in a cup of water. That's what they say. And you thought I was
Yeah,
making that up.
it's yeah,
You
it's
thought I
because of
was
the way
making that up.
the way you phrase it like that. 8 inches per mile square in a cup. Like, why not just say
Yeah.
there would be curvature in that cup of water? You know, I think it's because
No,
of you phrasing
no,
it that way that.
there's 8 inches per mile squared in a cup of water. Like I phrased it exactly right.
Okay. Yeah.
But it is counterintuitive. I'll give you that because it
It is.
doesn't happen. No, it doesn't happen. Right? It doesn't
Okay.
adhere to the law of water. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. The law of water states that water will always find its equilibrium on a
But what do
horizontal
you
plane.
mean though?
That's
What do you
what
mean
it
by?
will always do.
But what do you mean by equilibrium? Like, how are you
Just
using
that.
that word?
Water is always trying to equalize itself on a horizontal plane. That's what it's always
So,
wanting. That's what it's always wanting to do. And to quote Brenda, yes, water is sentient. It has feelings. It wants to find its equilibrium. It desires to find its equilibrium of horizontal.
so when you
It
say
does
find
all
this
these things.
equilibrium, you saying that if I had three, markers, like, imagine there's a long ass pipe with water in it. I have a market, the beginning, point A, the middle, point B,
Yep.
and the end of it, point C.
Yep.
And I measured each of the heights from the bottom to the surface of the water at those markers. The height would be the same for all of them? That's what you mean by
Uh,
equalize?
no.
No.
No. What I
Okay.
mean, if you drew a perfectly straight line between
Mhm.
those 3 points, right?
Mhm.
Or well, between point A and C, a perfectly straight line, not one of your straight lines that curves and bends and wiggle waggles all
Mhm.
over the place, right? A perfectly straight line between point A and point B or C, right? There would be no deviation whatsoever. And water will always seek to equalize at that point. Always. Every single time. It will not seek to equalize higher nor lower. It'll always try to equalize at that point. That's what water does. Provable, demonstratable, and measurable every single day of the week. It is constant. It is more constant. It is more constant than the speed of light.
Maybe.
Not maybe, definitely. It's the law of the land. Definitely, Nate.
No, it's basketball's a lot of water.
No,
I don't
it is.
subscribe
It
to
is. It is the law of
the
water.
law.
I just claimed it as my own, but it is the law of water, and you can't disprove it, Nate. That's the funny thing with water. It's the only thing that you can't argue with. And 71% of the proofs of the flat Earth, right, are on our side, because apparently, right, according to your side's facts, 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. All right,
That's just
so
the Earth's surface. So.
yeah, that's what am I talking about? Water on the surface will try
But
to
water just
equalize
conforms
on
to
a
any
horizontal
container.
on a horizontal plane. Right? I said the
Uh-huh.
surface of the water will try to equalize on a horizontal plane. Now, what the water does
Yeah,
underneath
because
that,
of
the
atmospheric
water,
pressure, though, right?
yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what? But if we took away that atmospheric pressure, you wouldn't have this equalization. But you and I still agree that even when water's boiling, this is a natural action. When water's in the gaseous state, that's the natural state of water. It's not to say that liquid water is the preferred state over water. Water, it doesn't say liquid water is better than gas or ice, right? They're all natural state.
Well,
Or am I wrong?
e-
Isn't that Bensel's
e-
law of water?
even ice, the surface of the water is trying to equalize at horizontal.
How so? That's just like ice in a tray. You don't see that happen with ice just out in nature. Icebergs, snowflakes, things of that nature. Come on, man. So.
Really? Really? What is an iceberg? All an iceberg is a piece of ice that has sheared itself
Mhm.
off from something else. An iceberg
Yeah, but it's
doesn't
not to say
form itself
all icebergs are
like
flat,
that.
though. Are you
Huh?
trying to say that all icebergs are flat on their surface, man?
When did I say that all icebergs are flat? Never once
I'm
said that.
asking. I'm asking if you're trying to say that.
No,
Then why are you bringing up
no,
the example of an
never,
iceberg?
never.
Tell me about
No,
iceberg. All right.
you said
What about iceberg?
icebergs. I never said icebergs. You said
I said
icebergs.
ice. I just said ice. I said ice, and
Yeah.
then you started talking
What
about
about
iceberg.
what about
So what
a
about iceberg?
frozen lake?
What about a
Mhm.
frozen lake?
Yeah. What about a frozen
Yeah,
lake?
the surface. How does it sound? The surface of a frozen lake.
Most of the time,
Does it
tends to
curve or
be
flat?
level. Yeah, it's level. It curves with the surface
Yeah.
of air. Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't curve with the
But
surface of
what we're
at all.
talking about is Bandsaw's law of water. Let's not get distracted here.
Does
So
it curve
Bandsaw's law
really?
of water, is there? I don't really want to talk about the globe, guys. You guys know everything I have to say about the globe. I want to learn about Bandsaw's law of water.
You already know
Let's talk about something new. Well, you guys just want to say what's wrong about the globe again?
I never mentioned the globe. I just mentioned water.
Okay, so Banslow's law of water, is there a preferred state of matter that water wants to be in? Like,
Uh,
it's not to say the liquid state is preferred above the solid or gaseous state, right?
no, the water will be
Okay,
in whatever state it is in to its conditions.
due to its condition.
Yeah, of
So
course.
when water is in a cup of tea, is it
Yep.
really at equilibrium, or is it just in that state because of the forces acting upon
Well, it is that cup of tea is that cup of tea. You've made that cup of tea, haven't you? All
it?
right,
Yeah,
you're about to
but I
drink that cup
mean,
of tea.
but there's the water in it. It's
Yeah.
being exposed to pressures, right?
Yeah, well,
Pressure
you got the cup
from the
wall. You got the
wall,
cup wall.
the
Yeah,
cup walls.
most
You got the atmosphere
definitely, and
pushing down on it.
most
Yeah.
most
So
definitely. Yeah. And what's
so
it
is it
doing?
at rest? Is it at
Of course,
equilibrium when it's being conformed and disjointed by these forces? Is that really water's natural state? Or wouldn't its natural
well,
state be when there's
it
no pressures acting on it?
no. When it's static and not moving, right before you've picked it up, right when it's just sitting
Uh-huh.
there on the table in front of you, undisturbed, it's nice and
Uh-huh.
rested. Right, the surface of
Uh-huh.
that will be on a horizontal plane. But the thing about it, the thing about it though, Nate, like when you pick up that cup of tea, right, and go to take a sip of it, right, when you move that cup, right, when you move that cup, right, that water, right, that's in that tea, right, is seeking to find its horizontal equilibrium. That's why you'll notice all of a sudden, I'm sure you've noticed this, Nate, that when you tilt that cup left or right, just a little bit this way, a little bit that way, right? What seems to not move and stay consistent, right? The water will keep that horizontal plane. Now it might wash around a little bit, but it always tries to settle on that horizontal plane, right? It doesn't move at the same angle with your cup, does it? The surface? Not at all. Not at all. funny about that. It's always trying to find its equilibrium on a horizontal plane, never not doing anything else.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what state. Doesn't matter what state it is in. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, maybe we can say it's trying to find its equilibrium, but it hasn't found its equilibrium because it still has these forces acting upon it, these pressures. How can you say it's found its equilibrium when it's only in that state because of the pressures acting upon it? And if you remove one of the pressures, its state of nature changes. You know, because now what you are trying to say is that the atmospheric pressure in the walls of the cup, those are pressures that don't matter. The only pressures that matter is, you know, pressure from the wind. Yeah. So now this pressure from the wind counts as something that's taking it out of equilibrium, but the pressures from the cup of the wall don't take it out of equilibrium. They're not as important. Like you can't decide like that this pressure doesn't matter and this one does. You got to treat all of them equally. So you got to say that even when it has the pressure of the weight of the atmosphere pushing upon its surface and the pressures of the wall to which it conforms, it's not at equilibrium because it's being subjected to pressures.
So what do you think? So what do you think it's trying to do when it has wind on it, placed upon it? Right, it's moving. It's moving the surface of that water, right, and will create what little waves. Right, it's pushing the surface of that water. Right, it'll push it. Say the wind's blowing from left to right. So the surface of that water is moving from left to right, right, and then it'll reach another point of resistance, won't it? Right, the banks of that river, whatever the case may be.
Different
Right.
types of
So
pressures.
so now, right, that water on the bank of that river or the bank of that lake or dam or whatever, that water level is going to be a little bit higher than the right hand side bank. All right. But it doesn't stay there, does it? That water doesn't stay there at all. Right. What it does miraculously, right, it once again tries to seek its level and then will go back on itself and try and settle on a horizontal plane. Thus, you get this movement of this water consistently backwards and forwards, don't you? Creating these waves, these tides, whatever you want to call it, this movement of water. When you have pressure from one side to the other, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, whatever the case may be, with the water, right? What the water is always trying to do is seek its equilibrium on a horizontal plane. That's why you get this movement in the water itself, and that's why it will move left to right, up or down slightly, whatever the case may be, because it is always trying to settle on a horizontal equilibrium, always.
Yeah, I think that's what tides have a lot to do, seeking equilibrium, because there's tons and just trillions and trillions and trillions of gallons being fed into the oceans by the rivers, and that has to go somewhere before it gets evaporated and turned into rain again. So that constant movement of water is water trying to seek its equilibrium. So it may take 2 or 3 hours of water movement for that water in that particular area to kind of reach a stage where it's slack, right? It's not moving. So that's slack tide, and then as it tries, water is being forced somewhere else, or it's trying to equalize somewhere else. That water moves out of that area and causes an outgoing tide there, trying to move. You know, that water's trying to go somewhere else to equalize that there. That's a constant movement of water in our system. It's a cycle. So that's all it's doing is cycling, and that's why the terrain causes tides, you know, to be higher and lower in some area, because it takes longer for those waters to get in and out of certain areas with smaller inlets. It takes longer to get in and it takes longer to get out. So you have higher and higher tides where the water can easily flow in and out. like of a a bay that's connected to the ocean by a huge inlet, the tides aren't as great.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I'll be here all morning. Tip your waitresses. Or you can think a dusty rock 250,000 miles away is pulling on the water as it moves over and pulls the earth through the water and creates tides. Or you can believe that.
Mm-hmm. And the gravitas of that water, or the gravity of that water, which I don't know why we actually run from that word. Right? We should embrace the word gravity, right? Because I don't know if you've done a session on gravity, Ruckia, over at Bevs, because I know that you guys occasionally look into words and their initial meaning. But all gravity means, or gravitas, just means the weight of something. So we should probably embrace it instead of running from it, I think, and not let them hijack the word. Not let them hijack the word because all the globe side has done is hijack gravity, right, to put some fictitious name to it, meaning, a fictitious meaning to the word gravity, right? You have subscribed
They
an
hijacked the math too,
equation,
bro. I
right?
agree.
An equation.
Because it's
It's
empirical,
all
man. And
yeah.
here's what I say, Bandsaw. I say, look, so here's my definition, okay? Uh, solids fall in air at a rate of 9.8 meters per second due to disequilibrium or due to whatever you think it is. So yeah, they hijack gravity. They act like just because they have an equation that works, they say if we can't disprove the equation, then their gravity stands. Horse shit. That's empirical. We can time something and what it falls. Y'all have no cause for it. They have no cause for gravity. Basically, nothing real. And so yeah, that's what I've been saying. I've been screaming to the rooftops that they're hijacking fucking empirical shit. They do that with everything.
What? How did we hijack it? You guys can use it if you want. I mean, you guys want to borrow it? You can borrow gravity. We don't mind.
You've got no mechanism whatsoever, right, for your magical, mystical force that you claim.
We do.
With your hijacked word of gravity, absolutely no mechanism whatsoever. Nothing.
We do, Benson.
No,
we do.
no,
we do.
no.
It's well proven, well tested.
You cannot.
Why can't we?
You cannot prove one thing being attracted to another thing whatsoever.
But why can't we prove that?
I don't know. I'm asking. Why can't you?
You said that.
I'll tell
you
you why
said
you
that.
can't.
Why?
Well, exactly. Why can't you? That should be the question you should be asking yourself, Nate. Why can't you?
I'm asking you. You said it. I mean, I believe we can, but you said we can't. So I want to know why we can't.
Why do I think you can't demonstrate it? Because it doesn't happen. That's why you can't.
Okay.
Right? That's my reason. Right? You
But
can't.
even if you give them Cavendish, you have horizontal and vertical. You don't have glob.
No.
You have a theory explaining why you might think it's a glob. But Newton just drew that circle in his little equation because he thought Earth was a glob. He didn't see that. And Cavendish happened like decades after he died.
That's right.
So,
and
yeah,
science is always about the repeatable, right? So name one scientist, right? Just one scientist, Nate, that has reconstructed an old pig shed in the middle of a field, right, and taken a telescope like 3 kilometers away to watch this magical mystical force happen. Just name one that has actually repeated his experiment, like just one. Right? So this hasn't happened.
Like repeated it the same way he did it. Are you serious?
Well, that'd be science, wouldn't it? That'd be science.
That was funny, but
That
no.
would
Gravity
be
is
science.
well proven. It's well explained
No,
how
it is.
Earth would
It
be a
is.
skid due to gravity. It's been explained to you
No,
guys plenty of times.
no,
The
no,
issue is you guys just
no,
don't agree with it,
no.
and if you don't agree with
Hold,
it, that's
calm your
fine.
farm,
But then
calm
I
your
would like to
farm,
know
calm your
what
farm,
do you guys think makes things
calm your
fall?
farm, calm your
And
farm.
why can't
Right?
our gravity work?
Uh, you
What do you mean,
explain
Beth?
it,
It
and
was my
you're
turn to
yet
talk.
to demonstrate the mechanism. So having an explanation to one thing is not even close to proving it whatsoever. Right? Now, I can explain how little garden gnomes collect at the end of my uh, garden bed every night and celebrate a little moon dance every 3 months. Like I can explain that, right? But there's no proof behind it whatsoever. So that's that's the problem when you say explanation is a proof. So don't use the word proof because you've got absolutely
But
none.
we have more than explanation. We have experimentation. You know?
No, none. No, you don't really. But anyway, such is life.
Okay. If you feel we don't, it's fine. But it's been shown to you, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know
And
some things have been
I'm not
shown
gonna
to me.
waste everyone's time posting links when most people aren't gonna read.
Oh no, we've seen all the links. We've seen all the links. We've
Yeah,
seen them.
yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna
So
post anything that is not
that you haven't seen before, yeah.
uh,
So I don't know, man. I don't know. If you guys don't want to go along with it, you don't, think it's true, it's fine. No one's forcing you to believe in gravity. But whatever it is you do believe in or work with doesn't seem to be that uh, beneficial within society. There doesn't seem to be much utility from it, I haven't really seen anything built or constructed with Bansel's law of water, or with whatever it is that makes things fall on a flat Earth. That type of physics. I haven't seen any utility out of it. If all of these physicists are fake, phony globers, Newton and Einstein, and the overwhelming majority of the technology and infrastructure we use today is built using their ideas, then I don't know what has been built using, a flat Earth scientist ideas. A scientist that believed
You just
the Earth was
I
flat. I don't know what they've built,
well,
what
flat Earth
utility they've given
scientists.
to
Well, flat
society.
Earth scientists is a little bit muddying the water there, right? I
How
must
so?
say because
How
it's
so?
kind of the way it's said, flat Earth scientists, right? So,
All right.
but
Apologies.
things,
How should I
but
phrase it?
but things fall very simply, Nate, because
Mhm.
whatever the medium that thing is in, whatever that thing is, right, that medium cannot support it. So that thing will move towards and through that medium until it reaches a medium that can support it. Right? So it no longer falls. It's fairly simple.
see, and you did a little sleight of hand trick there, Nate. You said
What?
that, yeah. See,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
people use this
Oh
thing
my.
to fall because of gravity. No, 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 no. Falling
Mm.
is the observation. Gravity is the
Hmm.
phenomenon, not the cause. It's the effect of something else.
No, Jared.
Yeah,
Falling is the effect we see. The cause of
right.
that is we say the cause of that is the warping of space-time by matter, and we call this relationship gravity. It's
No.
a theory that not only explains things falling, but it explains a lot of other things. That's why we call it a theory, because it relies on a lot of different scientific principles, physical laws, It's a lot of things woven into the theory of gravity. It's not like Newton's law of gravity, which is just the law, which only speaks to gravity. Newton's law of gravity doesn't speak to light. It doesn't speak to anything outside of mass and its interaction with its own weight when around other pieces of mass. Right. That's all Newton's law speaks to. But the theory of general relativity, the theory of gravity, speaks to light, matter, energy, nuclear physics, a lot of different things, So, yeah, you can't say what you are trying to say, man.
No. See, people say gravity as if it's a thing acting. No, it's the result of something else.
It's not the result. Gravity is the theory explaining this cause and effect relationship.
I wouldn't say that. I'd
Cause
say
being the warping of space time by matter, the effect being we see things fall
no.
along a no.
That's the hijacking. Is you say that the phenomenon is the cause. Gravity, weight,
Uh-huh.
The act of falling down, that's the cause. No. The theory
But I'm not saying
explains
the
that.
phenomena is the cause, Jerry. I'll say it again. The phenomena is the effect we see. We see you fall. That is a naturally occurring phenomena. That is the
Right.
effect, and that effect can be described using Newton's law of gravity. Using that equation, I can predict the rate at which you fall. I can predict how this effect, this naturally occurring phenomena, is going to play out. Now, that doesn't tell me why you are falling. Why you are falling is explained by Einstein's, general theory. That explains the cause and the effect relationship. But the underlying cause now, why does matter want to curve space-time? That we don't know. We don't know why it does that. We just know that it does happen. Yeah, but why does it happen? Why does matter choose to curve space-time? Why doesn't matter leave space-time alone? We have no idea, But that's how we interpret what we see. Now, fundamentally, at the root core of it, matter is not bending space-time. All right. No one's gonna sit here and say that 100% that is what's happening. But that's how we interpret the phenomena that we see. And it's the best interpretation we have. And at the end of the day, what we are interpreting is our understanding of reality. We're not really interpreting what reality is. We're interpreting how we see it.
You've got this phenomena, right? If you want to call it a phenomena, because I don't really consider it a phenomena when we see and observe something falling. It's nothing unusual, right? It's not unexpected to actually observe something falling. So why it's even classed as a phenomena is beyond me, to be quite honest with you. It's absolutely beyond me to say
Well,
that this
what
is
would you
something
say a phenomenon is?
Yeah, it's because of the context in which it's being used, Benzo.
Yeah, well.
But go ahead.
To me, I suppose, Jerry, like it is a good question. Like, to me, a phenomena would be something unusual that you wouldn't expect to see. Right? That's probably how I would use it. Yeah, something very unusual that is very, very rare to see. Right? Not something that you see every single day, right? Every single minute. Right? To me, that's not a phenomena at all. All right.
I'd say that what you're talking
Benzo.
about is a miracle.
Yeah,
a miracle.
Yeah,
Right,
something
okay.
but
Yeah.
like, things that happen that don't have any apparent cause, like tides, weight, electricity, light, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but guys, that's just the context in which the word is being used. If we're talking, we just meet up on, at the local bodega or something, and we're just talking, and we use the word phenomena. Yeah, definitely, we would mean something rare to see, a miracle. But in the scientific context, it means the exact opposite. It means something you see common in nature. anything in nature is a naturally occurring phenomena if you want to subject it to science, because you now need to understand why did this phenomena occur, how did it occur, does it only occur this way, does it have different ways that it expresses itself, what's the underlying mechanism? You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
you know
And
what?
just because
Yeah.
just because Bad Soul understands how water works, and water isn't quote unquote a phenomena to him anymore, doesn't mean it's not a phenomena to me. You see what I'm saying?
Okay then. Well then,
Yeah.
I take that back a little bit, Jerry, because now after reading the definition of phenomena, right, I'll take it back slightly. I'll walk it back a little bit.
Oh,
S-
you can see him?
well, no, I'm walking it back a little bit, right? So when it comes to observing things falling, definitely 100%, right? Without question, the globe side can call it a phenomenon, right? Because, right, it is a fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, whose explanation is in question, right? So obviously the explanation of something falling is in question, right? Because they've tried to put an explanation to it of gravity, right, which is non-existent. So I am not surprised that they still call it a phenomenon, because
See,
the explanation is in question, right?
right
So
there is the
I'm
sleight of hand. Right there.
yeah, so yeah,
Gravity
so
is the phenomenon,
yeah.
not the cause.
Yeah, so I'm glad you corrected me, Jerry. I stand corrected for the first time ever. I have been corrected, and I'm not surprised it was Jerry to correct me at all.
What?
So,
Oh my god.
so there you go. There you
That was
go.
so funny. Oh my god. No way.
God, and gravity
You-
explains everything.
Hey Nate, do you think
Oh.
we should maybe change his name to Man of Concessions?
Branson's name? Yeah, yeah. We should definitely change Branson's name.
There we go. First time ever. Timestamp it, Geo. I just conceded. That'll go down in history, that one. Thank you, Jerry.
Actually, I don't know if it was a full concession. It was just more of a
It was.
well, it was more of an admission of correction, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, it's gold. Yes.
But no, a phenomenon is just anything you see happening in nature that you want to subject to. Yeah. What you just read,
Yeah.
Benso, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is under question. So I'm glad you are still
Yeah,
questioning gravity.
because
And
because someone is questioning it, right? So like I
yeah,
said,
yeah.
you understand how water works. I'm
Oh,
questioning how
definitely.
water works for some sort of experiment. And within that context, because I'm performing science, I now consider water, which is such a common thing, as a phenomena because
Okay.
what it is, how it works is in question. I am performing science on it. So only in that context, only in me doing science on it is it a phenomenon. But to you that already knows how water works, you're not going to
Yep.
call it a phenomena, because you're not doing
Not at
any
all.
science on it. Yeah,
No.
it's not in question to you anymore.
Yeah. Now me,
Yeah.
how water got here, right?
Mhm.
Now that definitely is a phenomenon. Most definitely. Like obviously it was created, right, by the creator, but he is definitely a phenomena creator himself. Um, hopefully I get to meet him one day. Doubting it. He's probably going
Yeah,
to be. He,
I think you
he's
definitely going the other way, bro.
he's
So
gonna. He's got a big question mark over me. I reckon.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know.
Mm.
But yeah, to get that apple that fell on your head when you were sitting under that apple tree, and then walk it up a ladder and drop it, and then time it. a few times. Yeah, well, that definitely ain't the cause of anything. Definitely ain't the cause of anything. Now, that is fairly unscientific, one would say. All you've done is gone, you know what? I can predict how fast things fall. That's all he did. No more, no less.
Mm.
Which is a very useful equation, Nate. You've got to admit, like the equation itself is very useful.
Which equation?
Stuff falling at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a
That's what I
very,
was saying. It
it's a
has
very useful
utility.
equation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
no,
Maxwell's law of water doesn't seem to be that useful. You know,
it
there's
is
no
most useful.
utility.
It is the most useful utility going around. Used every single day of the week. Billions of times a day. Billions of times a day it is used.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. I know so. All right, I know so.
I don't think so.
Really? Really?
Mm.
The
I don't
fact
think
that
anyone's ever
water
heard of
will
Maxwell's law of
find
water.
its horizontal equilibrium every single day of the week is not something that is used billions of times every single day. You benefit. I reckon you yourself benefit from it at least a dozen to 24 times a day, personally.
Mm. I don't think so, Ben.
Really? What, you don't have a
Mm.
shower, have a cup of tea, any of these things? You don't do any of these things?
I do.
Oh,
But
there you
in those
go.
things,
There
we don't see
you go.
the water's at rest or at its equilibrium. That's not the water's natural preferred state.
Really? It's not?
Mhm. It's not.
What's
The
what's
water
its
is conforming for us. I'm not sure. I don't think we've ever seen water in its natural, preferred state. There's always forces acting on water, external and internal. The internal hydrostatic forces, the external atmospheric pressures, heat, all of these things. And so I don't really know what water looks like in its natural state. When there's no forces acting upon it, what it would really look like.
Well, you would say water in its natural state would be 1 part hydrogen and 2 parts oxygen, one would presume. Wouldn't you?
Mm.
That'd be water in its natural state.
No, that's what water's made of. All states of water. That's ice, gas,
Really?
liquid. That's water. That's its constituent particles.
No, no, water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen according to the accepted
Yes. Yeah. Those are
size
its constituent
of water.
particles.
Okay, then.
Mhm.
So water itself isn't, according to science, right, isn't in a natural state, right? It is a combination of things that have been combined together. So if something has a combination of things in it, it can't be in its natural state, can it?
But without that combination of things, that thing wouldn't exist. If you don't combine hydrogen and oxygen, you don't have water.
Apparently that's what you say it is, right? And
Uh-huh.
hey, let it be shown that that's what science says water is H2O.
But you've seen it happen, Benzo.
I've seen it happen. I've seen hydrogen combined together with oxygen to make water. I've seen it. When have I seen that happen? When have I seen that happen?
There was that video I showed you the other day. Like I showed you 5 videos, I think. 5 YouTube videos of people, burning hydrogen and oxygen, and then you see water on the surface of the glass.
Yeah, condensation collecting. Yeah. Maybe.
How does condensation just sporadically collect? Like, why doesn't that just happen? Why isn't there water on my wall, like out of nowhere?
You do get water on your wall, right?
But not out of nowhere. It's because there's a leak or something.
Really?
Out of nowhere? Like just out of the random blue bed. So you've just seen water collect on your wall. There's no leak. It's not raining. The atmospheric conditions aren't set that way for water to just show up. But that's happened. You just see it spontaneously on your wall.
I've seen it on a window. Most definitely, I've seen it on.
Yeah, but
out of nowhere,
out of nowhere,
all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right? There'll be water appearing right on the inside of my window. It's just like what? I have just observed the phenomena of hydrogen combining with oxygen, right, to form water droplets that are now pouring down the inside of my window, right? I've seen it. I see it quite regularly, actually. Apparently, that's what I'm looking at. Hydrogen and oxygen. All right.
That's just condensation.
Oh, now that's just condensation, is it? Oh. So it's not just random. It's not just random.
That's why it only happened. That's why it only happened on the window. You didn't see it anywhere else.
Okay. So what about when I have? So what about when I have a shower? All right, when I have a shower. Okay, and then in the shower, on the mirror, right? You'll see if you forget to turn the fan on, right? your mirror will be all fogged up and there'll be water dripping down it. Right? Is that just hydrogen and oxygen mixing together, forming
No,
on the
that
mirror?
was already water. It was just
That was
that this
already
water not
water.
collect.
That was already water. Okay, so all
Yeah,
that stuff was already
in a
water.
gaseous state,
Okay.
like steam, steam
Uh-huh.
from your shower, and that's just
Okay.
collected on the cold mirror surface. That's all that's
Okay.
happening. But it was already water. It's just changing. It's changing states of matter.
It's changing state. It's changing states of matter.
Yeah,
And
that's very different from
so this
from
change of
having
state.
water and yeah, but hang on, Ben. So that's very different from having oxygen and hydrogen separate, and then using energy in the form of heat to combine them together. Very different.
Oh, really? So there is no heat, there is no pressure or anything like that to make this water condensate and collect and pull together. There are none of these things in operation when we see
They
this
are.
when we see this thing happen, whether it's on the inside of my window, right, or on my mirror in the bathroom or anywhere else, right, there isn't this combination of heat and pressure in action to help this water condensate, collect, coagulate, and form into water droplets. There's none of these things happening.
There is, energy involved in
Thank
the
you.
condensation process, but it's not
Exactly
the
right.
same level of energy in the process where hydrogen and oxygen combine to form water. It's not the same type of mechanism. It's not the same amounts of like energy needed. Really?
So how much energy do I need to get hydrogen and oxygen molecules to combine together, to clash, to morph together, to make water? How much energy do I need?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
What'd you
Nate,
say?
didn't you say the
I just
condensation
know
or the
that in
water's
order
on
to
the
make
outside? Didn't you say the water's like collecting on the outside of the tube or whatever? Like it's on the outside?
come again, Dave? No, what?
Did you say the water, like in the video that you were demonstrating, the water was like a layer on the outside of the tube?
No, it's on the inside.
No, it's on the inside.
On the inside. Okay, so
Where
the
the gases
condensation. So the amount of water that you can get from the certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen, is that proportionally correct every time they do it, or?
I don't. If it depends now, because when they're doing it, they're not counting how many hydrogen molecules am I pumping in here. You know, that's a very difficult thing to count. They just spraying hydrogen in there. You know.
Right.
But
And then
if you
a
could
third
count
element.
it.
Then you have to put the filament or whatever. You have to create the reaction, which is you're adding something to it. It's not just hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah, hydrogen, oxygen, and energy. Obviously, energy is needed in any type of chemical reaction. You know.
But an explosion might cause that kind of condensation. You know, the heat from the explosion could do the same thing that bandsaw shower does.
Yeah, but condensation doesn't need that type of heat. Like you don't need things to be that hot, that warm, that much energy for condensation to happen. Like, damn, that's a lot. Like you don't need to spark a fire in your shower for the steam to start sticking to the glass. You know.
That's because there's actually water present already. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, there's a pretty good theory that it's not. But you know, there's a company that is deciding to just use hydrogen and oxygen. It's a water company, and since the gas prices are so high, they're just going to take it as hydrogen and oxygen separately, since that's like a lot lighter to gas. You know, then it reduces their travel costs for gas for their water trucks. You know, the trucks that carry those big jugs. And then when they get to the destination, they just create the water from the hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
And the thing will weigh like 100 times what it weighed before. That would make sense. I just made that up.
Imagine the wear and tear you'd save on your truck, Dave. The wear and tear that you would save on your truck.
Right? Why don't they just do that? Is the point.
Yeah.
Why don't they do that?
Yeah.
I think it's because hydrogen is it's kind of flammable, right? It's not. I don't know. Is it safe to do that? I don't know.
I'm saying if they could do that, they would do that. I don't think that you can get water from just hydrogen and oxygen. I think there's something else to it. I think you could extract water, hydrogen and oxygen from water, but I think there's something else to it.
And energy. You need large amounts of energy. I don't know where you're going to get the energy to turn all of that hydrogen and all of that oxygen into water on a mass scale like that. You know, that's why it's easy to do it in these little experiments, but to do it where you trying to provide a whole city with water.
Two gases making a liquid just seems incredible to believe to begin with, right?
Why though?
Because
why is that hard to believe? Have you never seen
of that?
Have you never seen? Yeah, but this is the thing now. Oxygen and hydrogen are not gases; those are just elements. Elements, when they combine, form molecules, and these molecules can take different forms. So H2O can be in the state of a gas, it can be in the state of a liquid, or it can be in the state of ice, a solid. And you've seen it change throughout these different phases. You've seen it with your own eyes. You've seen water evaporate. You've seen water freeze. So I don't see what the issue is, Dave. I don't see why it's so controversial. You've done chemistry. You know elements exist. Have you never done any type of chemistry, any chemical reactions? Science lab project or something.
I used to laugh at this. I used to laugh at this argument. I think Bandsaw probably did too. We all did. But then you start looking at it a little closer, and you're like, there are some contradictions there that don't seem to add up. I'll
Such
post
as?
one video in the live stream.
Yeah.
That
Let's
talks about
talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about the things you feel should be
All right, we could
questioned.
just go through it. We could just go through it. You know which
Yeah.
one I'm posting?
Hang on. I need
It
to
has.
switch screen.
It's a slideshow basically. So.
But yeah, I mean, you can just talk me through it, man. Like, I don't think we.
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to,
Okay, here we go. I'll share it. First one is, how can water be more than twice as dense as its component parts? That makes sense?
What do you mean?
All right, there's the video. That's the screensaver for the video. How can water be more than twice as dense as its component parts?
So are they saying when it's like together?
Like, how could you get something twice as dense by, I mean, maybe this is making an assumption about liquid oxygen not being involved or whatever. But okay, so here's the first one. Water has opposite properties compared to hydrogen and oxygen. Water can't be proven to be H2O because it can't be created nor broken down. Water is affected by human consciousness. Well, that's debatable. But that's consciousness.
Water is affected by human consciousness.
Yeah, there's
wait,
people
all right,
that
but
believe
let's.
that the crystals. The Japanese guy did
Let's go through them one at a time, Dave. Like, we're going so fast.
All right, that's the first page. Water's opposite properties. This is kind of an introduction. Water has opposite properties compared to hydrogen and oxygen, right? We know that.
But no, but what are these opposite properties that water has to oxygen and hydrogen? Let's
I know that
talk about
oxygen and hydrogen are elements, but when water's in a liquid state and it's coming from when you combine, I mean, because you're not taking liquid oxygen or hydrogen to make water, you're taking the two gases and exploding them to create the condensation that we're calling water created from the reaction, right? So those are different states. So you're getting a liquid state out of two gaseous states. That's what it means.
Yeah,
water
and then that liquid state. Yeah, but now that liquid state can be turned into the gaseous state. The reason we use hydrogen gas and oxygen gas is because that's the easiest way to show this experiment. It's a bit difficult to have oxygen and hydrogen in their liquid forms and then do the experiment with heat. That's
think about
a bit.
Okay, so
that's a bit harder to do. That's why the general demonstration show it's with the two gaseous forms.
Right, but then when
general
water
idea
goes
is
to its
when you
gaseous
combine
form,
them, you make water. And it doesn't matter what state you make the water in, as long as you make water, because water doesn't have a preferential state.
But when water goes back to its gaseous state, it doesn't break down into its two elements of oxygen and hydrogen. It stays as water and then goes back to water.
Exactly.
In its gaseous state,
now you've made water.
It's almost like water is an element of its own.
No, water is not an element. That's why it's not on the periodic
table. Well, it's not classified.
Water is a molecule.
It may be able to be broken down into hydrogen and oxygen to some degree, and I don't know if there's anything else that, like a leftover that's there, but it doesn't seem like you can take just pure hydrogen and oxygen and make the amount of water that satisfies the skeptic. I mean, if you had a glass of water after a full glass of water created after a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen in one of these experiments, then I'd take a closer look at that, but not just a little condensation on the glass.
Can you break down gold?
Exactly. I guess you can.
No, I'm asking the other guy. Can you break down gold into its different elements, or is it just one element?
Gold is one element, but you can break it down into its constituent parts.
Right, just like water. Water should be one element, and you can break it down to hydrogen and oxygen.
No.
Very simple. Yeah.
Yeah,
just
but
like
gold,
water.
But we don't say that gold is made of hydrogen and sodium. Gold is an element all by itself.
Yeah,
and
so should water be.
But water is made of some other element.
Just like gold.
No, gold isn't made of other elements. Gold isn't made of carbon and sodium. Gold is just made of gold. The only difference between, literally, the only difference between gold and something like oxygen is the number of neutrons, protons, and electrons it has. That's the only difference. But gold and water, there's a whole big difference there. Yes, Spencer.
Who was the first to discover that water was H2O?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't know. Neither do I.
Who
I'm about to
discovered
find out. I'm
water?
about to find out.
Okay. And
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious me. The plot just thickens. It was Cavendish. Cavendish that discovered that water was H2O.
What a scam.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Oh lordy. There you go.
Oh bless him. What a hero.
Oh. So, so does that mean the Cavendish experiment was initially oxygen and hydrogen opposite each other, and they attracted to each other and made water? Is that how it happened? Oh.
Motherfucker probably discovered Neptune.
Who would have thought that Henry Cavendish also discovered that water isn't water?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Bless you, Google.
What year was that?
Uh, I'll tell you, Jerry. I'm delving into it as we speak because it just.
I just want to know if that was before or after they had microscopes so powerful that they could see hydrogen and oxygen.
Oh yeah. Whoa. Oh no, like you what do you mean see it?
Well, how did he know that there was two hydrogen and one oxygen? How did he count them?
Oh, you wait. Well, I don't know how Cavendish did it. I didn't even know it was Cavendish. That's pretty cool, man. So, but I assume he weighed them. He must have weighed it, or
He either weighed it up or he made it up.
yeah, maybe he weighed it, or he must have used fire or something. Maybe try to burn it and seeing that this type of gas is flammable. Maybe yeah, because I don't think they knew about spectroscopy and whatnot during the time of Cavendish. So it's very interesting. Like yeah, because the things he would have known or been able to do while he was alive would have been pretty limited. Yeah. So yeah, he must have burned the gas or something, and then discovered that this gas is hydrogen. Now the water thing, that I don't know.
$17.66. Jerry?
Wow.
17.66.
That was 33 years before he did his little experiment.
Yeah.
So he discovered hydrogen
33.
before.
33.
There you go.
Oh, it just gets thicker and thicker, the plot. Damn.
I don't understand.
Come on, Nate. You got to admit it's a little bit
Well,
controversial, to say the least.
what's controversial?
Well, the fact that Cavendish discovered water
How is
and
that controversial?
and gravity all at the same time. Oh, this guy is huge.
But Basil, a lot of if you go through, the history of scientific discoveries in the Western world over the last 700 years, it's a lot of the same people discovering a lot of things. Like someone like what's his face, Euler. Euler discovered so many, not even just discovered, invented so many of the basic mathematical principles we use today. Like using numbers, just basic numbers, not Greek letters. Sorry, using letters as notations in mathematics, not Greek letters like, epsilon and psi and delta, but normal numbers, A, B, C, D, X, Y. That was something Euler came up with. And he's come up with so many other things, imaginary numbers. Like, it's a small group of people at the end of the day that came up with a lot of the ideas we have, because all of the ideas kind of went through the same institutions, the British Royal Society, the German, it's
You need to put
yeah.
this fellow Cavendish on a higher pedestal when you speak of it. Sure.
What do you mean?
So,
Like,
well, next
isn't he already?
well, next time you bring him up, just say he's not responsible for discovering masses attracted to mass. You need to.
But he didn't though. He didn't just invent gravity. He just measured Earth's mass.
Well, no, he set out. He set out to discover the density, and that's not what happened.
Yeah,
Right? That's not what happened at
he
all.
did do that.
Well, no,
He did.
he discovered that masses were attracted to other masses with his experiment.
No, he used that principle, Bandsaw, to measure the density and mass of Earth. He already knew masses attract mass. That's why he built his machine, his device, sorry, in such a way that the masses would attract each other, and through that he could tell what the density of Earth was.
He didn't know that at all,
Yes, he did.
Nate.
Yes, he did. You know why? You know why he knew? Wait, hold on. He did know that, bro.
He lived after Newton.
This is how he knew that, because that's the same apparatus from the fucking Coulomb, from the experiment 13 years before that, where Coulomb's law was deduced. It's the same exact setup, man. Some would say it's the same exact machine, but I wouldn't claim that. But it's the exact same setup.
No, he might have
13 years later.
Brian, he may have had an idea that masses were attracted to masses, right? But he never knew it. You don't see
Yeah,
it.
listen,
You don't
that's how
observe it.
Coulomb's law. That's how they formulated Coulomb's law of electrostatics. That's cool, like a coulomb of electricity of electrostatics is 1 coulomb. They fucking used that exact setup, lead balls, fucking on a
Yep.
fucking pendulum. So
You're
yeah,
right,
he
Brian.
knew
I'm
that
going to post a screenshot right now on the live stream. There's Coulomb's balance beam thing here is exact, and the actual equation is the same too. Come to think of it.
Yeah, it's just a different fucking big G, like big G's different from the fucking coulomb. Coulombs is like 6 times 10 to the fucking 27th or something. I think gravity's big G's like 6 times 10 to the fucking 16th or some fucking shit. I don't know.
And
Something along
the
that
math,
line.
things cancel out the same too. The Coulomb torsion balance was similar in principle to the torsion balance used by Cavendish for the measurement of gravitational attraction between masses, which doesn't exist as well, right? Nate, you realize that there is no more attraction between masses.
What?
No, there is no pull. Even your side has to agree. It's the bending of space-time. It's no longer the attraction between masses. It presents itself as if it were mass attracting mass, they say, but it's really being pushed behind by the bending of space-time. Literally, that's what they're saying.
No, but I mean, why don't you focus on what Coulomb did that was different from Cavendish? You just focusing on the fact that the apparatus
I
is
just
kind
wanted
of
to
set up
remind you
the
because
same.
there is no
But
mass attracting
he
mass.
did,
That's done. It's over.
but he
It's
did
over.
something different to what Cavendish did. He charged the 2 metal plated balls, right? And he brought 2 charged particles next to each other to see if they would repel, not to see
Well,
if they would attract.
But if everything has a charge, right, then you could say it's the same thing happening. There's an attraction, or not an attraction between them, but some kind of reaction that's happening regardless.
Yeah,
If
but
they
it
can't
did
even tell
something
if the
different
larger
from what
mass
Cavendish
attracting the
did.
smaller mass.
No, it
Yeah,
didn't.
but you
It's the
guys,
same shit, dude.
it did. For Coulomb, the 2 balls, the metal balls, they had the same polarity, so they repelled each other. They moved away. For
No, they
Cavendish,
didn't, dude.
they did. You
No,
guys don't know
There's
Coulomb's experiment,
tension
and you guys
in
just
the
talking
torsion
about stuff
fiber.
you don't know, because
They
that's what
put
Coulomb
different
did.
charges. They put different fucking charges on the
No,
fucking
they had
ball.
the same polarity. They had the same
Okay,
charge,
then
and they
why are they
repelled each
fucking
other.
okay? Then why do they repel in Coulombs and attract in fucking Cavendish? Then?
Because in Coulombs, they have the same charge. He charged one of them, and he brought another one with the
That's
same
what I
charge, the
just
same
said. You
polarity.
said no,
I'm
motherfucker.
not done. I'm not done talking, Brian. I'm not done talking. This is where I'm saying no. And because they had the same charge, they repelled each other. Like charges repel. They moved away. With Cavendish, the items were charged. You know, they were neutral in terms of their charge and polarity, so that charge wouldn't have an effect, and they attracted each other due to the force of gravity. Like,
dude, that's
they would
exactly what I
the
just said,
results
dude.
were
They
totally
added
different.
charges to Coulombs. Okay,
Okay.
they added.
If that's what you said,
I did.
then
I
I
said they
agree with
added
you.
positives and negatives, and Cavendish didn't ground any of his shit, dude. He fucking supposedly it was just on the fucking on the damn wood that was touching the ground, connected to the wood. That's nothing more, nothing less. And Blue, you know, he had to he got it to work eventually, but he had to use a bunch of different wires, and then he had to fucking ground it, and then he had to put foil in certain places because and I put this in one of my videos that at one point he said he could prove that mass repelled mass. You know, it's probably, you know, he would explain it as electrostatics. I don't want to fucking I don't want to straw man him.
Yeah,
but still, it's all electrostatics, bro.
electrostatics.
So here's what he did in my eyes. Here's what he did. He fucking every time it went wrong, he's like, oh, electrostatics. Oh, I gotta adjust electrostatics. Oh, I gotta put foil up. Oh, I gotta ground these wires together. Oh, and then he finally gets it to work, and he's like, oh, gravity. So he's manipulating electrostatics every step of the way, and then it works perfect, and there's gravity. Man, what the fuck?
And the law isn't about a law of repulsion, right? The law is about attraction or
Which doesn't
repulsion, or right. That's what the law states.
There is no pull. There is no pull. There is no attraction.
Yeah, but what Coulomb wanted to show,
I know
what
you know.
Coulomb wanted to show
It's attraction. They got rid of the negative charge, bro.
No, what Kula wanted to show is that if you have two of the same charges next to each other, they will repel, and that's what happened. They moved away from each other.
That's not what it is, dude. He
Cavendish.
fucking.
That is
Oh my
what
God,
it
dude.
did.
No, it isn't, dude. He fucking. They got rid of the fucking negative fucking charge in the fucking mathematics, bro. It was the attraction.
So, Brian, you were saying when Coulomb did the experiment, the balls came together. They were attracted to each other.
No, if in reality, I would say, however they fucking manipulated the electrostatics, that's what the balls did. And that's still what they do. No matter what. You call it what you want. You call it Cavendish, call it fucking Coulomb. It's the same ass setup and the shit fucking. I mean, I got all the fucking lead balls and shit. I fucking need to put this shit together and show y'all, man.
So
I don't know what.
if Blue didn't ground his experiment, Brian, would he get the opposite results to what he's getting?
He's got his machine fine tuned to behave pretty fucking pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, along the way, yeah. If fucking he tried to use other shit besides lead and it stalled. He blamed that on electrostatics. He got it before he added his foil. Before he added his foil, it repelled. It literally repelled. And he laughed and he said, at this point, I can prove that mass repels mass. He thought it was a joke. I recorded that shit and played it for people. Like, look, this is what's really happening. I watched all them tedious hours of shit. I watched it, and he fucked up. It fucked up. And it's up electrostatics. He fucking took the whole thing back apart, added different wires. Then he fucking combined them both and fucking to a main wire and ran it to the common ground on his house finally. And then that didn't work. He had to put foil up. He put foil up around certain spots, and he finally got it where it did just right. And then up gravity. Everything that went wrong the whole way. Electrostatics. He finally gets that bitch doing just right. Gravity is fucking up. Dude, it's almost fucking nauseating, dude, that somebody could be serious after seeing all that.
I think Blue should come and defend himself. Like these are some wild claims.
He's not going to deny what I just said. I mean, he might church it. I might have churched it up a little bit, but still.
A little bit.
Preach it, baby. Preach it. Did he hook the ground to his house ground?
Yeah.
Why did he do that?
So electrostatics, it didn't work without it.
Yeah, I wonder why it didn't work.
Yeah, but he tried different shit, man. I showed them that if you just hang the balls, then just them in the same proximity as each other shows a reading on a voltmeter. Period.
I challenge you to hang a torsion board with any weight on it, not mass attracting mat, just weights, and it will turn. It will stop for however long, and then it'll start turning again, and then it'll stop, and it'll start turning again. You don't have to do anything to it. I'll be here all week.
Well, yeah, because there's no such thing as a wire. It's never perfectly straight. It's always kind of
Jerry breaking up.
Yeah.
Always some kind of torque on it.
And if
so he hooks up his bag of CO. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Well, what if these masses, lead balls, are creating some type of field in between them, and that's an attractive field? You don't have to call it magnetism. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but it has nothing.
Let me say.
Yeah, but you're calling that gravity. Like, I'm just saying, you put any two things. Yeah. You might not be able to measure something else, but.
Let me say this real quick before I gotta go. He was trying to show that it wasn't just the lead, because I kept telling him, try something that ain't conductive. That's naturally what everybody's gonna want to see. That's fair. And so I guess he got tired of hearing me and other people ask it, so he fucking went out to show it. So he fucking had his shit working good. So now he hangs a bag of sand to show that it's not just the fucking lead and the conductive shit. He's gonna prove because he's got his shit working real good. And he hooks a bag of sand up, and it fails. It totally stalls. It doesn't repel or attract. It just stalls. And what do you think he said? Electrostatics. And so every time it went wrong, it was electrostatics affecting it. And only when he got it just right was it gravity. I mean, do you see the problem at least? I mean, do you see where I'm coming from if nothing else?
I don't know, man. I
But
think
the
it's
fact
hard
of the
to
matter is,
comment on that.
Cavendish didn't use no ground wires at all. You know, he didn't use any ground wires, and I call bullshit because if you don't use
the
any
items
ground
he
wires, and you use
used was
natural
supposed
wood.
to be.
Go ahead.
The items he used were supposed to have like a neutral charge, you know.
Well, I mean,
see, Brian's point is that he couldn't control for this gravity. He had to control for electrostatics. So gravity is a falsifiable thing there as well as gravity.
You're breaking up,
It's
Jerry.
electrostatics. That's the thing that you controlled for. That's your independent variable. That's your cause. Shit.
So, Jerry, you saying electrostatics is the independent variable, not gravity, or I didn't get that.
Well, if that's the thing that was controlled for,
it's the super independent variable. It's not just the independent variable. It's the fucking super independent variable because that's what he played with the whole time. Besides the twist, he did change wires because he was getting the math wasn't working out right. The twist wasn't giving him the right numbers. I mean, he did a lot of fucking work to get that bitch right. So whoever he donated it to, man, it was a fucking whole lot of fucking trial and error, a bunch of fucking wall punching.
Yeah,
probably behind the scenes.
but that's how experiments work, though, Brian. It's a lot of trial
You
and error.
manipulate electrostatic continually, and then you finally get it to do what you want it to do, and no longer fucking say electrostatic. I mean, do you see do you at least see the fucking frustration? And on my part, I'm watching hours and hours of this.
Why though?
Sure,
that's how science works, Brian. If you were a physicist or an astronomer and you worked in this field, that's how long it would take you to just do one experiment. It's painful, you know. It takes so long to try and control all these variables to get the.
It's not an experiment,
result
bro.
You are hoping to get. Wasn't he doing?
It's a fucking apparatus, bro. I mean, it's not an experiment, bro. It's not even a test. It's literally an apparatus.
Was he measuring?
Same apparatus.
Was he measuring something?
It worked. It's same apparatus for that they used in Coolum, like I said, 13 years prior.
Yeah, but was Blue measuring something, or what was the purpose of doing this?
Sorry.
Why did Blue create this Cavendish?
To try and prove that mass attracts mass, or to try and weigh the fucking Earth or some whatever dumb shit. But anyway,
keeping up with the phase. It might go more than 140.
It took, he tried different wires. He tried different wires, and finally somebody told him the wire. They sent him a couple, and he finally got the wire that gave him the correct spin, the correct torsion twist to make the math work. That's not science. That's called a man-made fucking contraption. I give it to him, dude. It was beautiful. It took a lot of work, too, man. He did a good job on it. It's trickery, bro. It's trickery.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
Brian, that's part of science. We make these big contraptions to test theories and ideas, you know. And if Blue, I'm not sure why. Yeah, but hang on, bro. I'm not sure why Blue did it. But if Blue did it to prove or to provide evidence for gravity, then that is an experiment, and his experiment worked. He was able to control his other variables, and then he had his dependent and independent. You know, but it depends on why Blue
from the ground up, bro. So the difference in this one, I got to see this one from the ground up, and now I know it because everything I've done, dude. It's hard to fucking pin. Like I said, I've said it before. Mother Nature don't like to be pinned down. And so I'll tell you right now that
Yo,
that
Rocky, a hot
freaking
mic.
everything that happened with him happened. It's every test goes like that, dude. When you try and pin down Mother Nature, fucking variables, fucking it's never like you think. Any fucking test is always there's always something, man, that I've ever done. There's
I
always
agree.
a little something, something. Mother Nature always throws a wrench in the motherfucker, so nothing's ever certain. But that
That's
one,
good right
I
there.
got to see the literal fucking errors and what it took. And that wasn't just a test to measure the density of Earth. That was having a number to achieve and fucking setting out, building it, updating it, modifying it, fucking at one stage, and then getting it to give you the fucking the torsion twist that matches the fucking math, the numbers you needed. I know that's what Cavendish did because that's probably what Coulomb did 13 years prior.
Hot mic, Rakia. Oh. Go, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing he really ever varied for was electrostatics, and he varied for it in multiple different ways, and then and all of a sudden when he
What he
got it
should have done.
working just right, he claimed gravity. I don't know,
But
man.
what's
That's
the issue, though? I don't understand what the issue is.
once again, what's his variable? What's he fucking what's he varying? What's he changing for? What's he making these additions and shit and subtractions and rebuilds and shit for electrostatic? Every time something went wrong, he blamed it on electrostatic.
Nate, you do know the ballers even admit that it's not a real experiment, right?
Well, I would say it depends what Blue was trying to do with it. If he was just trying to do a measurement of something, then yeah, it's not an experiment. But if Blue was
No,
trying
I
to
mean
provide
Cavendish
evidence
in
of
general.
something.
Cavendish is
Oh, in
Cavendish
general,
is not
Cavendish in
experiment.
general, yeah, it's not an experiment.
Here's what's going to happen, though, man. It's going to go to Tennessee, and the kids are going to see it. If they show it off at Tennessee, and the students are going to see it like he just built it like that first try. Within reason. Okay, first try, just use a wire and measured that wire and the twist from that particular wire that he hung. They're not going to know that he fucking tried multiple different wires. That he tried different materials and they stalled. He's not going to know that at one point before he fucking ran a common ground that he proved mass repels mass. All they're gonna see is a fucking fucking manipulated machine that he built, and all they're gonna see is just a fucking the fucking look at this, mass does attract mass, and it's insanity if that's all they're gonna see. It's not really, it's dishonest in a way. I respect Blue, so I'm not gonna really fucking.
I don't think
Go ahead.
it's dishonest. I don't think it's dishonest to try and replicate something that was done. I don't think it's dishonest by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm gonna call you out on that one, Brian, to say it's dishonest.
Man. Also,
Sorry.
Blue's
You
here.
could say, okay. That's like me building a. That's like me building a. But listen, that's why I said, all right, Blue's here, and that's why I ain't bash him too much. I know he comes up. I like to go to his channel and all that. But I'm not
Brian,
going to say
let's let
I don't think Blue is
respond to what
dishonest.
you said.
I don't think Blue is dishonest per se. I just think on its face, it winds up being fucking. If you don't tell the full story and let people come up with their own conclusions, man, it's really kind of my own fault because I have the setup. I haven't put the fucker together yet to prove anything else. But I think at this point it's static. I think the story should come with the fucking apparatus instead of, they should have known some of the problems that came with it and what else he buried for. But it was a fine piece of machinery. I give him that. Like I said, I'm not going to take that away from him. He put a fucking lot of work in, but it wasn't without its snags. So, all right, your turn, Blue. It's your fucking apparatus.
Well, the story is told. If you read, I just posted the paper I wrote about it, Brian, and I covered everything you just talked about. All the different wires I tested. I covered the issues that I ran into with electrostatics and the way we went about, every bit of that. And not to mention that there's literally hundreds of hours of video people can watch.
I will insert foot in mouth then. I did not know you wrote that in a paper.
Yeah, it's
This is
all
a
on there.
115-page paper. Jesus, boo. You are legit, my guy. I'm actually gonna read this. This is
No,
nice.
It's
you're
all.
not. No, you're
It's all.
not, Nate.
It's
Yes, I
all.
am. What?
No, I wasn't trying
Hey,
to. I wasn't trying to cover anything up or hide anything. I hope that came across. Anybody that watched any of the stuff I was doing.
I think
Yeah, that's super
you
honest. Though. I didn't think
added
you were necessarily being dishonest. I just think the outcome could come across as dishonest. But you covered that base and actually came across as very, very honest by fucking covering that base. So, like I said, I'll insert foot in mouth and apologize.
Oh, that's no.
So I mean, Brian, do you think this isn't what all scientists and engineers do when they perform, a measurement or an experiment? They don't document their results.
Well, is it true what you were, what Brian was saying about it? Like it didn't come out. It took many times to get it to do it right once, and there was
No.
electrostatics going on the whole time, and then all of a sudden, the one time it works, you're calling it gravity.
I think that is a gross mischaracterization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him I churched
Gross
it up a little bit. I
mischaracterization.
told him I churched it up a little bit.
When
it went wrong, you did fucking blame it on electrostatic.
Well, yeah. To be quite honest, to begin with, okay. When I began running doing trial runs with it, I didn't have any electrostatic issues. Everything was working perfectly, and it did that from the beginning. It surprised me, and all that's documented too. If you go back in the early videos. But I did something that Cavendish didn't do, and I didn't think at the time that what I was doing might be a bad thing. Ended up that I think it may have actually been a really bad thing. I didn't just leave the wood, that wood cabinet unfinished. I thought, well, hell, I want to make this thing look nice, right? I'll put a little tung oil on there, like I usually do when I'm building a piece of furniture or something. Make it look really pretty. Well, as that stuff cured, the more it cured, the more I started noticing something's not behaving right. It was starting to vary over time, and then through a little experimentation, fiddling around, I realized that coating. I think this is what it was. That coating I put on the wood was highly resistive, and it was allowing the wood, which normally would have a moisture content and be prone to drain off any kind of static electric charge. It was no longer doing that. We had static electricity just sitting on the surface of the damn wood. And I could prove that by grounding various parts of the case and making the damn balance move, but without doing anything else. Just putting wrapping a piece of aluminum foil around it and grounding it. So I thought, okay,
I don't doubt that, Blue, but you also had to change the wire, though, man, because you never know what would have happened if you had the right wire to begin with.
No. I didn't have to change the wire. That was a conscious choice from the beginning. I wanted to see the difference. What I wanted to do was absolutely duplicate Cavendish as best as I could. But Cavendish had the material available to him, which I was unable to find. It's something they called silvered copper. Now, you might think that means tinned copper or, silver plated copper or some such as that. No, what he used was a material in those days that was known as white copper. And it was a Chinese material that had a percentage of nickel in it. So that made that copper wire quite usable for a torsion balance. It had enough tensile strength that you could use it. I was trying to duplicate that the best I could, but I couldn't come up with that kind of material. And you can't use today's copper. It's too damn soft. It's 99.99% pure copper. So the stuff doesn't have enough tensile strength. By the time you get it large enough in diameter that it can support the weight of the balance itself, you no longer have any sensitivity in the balance. That was the part of the process I was going through. I didn't really want to use steel, right? I tried using beryllium copper, but that's very springy stuff. That's what they use it for. They make springs out of it, right? So I tried that and eventually decided, okay, I'll just do what everybody else does. I'll switch back to to tungsten. So it wasn't a matter of having to do anything. The very first wire I put in there was a 0.008 inch diameter steel guitar string, and it worked fine. It was very usable, although it did seem to have a bit of a bias to it. But
yeah, all manufactured wire is going to have a bias, I would think, because it's
Can you refresh my memory a little bit on what was it? Why'd you take it apart partially and put it back together?
Huh? When?
Like a little ways in it. I mean, I don't remember the exact video, but I mean, you didn't take the whole fucking thing apart, but you had to backtrack a little bit.
Oh, to remedy the concerns over electrostatics, I bought some copper foil tape. It's got a conductive adhesive backing on it. It's the stuff they use to line the inside of like the electronic compartment in an electric guitar or something like that. It's real good electrostatic shielding. So I took the thing completely apart and lined the entire lower half of that case. The upper part were just the wires, and it didn't make any difference. But down there where the balance was, I lined all of that with that copper foil and grounded it, and the electrostatic issues went away.
Okay, what wire do you recommend that I use when I go to put this thing together?
Well, the best wire I use.
Don't say silver plated copper, man.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No, tungsten is a very good choice, but it's also very expensive. For your purpose, I would just simply use music wire. Just use a guitar string, E string.
Why does like if you hang a guitar string, a torsion bore from a guitar string, and put weight on each side equally balanced, why does it turn it all?
It's the attraction of the external weights that causes it to deflect.
No, I'm talking about before you add the external weights. The torsion bar has to twist and turn and settle, right?
Yeah, it takes a while for it to settle down.
Why does it turn at all?
Well, it's got stress built in it from the manufacturing, the drawing process.
And how are you getting that stress out again?
Well, all you can do is wait for it to relax and stabilize.
Right, but then if you wait long enough, it'll start moving again, right?
No.
I'll take that bet.
Okay, you'll lose.
Sorry, Blue. Can I just interject there? So, did you ever manage to get the wire to not move at all?
Yeah.
For how long?
Not very often.
Yeah, what's your longest period?
Well, then weight is added.
It would sit fairly stable. I mean, not moving on the late.
Not fairly stable. Come on.
No.
It was always. You never managed to get it completely still, did you?
I'll stick up for him on this one, dude. I'll stick up for him on this one. We were fucking like he had a crowd and we're waiting to see this shit, and it's like barely fucking moving.
Okay, but can we hear the answer?
Yeah. Go ahead. All right.
On your experiment that you spent so much time on and documented, how long was the torsion bar stable, still, not twisting or moving?
Not moving at all. Just rock solid, stable. It would do that for periods of maybe 12 hours.
And then would it start moving on its own before you added the external weights?
It might oscillate a little bit.
Why would it do that?
When you say moving, I'm interpreting that as meaning a little small oscillation.
Any movement.
Half a millimeter.
Call it what you want.
Half a millimeter back and forth, still staying right around the average point, but just moving either side of it slightly.
Well, hang on. Let me follow.
Still 12 hours?
No.
Do you record
Why would it do that? Why would it do that?
There could be
Why
all
would it
kinds of
isolate at all? Yeah. Okay. Give us some.
There could be all kinds of reasons for it.
Sure, you're the expert. Give us some.
Give you some seismic activity. The ground is always moving.
Okay, that's
very
one.
slightly, but the ground is always moving.
Okay.
So, you know, you can have little things like that. I'm not in a laboratory situation where I can lock people away from it for, 50 feet away from it
Okay. So
constantly.
people
It's sitting
moving.
here. So I walk in and out of the garage, even though I'm a long way away from it. Just my mass is enough to cause it to deflect slightly.
All right. That's two.
There's a room above that garage. My wife and my dogs stay up there quite a bit. The bonus room up there where they hang out. They're moving around. They're up above it, but they're still moving around. It's still a mass that's moving around.
Okay.
All kinds of things like that can cause these little tiny movements, but we're not talking about anything. The deflection I was measuring was 30 millimeters. I'm talking about little movements of a half a millimeter one side, half a millimeter the other. It's insignificant.
Would you agree you could manipulate that thing to do? I'm not going to say anything, but as far as any direction, pretty much just with moving the foil around, fucking with the grounds and shit. Electrostatics, you could manipulate. I'm not saying that's what you did, like intentionally or nothing like that. Coming from a skeptical point of view, I've seen your apparatus. I've seen it fucking work and all that. I've seen the work you put in it and shit. So, but coming from a skeptical point of view, this would be my skepticism. Like when shit wasn't going right, it was always electrostatics. Shit. The bag stalled you when you went to prove that it wasn't just the lead. Enough people fucking barked at you about using something non-conductive, and you did the sandbag. And I'm not saying you don't have an explanation. The bag was staticky or whatever, but then when it stalled, electrostatics. So from a skeptical point of view, when everything went wrong, it was electrostatics. But then when it went right, it's gravity mass attracting mass. I mean, can you at least understand my skepticism point of view and wanting to set it up myself, kind of?
Yeah, I suppose. It's sort of hard to refute 46 documented tests where it does exactly what it's supposed to do. And it's also sort of hard to explain how the electrostatic theory came into play based on one test. I took steps to eliminate the electrostatic issue, and it never showed up again. Would you give me that?
Yeah, I will absolutely give you that. And like I said, I just want to make sure that it's like I just feel like I could set it up to do the exact opposite with extreme consistency. I feel like I could, it'd probably take me a lot longer than it did you, man. I'll rig that motherfucker together and get it working something. And I feel like with enough setups, with enough little tweaking. Plus I've already seen what you've done, so that'll help me. And I can get it to cooperate very consistently. But like I said, to start with, I could get it doing the exact opposite with a pretty good consistency with a certain setup. And I could claim that all of it's electrostatics, just depending on how you got the field. But I do understand your point. It's fair that you're eliminating the electrostatics, because I'll concede that as a possibility. And you did get it consistent for whatever, everything people have heard. Judge for yourself. He's got the motherfucker working, whatever he did. But it's just
whatever I did is highly documented and available for anybody to look at. Yeah, I didn't keep anything.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'll verify it.
I've heard over the years, Blue, a lot of contention in regards to the actual wire itself. There's a twist in it this way, there's a twist in it that way, giving it some sort of bias.
Mm-hmm.
And you've heard probably many of the same sort of things up over the years itself. Would a way maybe to alleviate those objections would to maybe try and set some other sort of pivoting system in place. Say, for example, having a wire attached at each end, for argument's sake, coming to a central point, making the shape of an A up high, and having that attached to a ball bearing or something, and then that being pivoted or attached, say, to a neodymium magnet, which would allow it to move freely, hanging off that. Would that be a way of alleviating that sort of objection? Is that feasible at all, doing something like that, or even practical?
Well, it can't pivot. If you do that, you've eliminated torque in the wire, which is necessary. You've got to have the wire's got to be rigidly attached, both ends. You can't have any slipping connections there. You've got to literally torque the wire. You got to induce the torque. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to measure anything. But the way if you only ever put the large weights on one side, and only ever cause the balance to deflect one direction, then you say, now, wait a minute. Yeah. How do I know the wire didn't just want to go that way anyway? How would I know? Right. But the way that's eliminated is by reversing the weights.
Yep.
You cause it to deflect to the side that the weight is on. First on one side, then you go to the other side, and it deflects off center the other way by the same amount.
Okay, then. Yep. Cool.
That's the way.
Okay, then. So eliminating whatever bias is in the wire is by just putting the weights on the opposite sides.
Right.
And
yep.
Okay. Yep. So then it's either down to something else, whether that is the gravity component or the electrostatic component. It's down to one of those two components. Then they're really the only two options after that. Yeah.
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 I'd agree with that. I would agree with that. I don't see. I don't unless there's a long lost cousin of electrostatics or gravity. It comes down to gravity or electrostatics. I think pretty much he's isolated it down to that.
Nice.
Cool. Wow. All we've got to do is just eliminate the gravity component to nail the electrostatic componment.
Well,
how do you?
That's it, dude. We got to do a free falling Cavendish, man.
Yeah, that would be the idea. But
hold on, man. Look, we can go to a wind tunnel, man. A fucking badass wind tunnel, and get a little setup at least, man. And no, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it ain't. If we contained it, yeah, it takes some crazy balance, man. But I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think that one through, did I?
It is very, very, very sensitive. But the forces, the forces you're measuring are incredibly small.
Little mass. Now, would it be like suspended in midair for the rest of eternity if you just let it there? Because the bigger mass is, whatever it is. The smaller mass is being pulled by it, right? Or pushed, right? So would it stay in that position forever if you didn't move either mass?
Yeah, it'll stabilize and pretty much sit right there.
Wow.
What do you mean stabilize? Like go back and forth a little bit less each time, you mean, until finally it stopped or something?
Yeah, it's a harmonic oscillator. It's a horizontal pendulum is what it is.
So you've got this.
When you disturb it, when you disturb that pendulum, just like a gravity pendulum, it's going to begin to swing, and it will overshoot its neutral point too far the other direction, and it swings back and back and back and forth and back and forth. And it'll continue to do that, but it's a decaying, damped oscillation. Okay. And it takes quite a long time for it to find its, to finally stop moving. I'm talking
So
about
for anybody who doesn't know what he's talking
and
about, for anybody who didn't watch it, and so like the twist, in other words, when it starts the oscillation, whatever's causing it, okay, we're discussing that, but it's tracking and it's going against the twist of the wire. So he's settled out the wire to the best of he's probably got more patience than me, but he so he settles out the wire, and then so as it oscillates toward the other ball, it's creating a tension with the twist itself. In other words, it's wanting to twist back the other way, and so then it does. Once it gets as close as it's going to get, and the wire force it gets stronger, so it starts oscillating the other way, and then then it's the twist of the wire kind of, and but I don't know though, Blue. It seems like there's a part of me that thinks that once it gets going and it goes the other way and it's on its way back, now that it's already got moving, and what's in motion likes to stay in motion, it seems like once it got to moving on its first trip back, it almost seems like it something tells me it might gain a little speed with the oscillation. Did you think of that one?
No, it won't do that. There's nothing there that's going to cause it to amplify its motion. It's going to work just exactly like the pendulum in my grandfather clock. Exactly. You start that thing swinging, and it's just going to, decay over time. Unless the clock's been wound up, it's just going to decay over time and eventually end up hanging straight down. All we do with this thing is you replace gravity as the restoring force in the grandfather clock. In this case, with Cavendish, the torque in the wire is the restoring force.
Do you think, Blue, that you are able to totally eliminate the electrostatic component?
Yeah, you can.
Simply by grounding the system?
Well, simply by enclosing it in what amounts to a Faraday cage, yeah.
How does that eliminate the electrostatic component by enclosing it?
Well, you've totally in a metallic. You've built a metallic enclosure in essence. You've put the thing inside a conductive box, right? When I put all that foil in there, and you've grounded that, so static electricity isn't going to sit on the surface of a conductor that's grounded that way. It just doesn't do it. It won't do it. Yeah, everybody's seen pictures of the guy sitting in the cage and the big lightning bolts hitting the cage, and the guy inside the cage is perfectly safe. Just like the people inside the airplane or you inside your car in a thunderstorm. Lightning,
but that's
car, it's not going to hurt you.
I could make the argument that because the electrostatic it's stable, it's stationary, so to put it in motion is what you need for current flow. You got it. So I mean, I could make the argument. I'm not necessarily making it, but if I want to be hyper skeptical, I could say that you're assuming the charge is coming from externally and not from within. But yeah, I see the way you grounded it with the wires and shit, and that pretty much I don't know, man.
It's important it's important to have grounding, a proper grounding system on it.
Yeah, Cavendish didn't know.
If you're stopping the, and this is just a point, I'm reading this point actually. This ain't my point. This is care of Reckoner. But if you're stopping the static electric charge, but you're not stopping the electrostatic nature of things, how is that eliminating what is going on?
Well, it's charge that's gonna induce any sort of force, right? You need charge. You need an electric charge on two things, actually, not just one thing. You need two things close to each other. And if the charges are opposite, one's positive, one's negative, then it will attract. If the charges are the same, both positive, both negative, they'll repel. That's the way it works.
Okay, but aren't the charges by nature always trying to do that?
Well,
So
if you want to get down and talk on an atomic level, but we're not talking about on the atomic level. We're talking about
maybe. Well, I'm not qualified to. I'm just going off some comments here.
Yes, everything's.
Hey, I forgot to ask, Blue. Did you ground all 4 balls? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you grounded the two, and then the other 2, and connected them to the common, and that was like the ground in your garage or whatever, like a good ground.
Here's the way it worked. Of course, the wire itself is conductive, right? The torsion wire, and then you've got those lateral wires, the angled ones that support, that act as supports to keep the balance from trying to bow under the weight of the small masses. Those are conductive. The lead balls inside are obviously conductive, and they're attached with copper wire. So all of that's all tied together back up through the top of the enclosure, and that rotating mechanism, that adjusting mechanism. So all of that stuff, everything metallic, has been tied together in there, right? Now that ground then goes up and ties to grounds that go to both of the brass hanger rods that hold up the large weights. And from that point, it goes, I took it outside to an 8-foot ground rod that I drove in the ground right outside the garage.
Okay, that's right. Okay. But everything metallic but the foil, right?
The foil is grounded too. Yeah. Yeah,
What?
the foil has to be grounded.
You grounded the foil?
It wouldn't do any fucking good if you didn't. What would be the fucking point?
I wouldn't think it even fucking matter, to be honest.
It would. Yeah, you don't want
I thought it was like a shield.
No, you need it. You need it. All of that needs to be grounded. You want to eliminate the possibility.
You can draw power from the ground, don't you, Blue? I think I brought that one up before. I showed you drawing power from the ground, didn't I?
Not through one wire, you can't.
No, not through one wire. But I'll think of something.
Not through one wire, it won't. Yeah, that the grounding system was rather fairly elaborate, I guess.
See, I think you should have did a 9-foot ground, Blue. Man, you almost had it, man. If you'd only just did a 9-foot piece of rebar, man, I'd be with you, man.
Nah.
Hey, all we got to do now, Blue, is get that fucker up to the North Pole and have it demonstrate Earth's rotation. I think it should reflect in at your latitude. You're up north, from what I understand, a little ways, but at least at the North Pole, man, we should get an obvious fucking. It should never really stay still up north because of Earth's rotation. It's very sensitive. It should easily detect that.
I don't think I can agree with that.
Got it all figured out, man. So we're gonna borrow that bitch back from Tennessee unless I can get mine built good enough, and then we'll we'll wait, pick a good summer, man, and go up there, man, and we'll decide this. This whole argument will rest on this one little thing, man. This one North Pole cabin dish.
I think you're probably in for a fight if you think you're going to get that away from UT.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey, Blue, I've been asked to ask you a question. what are your views on the Hutchinson tape?
On the what?
On the Hutchinson tape.
I don't know what the Hutchinson tape is. What is that?
Okay, I'm about to find out here. Give me one moment, please, caller.
The Hutchinson effect, like, ain't it? I know. I mean, he was doing a lot of experiments with different crystals and get energy, but you know, you could argue that was the piezoelectric whatever. But anyway, it seems like he hit a frequency that made shit like anti-gravity, basically.
Yeah. Find the Hutchinson effect on recording. It was an old VHS. It's levitation of wood or metal, etc. Frequency manipulation and all that sort of stuff. So frequency manipulation, I suppose, might be.
And it was pulses too. It wasn't like levitating shit with fucking with frequencies like with sound where metal plates get real hot. It was like a pulse. Match it. Did it with a bowling ball, like a block of fucking wood, but he matched the fucking and put a pulse, and that motherfucker would sure enough race up. That's that. Go ahead, Benson.
It could be stable or very unstable, bend metal, warp and heat it, levitate it, any material. So basically,
combine it.
Yeah. So basically,
fuse it. I'm sorry, fuse it.
Yeah. So it's rooted most likely in the frequency. So what are your views on that sort of thing?
I don't even know enough about what we're discussing here to comment on it, to be honest, Bandy.
Fair enough. Well, no dramas.
Hutchinson.
Yeah, but
Effect or something like that.
So the Hutchinson effect or the Hutchinson tape, might be able to YouTube it or Google it or something. Maybe find something on it. I think I have seen something on it. And apparently, I think the rebuttal for it was that it's never been able to be replicated. But
well, that's just that would be disturbing for sure.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it was. But I have seen something on it. It's an old YouTube video. It actually looks like it's been videoed off a VHS tape. It's kind of grainy and that sort of stuff.
Oh, good grief! Yeah, I'm watching something right now.
Oh, okay then. You found it. Yep. There you go. So, by your reaction,
it's not that far fetched, though, man. It's not that far fetched. Sorry, go ahead.
By your reaction, Blue, there of oh good grief, I'm kind of gathering that's your reaction to the Hutchinson effect.
Yeah, but man, it's like I said. I started to say it's not that far fetched, Ben. So, because yeah, I mean, think about it, man. We can watch like 100-pound shit, probably more than that. But heavy ass metal plates literally levitate acoustically with just frequency in the right, the right frequency, and also we can like shake a medium and watch a boat, a little toy boat, watching a small aquarium upside down, literally, and a boat float upside down, and then you pull it up, you pull it down, and it falls up. So it ain't just the water that it's sitting on that's doing that. It's everything. It's the air around it. It's all literally reversed its field. The point is, it's just from frequency. And so what he claimed, that was before that shit was really famous and well known, and he claimed to do it with pulses of frequency. So shit, dude, it's not that far fetched.
There's a lot in frequency, actually. There was an old wives' tale going around of soldiers were walking over a bridge, and their cadence itself collapsed the bridge. I think that's the old wives' tale. All right, and then I think it was the Mythbusters that tried to debunk that, and they got like a heap of boots and joined them all together robotically to get them to march over a particular bridge to get the frequency of their cadence right to where it collapsed.
Now look, Reckonor, you just call me a moron. I searched what you put. I put it in the chat. Hutchinson effect. This video came up, and it says anti-gravity demonstration with the John Hutchinson effect. It's not a debunk. So careful who you call a moron.
Did he? Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, yeah, don't. Yeah. Thank you, Reckoner, for watching. The dinosaur sticks.
I don't know what I'll watch it.
There is a lot in frequency, though. Like frequency can do a lot to things.
Well, that's a bunch of old hippies.
What? Thinking frequency
Yeah,
can do a lot?
I'm looking at these guys on this old VHS tape. Yeah, these guys have got some ancient stuff.
The tape should be in an old garage workshop.
That's what it looks like it's in.
Yeah, okay, cool. So you got the right one. Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Godric. There you go.
You're not talking about that little toy boat that goes upside down or something?
Do you guys sleep at all?
Who? Who's we? Or
You.
guys?
Do you
What
sleep?
are you talking about? Yeah, it's only like 7 o'clock at night.
Are you in Hawaii? Are you in Hawaii?
No,
What are you doing in Hawaii? What are you doing in Hawaii, Bandy? When did you go there?
Exactly. No, I'm in this country, greatest country on earth.
Not in the best state, though.
Oh, definitely.
Well, Godric, his Hawaiian accent didn't give it away.
Hey, Bandy, have you been to Hawaii? Did you get laid lately?
He says 11 o'clock. I was trying to figure out where that could be 11 o'clock.
Aloha. Yes.
I watched this video once about a little toy boat going upside down.
Over the horizon?
No, I don't know what. It was just in a container. I don't know what. I'd have to watch it again to figure out what it was about.
A container with water on horizontal, equalized water? Everything you show, Terry. Everything you show, Terry, is on a horizontal plane.
It's in a couple of my videos, man. I probably could pull it up, but I mean, it's easy to explain. It's just a small aquarium, probably like about 6 inches long by about 4 inches wide, and they probably about 2 inches wide, but they give it a good shake. It almost looked like the bitches like hooked up to freaking Sawzall or some shit, man. That's about the frequency. It's not like super fast, but whatever the case, they get it shaking and they blow air in there. Instead of the air coming up, it stays down and the water comes up and everything reverses. They put a little toy boat in there upside down. It was literally floating on the water upside down, and they pull it down into the air and then it falls back up toward the water. It was the craziest thing, dude, just by vibration, the right frequency.
There's a video in the side chat similar, but I'm looking for the other one.
Mic check.
Hello?
Went quiet.
Yeah, everyone's quiet.
No, you're good. It's the calm before the storm. Like, yeah.
I was taking a break, getting some snacks.
Just waiting for somebody to say something wrong, and then we'll all pile on them.
Pounce on it. I got an hour and a half drive, so I'll be on listening.
I had a beautiful meal of homemade chicken nuggets with a homemade chili
Nice.
radish to go with it. Oh my Lord, it was good.
Nice.
Crumbed in a beer batter and lemongrass batter. Oh my Lord.
You didn't cook it yourself. That sounds too complicated for you.
Oh no. I just give the orders, Terry. All right.
I'm starving, so all this food's
Okay, I keep talking, Bandy. Racky,
yeah.
drooling.
I got a quarter of a tank. I said I'm gonna run an hour and stop and get some breakfast and some fuel and head on down the road a little bit. We're going to the boat today to work, so I just finished we started at 1:00, a 1:00 pour, and we just finished 5:00. So I'm done for the day. Go work on the boat. We're putting the outriggers on today, so it'll be a big day.
Nice.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I can't wait. Brand new in the box, coming out of the box.
Nothing better than unwrapping that bubble wrap for the very first time.
Man, it's been like Christmas for the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
My front door and all that delivery has been crazy.
Nice.
I'm trying to insert the pun, whatever floats your boat, into your boat thing sometime, Rakia.
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
Well, I enjoy it. I'm going down a little early. I'm gonna cook for everyone today, and then my son's coming after lunch. We're gonna start doing the outriggers. So should be a good day. I actually have my mom coming in this weekend. and she's gonna stay with us at the condo and take her out to lunch. I got a facial scheduled for her Sunday morning. Treat her to a pampering type thing.
Oh, nice.
She don't know it yet.
Oh, cool.
So it's gonna be a surprise. Got a nice reservation Saturday night for a nice meal, and then facial Sunday morning. She should like all that. She deserves it.
From what I've seen of a few pics, Rucky, your face could do with a bit of pampering.
Man,
go and stick your face in the mud puddle.
if you only knew, dude. I got splattered this morning. I was standing right. One of the few times I stood still by the back of the pump. They pumped it like it backfed and it just splattered me. And I wasn't wearing my hat. You know, I always wear a hat, and I wasn't wearing my hat, and it's just all in my scalp. I can just. I was so pissed. That's what I was telling you. I'm having a pour from hell because it was like trucks getting stuck. The pump splattered me. There was a huge tree in the way. We were knocking down limbs. It was just terrible. But we got it, and you know, I'm done. So my guys will take care of the rest.
Few days.
So another great week. Head on, have some fun. Yeah, I could use a facial. My eyebrows right now. I looked in the mirror. I looked in the mirror this morning. I was like, "Holy cow! You know what is going on?"
I did that a couple of weeks ago, Rucky. In the bathroom anyway. It's out of the shower, and anyway, looked in the mirror, and I've got like these 3 rogue eyebrows like growing growing in all these wild directions. Anyway,
I sit next to people. Yeah, and I'm always making
wife.
fun of them, and it's me now.
Yeah, and I said, "You let me go out in public like this? Like what the hell?"
Yeah, my wife is out of the state, like she's out of town, so that's usually who trims them up. Or I go get a haircut and they'll trim them. I haven't had a haircut in a while, but my eyebrows are growing really fast now. I guess I'm getting older. Things have changed.
Yeah, no, they do. They do start going wild.
They are definitely wild. I looked this morning and I was like, "Whoa, goodness!"
Yeah.
I'm literally this morning on the way to work at 12:30. I was like, I am stopping today and getting some scissors, those trimmers or whatever, and I'm cutting them myself because it looks terrible. That's so funny. Oh, we're getting rained on. It's just. I had to drive over here last night at 9 o'clock because they had a big cell go over just to make sure it didn't flood it. So then I drove home. I shouldn't have drove home. If I would have had my bag with me, I would have stayed. But I'm leaving from here going, east, and I live west of the job. So I had to drive home last night and get my bag, and then drive back at 12:30. It's just stupid. Hour and a half of sleep. I'll sleep good tonight.
Sounds like you're on the road a lot, Rucky.
Well, right now with this project, I am. It's 2 hours away from my house, and I get to fly a lot, like with my brother. But I drive back and forth. Like I have a vehicle over there, and then I have the vehicle that I'm in now. So in case I fly, I can have a vehicle there. But they're actually out of town for the weekend. So he took him and his wife and one of his grandkids. I think they went to Tennessee, somewhere up that way. But yeah, we're always going, blowing and going. We play hard and we work hard. But this project, this project's had us, really trying to take care of our business and then come over here and get this done and back in the water. The boat's no good out of the water. It sucks.
No.
But it's It's going to be really nice. It's going to be the nicest thing I've ever had. We're thinking about naming it the Unsellable because it's going to be so much money in it you can't sell it. The Unsellable. Now I was going to rename it. The name is Sacagawea, but I was going to rename it Logos. But I'm meeting with the Coast Guard on Tuesday, and I'm going to see what that entails. I know it's going to be
As
costly.
long as you don't name it Titanic or SS Minnow.
Yeah. So what did you say the name was? Sacagawea.
Sacagawea.
What's that mean, mate?
That was the Indian lady that guided the Louisiana Purchase people around when they were discovering Louisiana and these territories.
Right. Okay.
So it was a Indian lady that was a guide, like knew the territory, and they hired her to take all the surveyors and explorers around, so they would take off the Louisiana Purchase. And my daughter looks exactly like this Indian girl, so we named it Sacagawea. But pretty cool. It's Sacajawea. Yeah, you can look it up. Look it up.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool little story behind it, and you're supposed to name it after our girl. So we named it after our daughter. But I think Logos would be a pretty cool name. Logos. But I don't know if my kids don't really want that.
I like the name you have for it already.
Yeah, I like it. Just you pull up into some of the. Well, anyway. Yeah.
Well, I'm just reading at the moment. We can all feel safe. Apparently, NASA is joining the official UFO hunt to identify these UFOs and where they are coming from.
Oh yeah. More stories to come.
Yeah,
from that.
yeah. We could all feel safe that we're going to find out where they're coming from.
Can you spell propaganda?
Oh, well. Maybe.
I remember.
We're gonna find out what is coming from. What?
UFOs, Jerry. UFOs.
Oh,
Yep.
thank God.
Yep. NASA has joined the official hunt. All right. So they
Man.
have officially commissioned a study of these things to find out where they're coming from.
There they go.
Yeah, I know.
For 40 years. I was young enough to remember. The UFO hunters were the flat Earth of the day, right? They were the conspiracy theorists.
Absolutely.
And now the government is going, yeah, they're real. We're seeing them all the time. They were putting tinfoil hats on these people, arresting them, for trespass, all this stuff. And now, they're not conspiracy theorists anymore. Of course there's UFOs. We've always known there's UFOs.
Yeah.
UFO is just unidentified flying object. And that's basically all they were saying back then. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
But I don't put it past, like, they could have made a spaceship, right? And then, just thrown it on the ground, crashed it, made it fire and smoke, had some poor farmer find it with his daughter and make them look like idiots. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that can be made up. The alien, Roswell, spaceship, abduction, all that could be just part of the story, right? Easily done. I mean, I could fool people with that, much less the government. But why would they do that? I told you the story the other day. I was watching it was a cool video actually about it was either the SR-71 or the Blackbird, one of the ones that go up to like 70,000 feet, and that's what they were doing. They were going to 70,000, and the reporter had to, you know, do the treadmill with the pure oxygen and train and get briefed and get into his flight suit, you know, space suit and all that. So they did that, and they're going up, and they're like, "Oh man, this is awesome! The power of this thing. Okay, we're climbing. We're at 10,000. You know, we're at 20, 30, 40, and they get to 50, and they're like, "Oh, this is amazing." 60. You know, they go 40, 50, 60, 66, 6, 70, 80. Oh, we're here. You know, or they stopped at 70, I believe. But they went by tens until they got to 60, and then they went 66, 6. And then right after they did that, they got to 70, leveled off, and told a short little thing how they have to keep the exact speed, right? Like to the freaking mile per hour, or they'll crash, basically, is what they were explaining. You know, it's just a very small window of speed that they have to keep. And right after that, they said, look at the curvature of the earth, right? And you're, there's more. After they say that, you're looking out the back window as they're saying it, and it's as flat. I'm talking about, it's flatter than the balloon videos you'd look at. But they say, look at the curvature of the earth, and then they post a cartoon globe on the screen. I kid you not. Now, if that's not propaganda, I don't know what is. And why did they say 66.6? You know,
Yeah.
I get that they were approaching 70, but you think it's not a coincidence, or it is a coincidence that they said 66.6? Like, I don't know, man. I was even astonished because I enjoyed the whole video. It was really cool.
Yep.
66.6, and then look at the curve, and then post a globe, all in like 30 seconds. And the whole video, no, they didn't say anything about that. It's just that 30 seconds was, you know, pop it to you. I thought that was funny.
That was Gary Sinise going up in the U2.
I don't know. I posted the other day. You said you were going to watch it, or that you've seen it, or something, or maybe that was somebody else. It was a reporter, I think.
No, it's Gary Sinise. He's an actor.
Oh, actor.
And it was the...
Yeah, he played Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump.
Exactly.
Oh, that was him? I don't know
yeah.
if that was the video that I'm talking about, but I didn't know that was him.
You must have watched another video because, I don't remember the 66.6 or Sinise saying anything about the curvature of the earth.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
they do it.
I'll go back and look again.
Yeah, it might not have been that one then. Because I thought it was a reporter, but I might have that part wrong. It could have been, but it was definitely a civilian. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a military guy in the back seat. But it was cool as crap. That one had a back seat, but like a bubble or whatever. I don't think all of them do. Maybe.
No, you watch that's some other video, not the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure our U2s don't have a bubble. They don't have a back window.
No, this one definitely had a second seat with like a bubble that was higher than the pilot seat, and then the wing. They made a big deal out of having to put those tires on the end of the wings because the wings are so wide, and you know they would hit the runway if they didn't.
Well, yeah, it's those outriggers, pogos, I think they call them, are required on takeoff. They fall off when the wing develops lift.
Right.
They follow behind the thing with a chase car and pick them up.
They didn't show when they landed, which is what I wanted to see, how they land, and do they drag the wing then, or how do they get the tire? They show them coming in for the landing, and then the next clip they show was a edit, and that the wheels are under there already. Like they didn't show them putting the wheels on or how the wings dragged or whatever, or if they did.
Well, you can see the tip skids hanging down on the very outboard end of the wings.
Oh, I got you. Just one side skids, and then they lift it up and put the tires on them. I got it.
Yeah, whichever
They
way
didn't show that.
Whichever way it falls, it could go either way.
Right.
They got a skid on the underside of the wing.
When the video I watched, they didn't show it, and I was disappointed because I wanted to see that.
The visibility is so limited out of the thing. The pilot really can't see the runway landing. So they've got another U2 driver in a chase car following him, giving him, telling the pilot by radio, what is how far he is off the runway surface.
They showed that on takeoff, and then on landing they showed the car, but not him talking to the pilot. But they definitely didn't show the reattachment of the wheels because I was interested in that. But definitely amazing plane.
Yeah, I've seen it up at Oshkosh.
It wasn't the U2 that I was watching, right?
Yeah,
not the
that's a
S47.
U2.
Okay.
Right.
Couldn't remember.
I don't think there are any flying SR-71s anymore, but they've been flying U2s. It's not the same U2 that they had back in the 50s. The original U2 has been changed and upgraded. I think this one's about twice as big as that original thing was. The one
they went through
got
that.
shot down out. Yeah. But NASA flies them now, or NOAA. They fly them for research, atmospheric research.
Take pictures from them too. They were saying take a lot of photographs.
Yeah, they're not reconnaissance platforms anymore. Don't need it. Got satellites.
Just a quick digression, guys. Just quickly. Anyone got any recommendations of movies to see? We've got movie night tomorrow. We're going out to the movies, and we're having a bit of a Top Gun. That's what I want to watch, Ruckia. But the wife wants to see the movie How to Please a Woman. Is she giving me some messages there?
Yeah, I would go see How to Please a Woman then if your wife wants to go see that.
Yeah, I think she's got the winning vote just quietly. Just quietly.
It's funny how the women have the winning ticket.
Yeah. We even did the whole. We have to have a tiebreaker, so we're going to flip a coin. So we actually flipped a coin, and How to Please a Woman won the bloody coin toss. I swear.
We do rock paper scissors, and I always do paper, and she knows it, so she always does scissors so she wins. It's our joke.
Yeah.
So anytime we have a split, like who's going to decide? All right, let's rock paper scissors, and she always wins, right?
Yeah.
It's just so I'm not actually giving in, I'm actually all right.
Yeah.
Gives me some credit.
It's just good to get out. We'll go out for dinner, go to the movies and whatnot. It's good.
My wife is going through this I don't want to be around anybody but myself stage. Like she is the last 6 months has really like separated herself, doing like her own, like she's doing a lot of traveling with the church and things like that. Like, and then even when she's home, she's kind of like in her private room reading, even with the kids, very limited. She's going through that, what do they call it, menopause or whatever. Yeah. I think it's hitting her hard. But we're trying to be as kind as we can to her.
You just got to ride the wave, don't you, Ruckia?
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah. It'll smooth out. That water, that wave will reach its horizontal equilibrium, Ruckia. So it'll all be good.
It will equal out.
Yeah.
I think we're at the peak right now. I think we're going to be going down the downslide. That's what my son said last night. You think mom's at the peak? I was like, yeah, probably so. It's been a while. But she's got a lot of support. Like, my sister-in-law went through it, and it hit her freaking hard, too. Like, sweetest person, like, all the time for years and years. And then when it hit her, she was like, get away. Everything bothered her. Like, when she would get hungry, we call it hangry, She gets hungry and, better feed me now. But she came out of it. My brother was telling, thank God. We just went on a pretty long trip with him. I was like, oh, good to see you back to normal, Dana. She's like, yeah, good. She was having to carry a blanket like everywhere we went. And she would be like really hot. And then all of a sudden she'd get freezing cold. Like, turn the air up. We turn the air up. Turn that air down. I'm freezing. Wow. Oh. Well, I'm on an eighth of a tank. I'm going to start looking for Waffle House. Fuel up me and fuel up the truck. You used to have to watch the road signs to see where the next Waffle House or stop was. Now you just type in Waffle House, 6 miles, click. I got directions, 4.7 miles to the next exit, and it's on the right. Times have changed. I can remember my parents fighting over the road outlets, the direction thing. And now it's just type in the address and hit go. I'll try and look for that video I watched because it definitely had 66. And then the globe then talked about the Earth curve, then 66, and then the globe, somewhere in that order.
Morning, all.
Going on.